Chapter 1067. The situation above the three emperors' city changed. 9 underworlds proved his sovereign Tao, and his demonic aura shocked the entire primitive devil realm. Several sovereigns opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the three emperors' city. Their hearts were filled with shock. 9 underworlds king, he finally took this step. When a sovereign proved his Tao, heaven and earth shook. Demonic aura spread for 90,000 miles. Colorful lights rose endlessly. In the three emperors' palace, in the small world of water and fire, a white-clothed figure descended from the sky. His right arm was dyed red. The outcome was clear. Not far away, the three-legged golden crow transformed. In the golden flames, a young figure appeared. The aura of a sovereign was immeasurable. In the next moment, before the three emperors' palace, demonic aura swept out. A purple figure walked out. Looking at the disciple who descended from the small world, he said, "You shouldn't have lost. I'm not good enough. I've embarrassed Master." Ning Qin said softly. The profound Solution 9 transformations in his hand scattered, turning into 9 streams of light that entered his body. 9 underworlds king looked at him quietly. After a moment, he said calmly, "Go back and heal your wounds." "Yes." Ning Qin bowed respectfully and then returned to his position. In the void, Ness Yao, who was covered in golden divine flames, descended from the sky. The murderous intent in his cold eyes burned brighter. However, in front of the 4 sovereigns, he suppressed his impulse and returned to his position. There was no point in winning this battle. In the west, the sun had set. 10 days had passed, and the last chance of the 100 races had disappeared. The appearance of the 4th sovereign meant that the heavenly devil imperial family was at its strongest since the ancient era. 9 underworlds proved his Tao, and the heavenly devil imperial family's glory returned. In front of the first emperor Kuan Palace, the eyes of the first emperor of the heavenly devil empire shone like stars. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. "Time is up. You can all leave," First Emperor Kuan said. In front of the 9,000 stone steps, the envoys of the 100 races bowed together, and then left with their own thoughts. Everyone left, and the 12 princes and princesses also left one after another. Just as Ning Qin turned to leave, 9 underworlds king's majestic voice sounded. "You stay." Hearing this, Ning Qin stopped. He turned to look in front of the 3 emperors' palace, and his eyes revealed a strange look. Similarly, the 3 princes, Xianzhen, Xianqing, and Xianling, were also left behind. The 4 demon emperors disappeared and brought the 4 princes to the imperial palace behind them. Inside the first Kuan Emperor palace, 4 powerful auras appeared. Demonic qi surrounded them and floated in the air like 4 demonic suns. They were so powerful that no one dared to resist. Up ahead, 4 people stood side by side. Their expressions were puzzled, as they did not know why they had been left behind. "Congratulations, 13th brother." Beside Ning Qin, Xianqing, and Xianling transmitted their voices at the same time. "Thank you," Ning Qin replied softly. On the far left, Xianzhen stood there silently. After a long time, he said, "Congratulations, 13th brother." "Thank you, brother," Ning Qin replied politely. 4 figures, shrouded in demonic qi, floated in front of the throne. They ignored the 4 people below and sealed the space to formally discuss matters. 9 Nether, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The first Kuan demon emperor looked at the figure in front of him and said. Xianzhou fell silent. He did not know if he was right to take this step. Perhaps the heavenly demonic imperial family should never have 4 demon emperors. "Since 9 Nether has achieved the imperial Tao, we can begin our plan in advance," said the 7 luminaries demon emperor. "Isn't it too soon?" said the 8 desolation demon emperor with a frown. "How many years have we waited for this day?" In the ancient war, the heavenly demonic imperial family was defeated and the demonic realm was sealed. Even we had to seal ourselves in order to survive until today, said the 7 luminaries demon emperor coldly. The 8 desolation demon emperor sighed and did not say anything else. Although they had achieved the imperial Tao, their lifespan was not endless. Apart from 9 nether, who had consumed the god flower, their lifespan was no more than 10,000 years. It had been too long since the ancient era. Even they could not last that long. The demonic origin that could seal them had been used up. Therefore, this era was their last chance. They could only succeed and not fail. 7 luminaries is right. We can't wait any longer. The first demonic emperor said calmly, "From today onward, the plan will officially begin. The first thing is to attack the Dragon Emperor Mountain and take the Dragon Emperor Sword." Dragon Emperor Mountain? Xian Juyo's eyes flickered when he heard that. He said, "Brother, we all know how dangerous that mountain is. Even imperial Tao cultivators have the risk of dying there. In the past few tens of thousands of years, countless ancient inheritances had attacked the divine mountain, and it was even to the extent that Emperor Tao experts had personally made a move against it. However, the final outcome was the same. All the inheritances that attacked Dragon Emperor Mountain suffered heavy losses and gained nothing. Things are different now. With you, 9 nether, the heavenly demonic imperial family has 4 imperial Tao cultivators. It's not impossible to open the Dragon Emperor Mountain, said the first demonic emperor calmly. Brother, why are you so determined to attack the Dragon Emperor Mountain? Asked Xianjiu in confusion. For the Dragon Emperor sword and to completely break the seal of the Queen Mother of the West, said the first demonic emperor in a deep voice. Although the heavenly demonic imperial family and the golden scale imperial family have sent people to open a gap in the Queen Mother of the West seal, the gap is too small. It's even repairing itself. It's difficult for us to go in and out freely. Brother, do you really want to start a war between the 2 realms? Asked Xianjiu. Jiu, look at the sky, said the first demonic emperor coldly. Since the ancient era, other than you who consumed the god flower, there hasn't been an imperial Tao cultivator who didn't rely on external forces. Don't you understand what this means? Xianjiu was silent. When he had entered the imperial Tao, he had clearly felt the exhaustion of the heaven and earth's origin. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the primordial demon realm was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. Jiu, you're the emperor of the heavenly demonic imperial family now. You must think about the future of the imperial family. Only by fighting can you obtain more resources. This is the truth. You can't run away from it, said the 7 brilliance demon emperor. You don't have to say more. Jiu, prepare to attack the Dragon Emperor Mountain in 3 days. The Dragon Emperor Mountain has the dragon tribe's sovereign qi, which is very beneficial to the cultivation of the younger generation. Xianzhen, Xianqing, and Xianling will go together. Your disciples should come too, said the first demonic emperor calmly. Xianjiu frowned and looked at Ning Chen in the hall. Was he a hostage? Don't overthink it, said the 7 brilliance demon emperor coldly. The interests of the imperial family are aligned. Although your disciple was born a human, he's now a member of the imperial family. Since you've achieved the imperial Tao, your disciple is no different from the crown prince. It's reasonable to bring him along. Xianjiu sighed. Only this time. The first demonic emperor nodded. As long as we get the Dragon Emperor sword, we won't force you anymore. Xianjiu nodded and didn't say anything else. He stepped into the hall and said, "Let's go back." After saying that, the 2 figures disappeared and left the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, Xianzhen, Xianqing, and Xianling were surprised. They didn't know what the 4 demonic emperors had decided. After the 3 of you go back today, try your best to adjust your body to the best condition. There will be a great opportunity waiting for you in 3 days. It's up to you if you can grasp this opportunity, said the first demonic emperor as he looked at the 3 in front of the throne. When the 3 princes heard this, their expressions froze. Opportunity? What was it that even the demonic emperors called it an opportunity? Night fell. Two figures appeared in the imperial palace of the ninth underworld king's mansion. Xianzhou looked at his disciple in front of the throne and said in a deep voice, "You haven't given me an answer." Ning Chen was silent for a moment and said softly, "I need a defeat." "Why?" asked Xianzhou seriously. "Even if I haven't achieved the imperial Dao today, I can still protect you in the third imperial city. Why do you need to hide your strength? I have my own difficulties. Master, please don't ask me any more." Ning Chen bowed and said apologetically. He was a human who came from outside the primordial demon realm. If he continued to be in the limelight, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. If a defeat could divert everyone's attention away from him, it would be worth it. Xianzhou looked at his disciple quietly. After a long while, he said seriously, "I won't force you. However, if you feel that you can tell me one day, I hope you can tell me the reason personally." "Thank you, Master." Ning Chen bowed respectfully and said, "All right, go and have a rest. 3 days later, I will attack the Dragon Emperor Mountain with the 3 demonic emperors. I will take you with me. Try your best to recover your strength in these 3 days. There is Dragon Emperor Qi in the Dragon Emperor Mountain, which will be beneficial to you. It's a rare opportunity. Don't miss it," Xianzhou reminded. Dragon Emperor Mountain? Hearing this, Ning Chen was shocked. After a while, he regained his composure. Looking at the figure in front of the throne, he asked, "Why are you and the 3 demonic emperors attacking the Dragon Emperor Mountain?" "It's related to the secret of the imperial family. I can't tell you yet. Don't ask too much. Just prepare well," Xianzhou replied. "Yes." Ning Chen bowed with great emotions. Dragon Emperor Mountain? Why are the 3 demonic emperors attacking the Dragon Emperor Mountain? Dragon Emperor Sword? While thinking, Ning Chen got up and left the palace. In the backyard of the mansion, Ning Chen walked over. Looking at his room, he pushed open the door and walked in. The room was clean and tidy. It was clear that Shi Yu and Shi Qing would come in every day to disturb him seriously. In the room, rows of flickering candles lit up the entire room. Looking at the candles, Ning Chen couldn't help but frown. Intuition told him that the 3 demonic emperors attacking the Dragon Emperor Mountain was definitely not a good thing. The most precious thing in the Dragon Emperor Mountain was the Dragon Emperor Sword. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the Dragon Emperor Sword with his own eyes. Even King Shuri, who was at the peak of King Dao, couldn't bear the power of the Dragon Emperor Sword. Why did the 3 demonic emperors want the Dragon Emperor Sword? In the primeval demon realm, the celestial demonic imperial family was the real overlord. Even without the Dragon Emperor Sword, no race dared to go against the celestial demonic imperial family. In that case, why do the 3 demonic emperors need to take the risk to attack the Dragon Emperor Mountain? After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen couldn't figure out the reason. His frown deepened. Suddenly, his body stiffened and he was shocked. Space passage? Could it be related to this? The passage between the 2 realms had been open for a long time. According to the comparison of the 2 realms' strength, the primeval demon realm army should have gathered long ago. However, this was not the case. Although the situation between the 2 realms was tense, there had never been a real war. The only explanation was that the primeval demon realm army might not be able to cross over. Chapter 1068. In the 3 imperial cities, demonic qi surged out of the ancestral land, and a terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the deepest part of the ancestral land, the demonic origin that sealed the true bodies of the 3 demon emperors crumbled inch by inch. A moment later, waves of demonic aura that surpassed the heavens and the earth were awakened. 3 pairs of cold eyes slowly opened, shining brightly like 6 divine furnaces, illuminating the heavenly demon ancestral land as bright as day. The heavenly demon emperors were existences that shocked the past and present. Today, the 3 emperors appeared at the same time. At the same time, the 9 Nether Kings' palace's imperial aura soared into the sky. A dark purple figure walked out with a majestic, demonic aura. The 4th Emperor, the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, was the most talented prodigy of the ancient era. He was invincible once he attained his Tao. With the appearance of the 4 emperors, a huge bronze chariot flew up from the ancestral land of the heavenly demon ancestral land, shocking the entire primordial demon region. "Let's go," Xian Jiuyo said calmly. "Okay." In the 9 Serenities Palace, Ning Chenjing stood in the courtyard and answered softly. In the next moment, the two disappeared and flew toward the bronze chariot in the sky. At the same time, Xianzhen, Xianqing, and Xianling flew into the sky from the 3 crown princes' palaces. "Xian-mo, the task of guarding the 3 imperial cities is yours." A majestic voice came from the sky. "Yes." In the 3 imperial cities, Xian-mo, who was wearing heavy armor, said respectfully, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people in the imperial city, the bronze chariot that was as huge as a Kuanping flew across the sky towards the east. In the vast territory that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, there were hundreds of races. On the bronze chariot, Ning Qin looked at the scenery that was being left behind. His calm eyes were filled with thoughts. No matter if his guess was right or not, he had to do his best to stop the 3 demon emperors from getting the Dragon Emperor sword. 13th brother, what are you thinking about? Xianqing walked forward and looked at the young man in plain clothes with a smile. Ning Qin came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. I'm just a bit worried. After all, everyone knows how dangerous the Dragon Emperor Mountain is. 13th brother, don't think too much. Xianqing smiled. With father and the 3 uncles, even the Dragon Emperor Mountain won't be able to stop them. We just need to watch. Ning Qin nodded and forced a smile. I hope so. In front of the bronze chariot, 4 figures stood side by side. Demonic qi lingered around them, making it impossible to see their true bodies. Jiuyu, did you give the mysterious 9 transformations to your disciple? Asked the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor. Why not? Xian Jiuyo said indifferently. The Flying Swan Mantra and the Imperial Technique both require the combination of the 9 transformations of the Profound Solution to unleash their full power. If you give the Profound Solution to him, your own strength will definitely be greatly affected, the 8 Desolation Devil Emperors said in a deep voice. So what if I am affected? 8th Royal Brother, do you think there is anyone in this world who can force me to use my full strength? Xian Jiuyo said calmly. The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor fell silent and didn't speak any further. When 9 Nether was still at the King Realm, her strength was already on par with Emperor Realm experts. Now that 9 Nether had attained her Tao, besides her eldest brother, no one in the entire primeval devil realm could go against her. Attacking the Dragon Emperor Mountain isn't an easy task. Jiuyo, you should take back the Profound Solution first. After this is over, you can give it to him, the 1st Demon Emperor suggested. Eldest brother, I know what I am doing. I don't need it now. Xian Jiuyo was still indifferent and refused. Hearing this, the 1st Demon Emperor and the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned slightly. What was 9 Nether thinking? Without the Profound Solution 9 transformations, her strength would be reduced by at least 30%. It didn't seem like much, but attacking the Dragon Emperor Mountain was full of dangers. Every bit of strength she had would increase their chances of success. In the clouds, the giant bronze chariot traveled east. It was getting faster and faster, and soon it was out of the demon realm. In the vast central region, there were many races of all sizes. There was no lack of royal families, and even the royal families that stood at the peak of this world. Divine, spiritual mountain, the land of inheritance of the stone tribe. The bronze chariot flew across the sky, and its huge shadow covered the sky. In the divine, spiritual mountain, a domineering figure sat cross-legged. His black hair was thick, and his body was surrounded by light. He was the emperor of the Stone Tribe, born with a unique divine spiritual body. As the bronze chariot drove past, a powerful demonic aura descended. The entire divine spiritual mountain shook violently. Wherever the demonic aura passed, the mountains and rivers shifted and the earth rumbled. The Stone Emperor felt it, and his eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What a grand display! After so many years, the celestial demonic imperial family had become arrogant and lawless. Now they didn't even take him, the emperor of the Stone Tribe, seriously. In the clouds, on the bronze chariot, Xianjiao looked down. After a while he called out, "Ning Qin." "Master." Ning Qin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Did the Stone Emperor attack you in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield?" Xianjiao asked calmly. He had heard about what happened in the ancient battlefield from his disciple. The thing that left the deepest impression on him was how the Stone Emperor bullied the weak. Yes. Hearing Jiao's question, Ning Qin didn't hide anything and said truthfully, "The Stone Emperor did attack me." Xianjiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He looked down at the divine spiritual mountain and said, "Since that's the case, I should greet the Stone Emperor." As soon as he said that, demonic qi surged out from Xianjiao's body. The demonic aura covered the sky, and the terrifying power distorted the void. "Jiao, don't be rash." Demon Emperor Qin Yi said seriously, "The Stone Tribe isn't weak. There's no need to make enemies over such a small matter. It's not a small matter for an emperor to bully my disciple. Moreover, I'm just giving him a warning." Then Xianjiao flipped his right palm. Demonic qi surged between heaven and earth, and in an instant a huge hand formed. It was like a wave of demonic waves that slammed down. Inside the divine spiritual mountain, the Stone Emperor's expression changed slightly. He stomped his foot, and his figure rose from the ground. He gathered the power of wind and clouds in his fists and blocked the descending demonic palm. Amidst the shock, the Emperor's aura collided. The terrifying demonic aura collided with the power of wind and clouds. After a few breaths, the stalemate was broken. The huge palm slammed down, suppressing the Stone Emperor and slamming into the divine spiritual mountain. Rumble! The huge palm crushed one mountain after another. The shocking demonic aura instantly destroyed the formations in the divine spiritual mountain, severely injuring the Stone Emperor that had been passed down for countless years. "Xianjiao, you've gone too far." The Stone Emperor rushed out from the rolling dust. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his hands. His emperor's aura shocked the world. The Stone Emperor revealed his true form. In an instant, a gigantic stone golem appeared. His figure was as massive as a mountain, and he stood tall and straight. He was so massive that no one would be able to resist him. On the bronze chariot, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor looked at the huge stone man and said indifferently, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, the Stone Tribe will no longer exist in the primordial demon realm." Arrogant, the Stone Emperor was furious. His huge body stepped out and punched at the bronze chariot with the power to break the sky. On the bronze chariot, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor's expression turned cold. He said indifferently, "Open." As soon as he said that, the wind and clouds changed. An invisible barrier appeared in front of the bronze chariot and blocked the Stone Emperor's punch. "Stone Emperor, you're so stubborn. You're only digging your own grave." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression darkened. He raised his right hand. Suddenly, black flames gathered between heaven and earth and surged. The sun rose from the east and lit up the outside world. The black demonic sun burned fiercely. It was so bright that even the sun of the outside world paled in comparison. "One last thing, get out of the way." Xianjiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Demonic flames burned around him. Flying light was faintly discernible. The demonic aura had already arrived before the attack was launched. Business is more important. Don't waste time, the first Kuni demon emperor reminded. Don't worry, brother. It won't take much effort to deal with him. Xianjiu replied calmly. After a few breaths, he disappeared and flew out of the bronze chariot. Demonic flames gathered and a black spear appeared. Xianjiu held the demonic spear and threw it out. The shocking spear broke through the void. Black flames spread and crashed into the stone emperor's body. Ugh! The stone emperor grunted in pain and took a few steps back. His indestructible stone body cracked. It was extremely dazzling. Before the flying swan technique, all defenses are useless. Xianjiu snorted coldly. He opened his palm and pointed at the stone emperor's chest. The stone emperor raised his hand to block Xianjiu's finger power. However, the flying swan technique, which was several times more powerful, couldn't be blocked. It silently pierced through the stone emperor's palm and into his chest. Demonic chi surged, and the cracks started to spread. The stone emperor's body shook violently and showed signs of collapsing. The stone emperor was heavily injured, but the murderous intent in Xianjiu's eyes didn't diminish. He clenched his right hand, and a black demonic spear appeared. It was surrounded by demonic flames and had shocking power. Just as Xianjiu was about to attack the stone emperor again, demonic chi surged. The first Kuni demon emperor walked out and stopped him. No need to kill him. He's still useful, the first Kuni demon emperor said. Xianjiu frowned but didn't attack again. He waved his hand and dispersed the demonic spear. His figure flashed and returned to the bronze chariot. The first Kuni demon emperor glanced at the stone emperor and said, "Stone emperor, take care of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic chi exploded. It sent the stone emperor flying and opened up a path. The first Kuni demon emperor turned around and jumped onto the bronze chariot. In the blink of an eye, the chariot continued to fly toward the east. On the collapsed God Mountain, the stone emperor's body flickered and returned to his human form. He spat out blood and dyed the mountain red. In the east, on the bronze chariot, the first Kuni demon emperor looked at the plain-clothed young man not far away. His eyes flashed. Just now, Xianjiu didn't hesitate to become enemies with an emperor to seek justice for this young man. It seemed like he had to reevaluate this young man's value. "Thank you, master." On the chariot, Ning Chen looked at the figure in front of him and said, "You call me master, so I can't let it be humiliated." Xianjiu glanced at everyone and said, "Your matters, no matter big or small, are my matters. No matter who it is, if they dare to harm you, I will make them pay 100 times the price." The 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor felt their hearts sink. Was Xianjiu's words a warning to them? Chapter 1069. The Dragon Emperor Mountain was a huge mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It had been here since ancient times, and it was so ancient that it could no longer be observed. On this day, demonic clouds swept over, covering the sky and covering the sun. Within the demonic clouds, a huge bronze chariot could be vaguely seen. The majestic demonic might suppressed the heavens and the earth, for figures descended from the sky from the war chariot. Demonic chi lingered around them, hiding their true appearances. When the 4 emperors descended into the world, the heavens and earth grieved. Within a range of 100,000 li, all creatures prostrated themselves, not daring to get up. "Stay here. Don't come down before the Dragon Emperor Mountain opens." The first Kuni Demon Emperor ordered. "Yes." On the bronze war chariot, Ning Qin and the other 3 accepted the order. At the same time, everyone in the primordial demon realm looked at the Dragon Emperor Mountain in shock. As it turned out, the 4 celestial devil emperors' target was the Dragon Monarch Mountain. Could it be that the 4 demon emperors traveled such a long distance just for that Dragon Emperor sword? However, Given the power of the 4 demon emperors, why would they risk their lives to attack Dragon Emperor Mountain for an immortal sword which was dispensable for them? Within the purple scale abyss, the Scale Emperor opened his eyes. A streak of light flashed through his eyes. Had it finally begun? From now on, the grand plan of the primordial demon realm descending into the human world officially began. In front of the Dragon Monarch Mountain, for demon monarchs appeared at the same time. Black demonic flames gathered in the sky as the 7 Brilliants demon emperor flipped his palm. A giant demonic sun descended from the sky and slammed into the Dragon Emperor Mountain below. Amidst the huge tremors, runes rose up from the Dragon Monarch Mountain. The strange light was extinguished, forcibly blocking the sovereign Tao. The ruins left behind by the Dragon Emperor are indeed extraordinary. The 7 Brilliants demon emperor said with a frown as he stared at the vanishing demon Sunday, "Let's work together to break it." The 8 Desolation demon emperor stepped forth. Looking at the runes that were faintly discernible below, he remarked coldly. The 7 Brilliants demon emperor nodded. He raised his hands into the sky and gathered the demonic flames once again. 2 demonic suns circled each other, gathering the wind and clouds within 10,000 li. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were also affected. At the side, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor also channeled his demonic energy. 3,000 small worlds rotated in an endless cycle of destruction. The 2 Emperor Tao sovereigns joined forces, and their terrifying demonic might fuse together. The black demonic sun fell into the 3,000 small worlds, and its destructive power erupted, engulfing the large worlds in reverse. A might that could obliterate the heavens and the earth descended. The numerous restrictions and formations on Dragon Monarch Mountain were unable to hold on any longer, and they collapsed inch by inch before vanishing into nothingness. Buzz! Just as the Dragon Monarch Mountain's restrictions were about to collapse, a deafening sword clang resounded through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, a golden sword light soared into the sky and slashed at the 2 demon emperors. The 7 luminaries demon emperors and 8 desolation demon emperors turned serious. They turned their palms and channeled their energy to block the Dragon Emperor's sword. Boom! As the sword radiance slashed down, the golden sword radiance disintegrated inch by inch amidst the violently vibrating dragon chi and demonic chi before vanishing into thin air. It's just an ownerless sword. Where did it get the courage to resist us? The 7 Brilliants demon emperor waved his hand to disperse the lingering ripples before glancing down coldly on the Dragon Monarch Mountain. The aftershock dissipated, and a golden divine sword appeared. Its entire body was covered in coiling dragon patterns, and it was simple and majestic. It was extremely extraordinary. The Dragon Emperor sword was the number 1 divine artifact in the primordial demon realm. It was once the sword of the Dragon Emperor, and was said to be indestructible. No one dared to go against its edge. However, with the fall of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor sword also lost its former sharpness. It was sealed in the Dragon Emperor Mountain and gradually covered in dust. The Dragon Emperor's sword hummed softly as if it was facing a formidable enemy. On the sky chariot, Ning Chun looked down and sensed the sword was from the Dragon Emperor sword. His face darkened slightly. He had to find a way to stop the Sky Devil Imperial family from obtaining the Dragon Emperor sword. The Dragon Emperor sword seal on his arm was still motionless. The sword seal that the Dragon Emperor sword spirit had given to him in the past had not reacted at all. Ning Chin frowned again and again. He secretly glanced at the 3 crown princes who were not far away. With the 3 of them around, it would be troublesome if he wanted to do anything. Just as Ning Chin was in a dilemma, the divine sword hummed from the Dragon Emperor Mountain. An 11 or 12-year-old child walked out. He had a young face, but his eyes were completely different from the vicissitudes of life. Sky Devil Imperial family, you have come after all. As he spoke, the child's face and figure began to change. In the dazzling golden light, a young man of about 20 years old appeared. He was handsome and extraordinary. His noble temperament was unforgettable. Dragon Emperor. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperors and 8 Desolation Demon Emperors were shocked. The Dragon Emperor? How could it be? Our years of waiting were not in vain, the Dragon Emperor said indifferently. The Dragon Emperor said indifferently as the golden light around him became even more intense. The Dragon Emperor domain spread out and enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers. Xian Jiuyou and First Kuan Demon Emperor felt the suppression of the power of laws around them. They were slightly shocked. It was the Dragon Emperor's golden light, sacred territory. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperors and 8 Desolation Demon Aura surged out. The 7 suns rose into the sky, and the 3,000 small worlds rotated. The supreme demon power forcibly created a demon land in the golden light, sacred territory. Demons should not exist in this world, the Dragon Emperor said. He clenched his right hand, and the divine sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, the Emperor disappeared. He was so fast that no one could react in time. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically. He turned his palm to block the attack. The ear-piercing sound of a sharp weapon cutting through bones was heard. A terrifying sword mark appeared on the demon's palm. The demon body could not block the power of the divine weapon. Blood gushed out. At this point, their cultivation had returned to its original state. The three's attacks seemed simple, but each of their attacks contained the power to destroy the world. The Emperor's power was restrained, and their power was maximized. 3,000 small worlds. While the Dragon Emperor and 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor were fighting, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor appeared behind them. He raised his hand and channeled the power of the small worlds. The Dragon Emperor turned around, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He changed the direction of his divine sword and met the attack head-on. With a rumble, the peerless divine sword slashed open the world, drawing a dazzling golden sword mark in the void. The 3,000 small worlds shattered at the sound, unable to block the divine sword sharpness. Ugh! The sword chi passed through the small worlds and entered the demon's body. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor grunted. He took a few steps back, and the corner of his mouth turned red. The battle was clear. 2 against 1, and the 2 Demon Emperors were at a disadvantage. Their faces were dyed red. Jiuyou! Outside the battle, First Kuan Demon Emperor looked at the battle in front and said, "Make your move." Jiuyou sighed in his heart. He did not wait any longer. He stepped out and entered the battle. Fei Hong appeared, and an unparalleled attack slashed toward the Dragon Monarch in front of him. Jiuyou entered the battle. First Kuan Demon Emperor also channeled his vast demonic energy. Endless demonic aura spread out, forcibly resisting the suppression of the golden light sacred realm. The 4 Demon Emperors attacked at the same time. The Dragon Emperor felt the pressure multiplied. Fei Hong slashed past, and its power became more and more shocking. The battle technique that originated from the Golden Lion clan's secret technique was unparalleled in the world. Jiuyou's body burned with demonic flames, and his cultivation rose rapidly. The Dragon Emperor swung his sword and slashed away wave after wave of attacks. As his body moved, his expression became more and more serious. The heavenly demonic royal family had produced an incredible figure. 3 lives of life, reincarnation cycle. The battle reached its climax. Without any hesitation, the Dragon Emperor flipped his palm over. Suddenly, the divine weapons resonated. Golden waves surged out endlessly, engulfing the entire Dragon Emperor Mountain. Chapter 1070. On the Dragon Monarch Mountain, the wind and clouds changed. The golden, sacred domain spread for thousands of miles. The Dragon Monarch held his sword and faced the 4 heavenly demon emperors alone. At the critical moment, the dragon monarch revealed his sovereign sword. The divine sword hummed, and endless golden waves swallowed the world. 3 lives reincarnation, sovereign supreme. The dragon aura on the sword rushed out and swept toward the 4 demonic emperors. 7 luminaries and 8 desolates gathered their energy, and their supreme demonic might blocked the sovereign's extreme power. Not far away, 9 Nether and Kuin also activated their techniques. Even gods and Buddhas were terrified. The auras of 5 rulers collided. After a moment of silence, a terrifying explosion resounded through the universe. The destructive power spread out rapidly with an unstoppable momentum. 7 luminaries and 8 desolates were the first to be hit by the sovereign's extreme power. The demonic aura around them shook, and their true forms appeared. On the other side, 9 Nether and Kuin were also pushed back a few steps. The divine sword's power was limitless. Although the sword was shocking, the golden radiance around the dragon monarch dimmed a lot. It was as if he had bet most of his power on that attack. Dragon monarch, you really died long ago. Demon Emperor Kuin looked at the young figure in the golden radiance and said in a deep voice, "You're just a soul. Mark now." "It's enough to kill you all," the dragon monarch said coldly. The divine sword turned, and 8 golden dragons soared into the sky. They roared and charged toward the 4 demonic emperors. The golden dragons surged, and their dragon breath swallowed the sky. It was as if an ancient dragon had been reborn. It was shocking. 8 desolates blocked the attack, and layers of small worlds appeared. Some were primitive, some were prosperous, and some were dead silent. They were all different and endless. With a boom, the golden dragons crashed into the small worlds. A shocking tremor resounded, and dozens of small worlds began to collapse. The collapse became faster and faster, and it continued to spread. The 8 desolates' demonic emperor was pushed back a dozen steps. The dragon aura entered his body, and his demonic aura shook violently. Not far away, the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor was also attacked by the golden dragons. His demonic sons shattered one after another, and he was pushed back dozens of feet. The 2 emperors were injured. On the other side, Demon Emperor Kuin, one's expression became more and more serious. His chaotic demonic yuan blocked the attack of the 2 golden dragons. His figure flashed as he entered the battle personally. He turned his palm and poured out his yuan, slapping toward the emperor of the dragon race. The sword and palm collided with each other. Danger surrounded them as they closed in. After exchanging a few moves, they could both sigh in admiration. The emperor of the dragon clan and the venerable of the demon clan were fighting head-on. Limitless universe change. With a raise of his hand, a towering demonic wave surged out. This was a move of the utmost demonic, causing the clouds to swirl in all directions. The entire world instantly darkened as boundless demonic might spread out rapidly. The first Kuni demon emperor showed his sovereign Tao for the first time. He was the #1 sovereign that controlled the fate of the heavenly demon clan. Seeing this, the dragon emperor's face turned solemn. The divine sword drew upon the power of the dragon emperor mountain's veins in his body to boost the dragon emperor sword's might. Not far away, Xianjiu raised his hand and shook off the obstruction of the enormous golden dragon, and then he took a step forward and flashed to the center of the battlefield. A black demonic spear appeared, surrounded by demonic flames. The demonic might of the flying swan technique, whose attack power was unparalleled in the world, reappeared and pierced straight toward the emperor's chest. The dragon monarch's eyes darkened as he raised his hand to grab the demonic spear. However, the attack of the demonic spear did not slow down and continued to rush forward. Arg! The demonic spear entered the dragon monarch's body and stopped after half an inch. The dragon monarch groaned as he was injured for the first time. At the same time, the first Kuni demon emperor's attack arrived. The earth-shattering might swallowed up the radiance of the sun and moon. Back off. The demonic might arrived, and the Dragon Emperor's eyes shone brightly. The divine sword drew upon the power of the dragon veins and slashed toward the number 1 sovereign of the heavenly demon clan. The Dragon Emperor's sword carried a myriad of sovereign chi and clashed with the power of the utmost demonic. As the two experts clashed, a terrifying shockwave spread out, and the battlefield was instantly shaken apart. The Dragon Emperor and the first Kuni Demon Emperor both took a few steps back before they stabilized themselves. Heavenly Demon Finger! The Emperor showed signs of defeat. Xian Juyo gathered the demonic essence of heaven and earth, and the Flying Swan technique evolved from the Heavenly Demon Clan's martial arts. The Dragon Emperor swung his sword to block the attack, and the golden radiance around him shook violently. The remnant soul mark in the mortal world became weaker and weaker, and he could not hold on for long. In the demonic clouds in the sky, Ning Qin looked at the battle below with a heavy heart. The power of the Dragon Emperor's sword was obviously weakening. If this continued, the Dragon Emperor's sword would definitely be taken away by the 3 heavenly demon emperors. In the battle, the Dragon Emperor, whose soul mark was gradually exhausted, looked at the 4 heavenly demon emperors around him. His calm eyes did not change much. Since you want to enter the Dragon Emperor mountain so much, then come. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Emperor's figure flashed and turned into a golden stream of light, rushing toward the Dragon Emperor mountain below. Seeing this, first Kuni, 7 luminaries, and 8 desolation did not hesitate and chased after him. Behind them, Xian Juyo frowned slightly. After a moment, he followed. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Emperor and the 4 heavenly demon emperors disappeared in the Dragon Emperor mountain. In the sky, on the bronze chariot, Ning Chun stepped forward and was about to jump down. 13th brother. Xian Qing stepped forward and said seriously, "Without the permission of father and the 3 uncles, we can't go down." Ning Chun stopped and said calmly, "The heavenly demon emperor said that we are not allowed to go down before the Dragon Emperor mountain opens. But now that the Dragon Emperor mountain has opened, if we continue to stay here, wouldn't we miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity?" After that, Ning Qin did not pay any more attention to them. He stepped forward and flew down. On the bronze chariot, Xian Zhen, Xian Qing, and Xian Ling looked at the silhouette that was gradually disappearing. After a moment of silence, they jumped down from the chariot one after another. Ning Chun walked into the Dragon Emperor mountain. Behind him, the 3 crown princes of the demon race landed and followed him. After 100 steps, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The 4 of them stopped and looked serious. Around them, the space changed. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was full of vitality. It was like a small world of paradise on earth. Flowers bloomed everywhere and water flowed. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Roar! In the sky above the paradise, giant dragons coiled around. They were of different shapes, but were equally powerful. No one dared to approach them. Dragon race. Xianling looked at the giant dragons in the sky, and his face darkened. Wasn't the dragon race destroyed? How could there still be giant dragons? Is it an illusion? Not far away, Xian Qing's eyes narrowed. It didn't seem like it. Ordinary illusions could not confuse them. But if it was not an illusion, why would the giant dragons appear here? This is a dream. Xian Zhen, who had the highest cultivation among the 3, looked at the surrounding space and said, "Boom!" Just then, in the depths of the small world, there was a violent vibration. It was so shocking that it could be felt clearly from thousands of miles away. In front of the 3 of them, Ning Chun sensed something and looked into the distance. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and rushed forward. Behind him, the 3 did not delay. They turned into flowing light and followed him. In the depths of the small world, the vibration of the battle became more and more intense. Demonic waves and dragon chi shook out one after another, turning thousands of miles into a forbidden area. In the small world, for figures flashed past quickly. They were getting faster and faster as they rushed toward the battle at full speed. Buzz! In the distance, the Dragon Emperor's sword hummed and cut open the space. Immediately, an even more powerful demonic chi burst out and drowned the battle. The battle was so intense that it was shocking. Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor's sword print on Ning Chen's arm changed. It seemed to have felt the danger of the Dragon Emperor in the distance and became restless. Ning Chen felt it, and his expression turned serious. He looked at the three behind him and said, "Help me get rid of them, and I'll help you save the Dragon Emperor." As soon as he said that, the sword print shook as if it understood the former. In the next moment, endless golden sword chi appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth and swept toward the three princes. Xianzhen, Xianqing, and Xianling's eyes darkened when they saw this. They unleashed their skills. With a boom, the golden sword chi fell and swallowed the three of them. In front of them, Ningchen activated his skills again and sped up. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. In the depths of the small world, the battle was intense. The four demonic emperors were fighting the Dragon Emperor again. Every move they made was earth-shattering. After a long battle, the two demonic emperors of 7 luminaries and 8 desolation were getting more and more injured. Even if they had unparalleled heavenly demon physical bodies, they were gradually showing signs of being unable to withstand the sharpness of the Dragon Emperor sword. Boom! The black spear collided with the Dragon Emperor sword, and a violent tremor resounded throughout the small world. The most talented genius of the heavenly demon clan was facing the Dragon Emperor, and the battle was reaching its climax. If you're so capable, you shouldn't help the evildoers. Feeling the outstanding battle soul of the person in front of him, the Dragon Emperor swung his sword to deflect the demonic spear and said in a deep voice, "It's my responsibility. I have to. Forgive me." With that, the demonic flames around Xian Jiao burst out. His skills rose rapidly, doubling, tripling. His flying swan technique was fully upgraded, and he was constantly approaching the limit of flying swan technique, the most terrifying tenfold attack. Xian Jiao showed his extreme power, and heaven and earth wailed. The void within thousands of miles began to collapse. Seeing this, the 3 demonic emperors immediately retreated from the battle, unwilling to be affected by the upcoming killer move. The Dragon Emperor's expression turned solemn, and his eyes flashed with determination. With a deep roar, his dragon essence rushed into the sky. The golden light pillar pierced into the 9 heavens, and the Dragon Emperor transformed into his human form. In an instant, a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled out. It had horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a snake, scales like a fish, and claws like an eagle. It was surrounded by a dazzling golden light and looked extraordinarily mighty. The Dragon Emperor showed his true form, and his divine power shook the world. Just as the 2 most powerful people in the world were fighting, Red Sword Chi suddenly shot out from below the ground without any warning, and its power was shocking. Xian Jiao sensed it, and his figure immediately flashed, dodging the sword chi that shot into the sky. On the other side, the 3 demonic emperors also moved, dodging the powerful sword chi that was infused with the dragon vein earth chi. In an instant, the 5-clawed golden dragon in the sky opened its mouth, and the dragon breath attacked the 4 demonic emperors. Xian Jiao and demonic emperor Kuan Yi blocked the attack with their bodies, but they were both knocked back a few steps. When the shock wave dissipated, the Dragon Emperor's figure had already disappeared from the sky. Someone interfered. The 7 Brilliance demonic emperor looked into the distance and said coldly, "The Dragon Emperor's soul power is about to run out. He can't run far. Chase after him." Demonic Emperor Kuan Yi said coldly, and his figure flashed as he chased after the Dragon Emperor again. The 7 Brilliance demonic emperor and the 8 Desolation demonic emperor followed behind and quickly left. Xian Hidrio looked at the sword Qi that had disappeared into the sky and frowned slightly. Those sword Qi seemed a little familiar. On the peak in the distance, a plain-clothed figure watched the scene calmly. The divine time seal circled around him, concealing his aura. Chapter 1071. In the small world of the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the immortal trapping showed its might. The sword light that fused with the earth chi of the dragon vein dispersed the battle. The Dragon Emperor took the opportunity to escape and disappeared from the battle. Knowing that the Dragon Emperor could not hold on for long, the 4 demon emperors immediately chased after him. They were determined to get the Dragon Emperor sword. In the sky, demonic essence swirled and spread, drowning the pure land of the Dragon Clan. On the peak in the distance, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly. In front of him, the immortal trapping sword was floating. After fusing with the power that surpassed the limit, there were more cracks on the sword as if it would completely collapse at any time. In the ancient times, the immortal trapping sword that was famous in the 4 immortal realms was already broken after the ancient upheaval. It was no longer as powerful as before. Half of the sword was cracked inch by inch. Under the impact of the earth chi of the dragon vein, it was even more broken. The sword just now was already the limit of the immortal trapping sword. It could not bear any more power in a short time. Young man, thank you. At this moment, in front of the peak, the void swirled and an illusory golden figure appeared. He looked at the young man in plain clothes and said, "Senior Dragon Emperor, you're too polite. If it weren't for the sword mark you left behind, I wouldn't have the ability to help you," Ningchen said calmly. "You reap what you sow. Young man, you're a human. Why are you with the heavenly demons?" The Dragon Emperor asked seriously. I was instructed by the remnant soul of the Phoenix Master to go to the Heavenly Demon Imperial Clan to find the lost secret skill of the Phoenix Clan," Ningchen said truthfully. "Phoenix Master?" Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with vicissitudes. So it was that old friend. Unfortunately, they would never have the chance to meet again. "Young man, can I ask you for a favor?" The Dragon Emperor collected his thoughts and asked the person in front of him. "Senior Dragon Emperor, please speak." Ningchen's eyes narrowed as he replied. The Dragon Emperor glanced at the small world in the sky that was being devoured by the demonic clouds and said tiredly, "After a while, I will detonate the entire small world of the Dragon Clan and try my best to bury all 4 demon emperors here. However, before that, I will send you and the Dragon Emperor sword out. If you meet the successor of the Dragon Clan in the future, please hand the Dragon Emperor sword to him." "There are still descendants of the Dragon Clan?" Ningchen asked in surprise. "Yes." The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "During the calamity of the dragon race, I sealed my only son in the stone egg and sent him out of the dragon race. Perhaps he has broken the seal now, or perhaps he is still in the stone egg and has yet to awaken." Ningchen fell silent when he heard this. Then he said, "I will definitely do my best. However, I also have a request that I hope you can agree to." "Speak your mind." The Dragon Emperor nodded. "Among the 4 Devil Emperors, one of them is my benefactor. I hope that Senior Dragon Emperor can spare his life," Ningchen said solemnly. When the Dragon Emperor heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The Sky Devil Imperial family is heartless by nature, and their emperor is even more so. Being soft-hearted for a moment will only lead to endless disasters. He's different." Ningchen's expression was serious as he said, "Junior guarantees that this person will absolutely not do anything that would bring disaster to the world." The Dragon Emperor was silent. After a moment, he sighed and asked, "Are you talking about the emperor with the devil's spear?" Among the 4 demon emperors, only Zhu'er was different. However, he was still helping the evildoers. "Yes." Ningchen nodded and said, "Senior Dragon Emperor, please spare his life." "Sure." The Dragon Emperor nodded. looking at the approaching demonic clouds in the distance. He didn't dare to delay any longer. With a deep shout, he turned his palm and absorbed all the dragon chi in the Dragon Emperor sword. His blurry soul became more solid. I have already devoured most of the power in the Dragon Emperor sword. From now on, even if this sword is sealed in your body, it won't attract the attention of others. After speaking, the Dragon Emperor raised his hand. The Dragon Emperor's sword trembled and turned into a stream of light that entered Ning Chen's body. In the next moment, the Dragon Emperor sword seal appeared on Ning Chen's right arm again. This time it was clearer. The Dragon Emperor's sword doesn't have much power now. Unless you find enough dragon chi, you can't awaken it again. In addition, I feel the Phoenix Master's sovereign Tao law in your body. Remember, don't use any power that exceeds your limit unless it's absolutely necessary. A person's endurance is limited. Once this limit is exceeded, the price will be far beyond your imagination. As he spoke, golden light shone around the Dragon Emperor. Endless dragon chi burst out like a golden sun, illuminating the entire dragon tribe small world. At this moment, thousands of miles away, Xian Juyo, Demon Emperor Kun-yi, and the others sensed something and looked in the direction of the golden sun. Ning Chen. Suddenly, Xian Juyo's pupils shrank as he saw the figure on the peak in the distance. His expression changed drastically. In the distance, Xianzhan, Xianling, and the others also saw the two figures on the peak, and they were shocked. How did 13th brother encounter the Dragon Emperor? You're courting death. Thousands of miles away, Xian Juyo was furious. His demonic chi exploded, and half of his blood chi burned. God-slaying spear! In the violent demonic chi, a black and red demonic spear appeared. It was shrouded in a bloody mist, and its demonic power was terrifying. The god-slaying spear had endless destructive power. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the sky with endless demonic power. In the shocking scene, the black and red demonic spear streaked across the void, and everything within thousands of miles disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. In front of the peak, the Dragon Emperor felt the horrifying demonic power from afar, but his expression didn't change much. He looked at the young man in front of him and said, "Now, I'm starting to believe your words." Ning Chen looked at the destructive god-slaying spear in the distance and fell silent. He couldn't repay the kindness of the 9th Underworld King. "Let's go, or it'll be too late." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Emperor raised his hand, and the space in front of him collapsed. The void spread out and swallowed the knowing destiny body. "Goodbye, young man." Outside the void, the Dragon Emperor said softly. He turned around and looked at the black and red demonic spear that broke through the sky. His eyes lit up. There's an end to life, and there's an end to death. Life and death go through the cycle of reincarnation. The Dragon Emperor stretched out his hands, and his soul burned fiercely. He turned into the Saint Sun and kept spreading, covering the entire small world of the dragon tribe. Oh no! Thousands of miles away, the 3 demon emperors Kun-yi, 7 luminaries, and 8 Baron sensed the Dragon Emperor's intention, and their expressions changed at the same time. "Save Xianqing and the rest," the demon emperor Kun-yi said. Without hesitation, he shouted, and the chaotic, demonic vitality burst out, supporting the collapsing small world. Not far away, 7 luminaries and 8 Baron released all their powers. Their figures flashed, and they rushed into the distance. Boom! On the peak in the distance, the god-slaying spear swept over and directly pierced through the Dragon Emperor's body that hadn't completely dissipated, crashing into the peak. It was the scene of doomsday. The entire small world of the dragon tribe collapsed rapidly. At the same time, outside the small world, the Dragon Emperor mountain shook violently and fell apart. Thousands of miles away, the void rolled, and a silhouette in white appeared. Looking at the collapsed Dragon Emperor mountain, She couldn't hide her shock. Chapter 1072. On the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Wild waves were everywhere, and heaven and earth were shaking for a long time. There was no sign of life within 10,000 miles. The Dragon Emperor's destruction affected the outside world, and the destructive force buried the Dragon Emperor Mountain, completely burying the history of the dragon race. Outside the Dragon Emperor Mountain, a white-haired figure stood in the air and did not leave for a long time, as if he was waiting for something. Between heaven and earth, the remaining dragon chi of the Dragon Emperor Mountain overflowed and gradually disappeared. The great plan of the demon race was destroyed overnight. All the dragon chi, including the Dragon Emperor sword, was exhausted. The divine sword covered its blade and fell into a deep sleep. The sun set and the moon rose. Time passed slowly, but there was still no movement in the destroyed Dragon Emperor Mountain. Ning Chen's eyes were gradually filled with worry. Immortal Elder. A palm-sized boy appeared on Ning Chen's shoulder. He looked like he was carved from jade. Looking at the dragon chi in the air, he said softly, "I want this dragon chi." Ning Chen's expression turned serious when he heard that. "You want it? There's very little dragon chi left. Is it useful to you?" "Yes." The little gourd nodded gently and said, "The level of dragon chi is very high. For me, a little is enough." "Okay." Ning Chen replied softly and raised his right hand. Suddenly, a wild wind blew in the sky above the Dragon Emperor Mountain, and a huge vortex appeared. Endless suction force spread out rapidly, devouring all the dragon chi in the air. After a few breaths, the wild wind stopped. Ning Chen raised his hand, and a ball of golden chi flew out from the center of the vortex. It was only the size of a fist, but its pure aura was incomparable to ordinary spiritual chi. The little gourd's beautiful big eyes were filled with joy when it saw it. "Here you are." Ning Chen handed the dragon chi to the little boy and said softly, "Thank you, Immortal Elder." The little gourd hugged the dragon chi that was half the size of its body and bowed reluctantly. "Okay, play by yourself. Be careful, don't be discovered." A warm smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he spoke. "Okay." The little gourd replied obediently and immediately hid in the forbidden land of the underworld and disappeared. The short interlude did not take up too much time. Ning Chen stood quietly in the air, looking ahead and waiting patiently. Since the dragon monarch had something to ask of him, he would not lie to him. Since his master had not appeared yet, he must have encountered some trouble. He would just have to wait. The night grew darker and darker. The bright moon was moving westward, making the collapsed Dragon Emperor Mountain even more miserable. Suddenly, from the sunken ground, a shocking devil chi soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Outside the Dragon Monarch Mountain, Ning Chen's face turned serious when he saw this. He finally came out. Rumbling sounds could be heard as huge cracks appeared on the ground, extending for thousands of miles. Demonic chi surged from beneath the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. The Supreme Emperor reappeared. Above the 9 heavens, the stars flickered, unable to bear this terrifying demonic might. Outside the Dragon Emperor Mountain, Ning Chen suddenly frowned. Other than his master, there were other demonic energies. In the next moment, an endless amount of demonic flames rose up from the ground. Within the demonic flames, powerful auras appeared one after another, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone to be fearful. The 4 supreme demon emperors appeared. At this moment, they were all dyed red, especially the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor. Half of their bodies were devoured, and their battle robes were dyed red. The dragon monarch risked his life to launch a shocking final attack, severely injuring the 4 heavenly demon emperors. However, what was even more shocking was that behind the 4 emperors in Xianzhen's arms, a figure covered in blood came into view. His arms were hanging limply, and his vitality had dissipated. His body and soul had disappeared. The seventh prince of the heavenly demon emperor, the genius of the 100 races, had returned to heaven and earth, completely withdrawing from the battle for the throne. The 7 luminaries demon emperor clenched his right hand so tightly that it made cracking sounds. Even though the demon emperor was fickle, he could not remain indifferent when his only son died. "Master." Ning Chen stepped forward and came before everyone in an instant. He asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing his disciple, Xian Jiao sized him up and heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. It was good that he was fine. "I'm fine. Are you hurt?" Xian Jiao asked with concern. "Just some minor injuries." "It's nothing serious," Ning Chen replied. The first demon emperor looked at the young man in front of him and frowned slightly. He asked, "How did you get out?" In the small world, they clearly saw the dragon monarch about to attack this young man. With the dragon monarch's strength, this young man had no chance of surviving. "It was the Xian Jia that protected me. I barely escaped," Ning Chen said. "The Xian Jia 9 transformations?" The first demon emperor narrowed his eyes. He did not ask any more questions for the sake of Xian Jiao's face. "The dragon monarch's sword is lost. It's hard to find it now. Let's go back and think about it," Xian Jiao said solemnly. The first demon emperor nodded. He glanced at the severely injured 7 luminaries and 8 desolation and said, "Let's go back to the ancestral land." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic chi spread out and took everyone to the bronze chariot in the sky. In the clouds, the bronze chariot started and flew toward the primordial demon field. After the bronze chariot left, many figures appeared above the ruins of the Dragon Monarch Mountain. Looking at the scene below, their hearts were in turmoil. The Dragon Monarch Mountain was destroyed. Had the Dragon Monarch sword really fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Devil royal family? Everyone knew the power of the Dragon Monarch sword. The Heavenly Devil clan already had 4 demon emperors. With the addition of the Dragon Monarch sword, the other clans would face true fear. The bronze chariot arrived at the ancestral land of the Heavenly Devil clan. The 3 demon emperors, 7 luminaries, and 8 desolation descended from the sky and entered the ancestral land. After a while, the bronze chariot drove into the void and returned to the ancestral land. At the same time, Xian Jiao returned with Ning Chen in the Jiao mansion. The two looked at each other in silence. "Go and rest," Xian Jiao said calmly. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and did not say anything. He turned and walked toward the backyard. Looking at Ning Chen's back, Xian Jiao had mixed feelings. He knew that this disciple was hiding something from him. He did not ask because he did not want to force him. In the backyard of the Jiao mansion, Ning Chen walked over. He looked at the room in front of him but did not enter. In the yard, the cold wind blew and the bamboo swayed. The late autumn night was getting colder and colder. Frost formed on the bamboo leaves and dyed the bamboo white. Ning Chen stood in the yard and looked at the swaying bamboo. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. It was time to open the mansion. The Jiao king had become a sovereign. His status in the Heavenly Devil royal family had also risen. It was only a matter of time before he opened the mansion. The most important thing was that he could not stay in the Jiao mansion forever. Otherwise, the Jiao king would see all his actions clearly. It was not that he did not trust the Jiao king. It was just that their positions were different. The Jiao king could not ignore what he was about to do. In the 3rd Crown Prince's mansion, Xianqing sat on the main seat and kept thinking about what to do next. Xianling had died in the Dragon Monarch Mountain. This was something that he had not expected. He knew better than anyone what this meant. The 3 Crown Princes of the Heavenly Devil royal family protected each other. No one dared to act rashly. However, now that Xianling had left, this balance was completely broken. From now on, the battle between him and the 1st Crown Prince would be completely out in the open. It would be white hot. "3rd Imperial Brother, why did you summon me this evening?" As they spoke, a black-robed young man walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" "Seventh brother is dead," Xianqing said when he saw the man. Xian Yu was shocked when he heard this. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "No need to doubt it. This is true. I saw it with my own eyes." Xianqing said in a low voice. Xian Yu quickly came back to his senses and said, "Third brother, you have to be mentally prepared. Our battle with the first crown prince is about to officially begin." Xianqing nodded and said, "I understand." "Third brother, have you thought about what to do?" Xian Yu asked. Xianqing nodded and said in a low voice, "Use all of seventh brother's forces. Also, think of a way to rope in 13th brother." 13th brother? Hearing this, Xian Yu frowned and said, "Now that 9th imperial uncle has attained the imperial Dao, 13th brother's status will rise greatly, and he might even be conferred the title of crown prince. If we rope him in, won't we be inviting trouble? 13th brother is different from us." Xianqing said seriously, "He's not a direct descendant of the royal family. Even if he has an extraordinary status because of 9th uncle, it's still difficult for him to inherit the throne. After all, no matter how strong 9th uncle is, he's only one person. Father and the other 2 uncles won't allow a prince who's not a direct descendant of the royal family to inherit the throne." Xian Yu frowned again. Although that was what Xianqing said, he still felt that 13th brother was extraordinary. He definitely wasn't someone easy to deal with. "6th brother, in the next few months, I'll leave the fight for 7th brother's forces to you. I'll focus on roping in 13th brother. As long as he helps, we can forcefully suppress the first crown prince," Xianqing said seriously. Xian Yu nodded, but his eyes were filled with confusion. He said, "Third brother, what happened in Dragon Monarch Mountain? With the 4 demon emperors, how could 7th brother be in trouble?" Xianqing sighed softly. Thinking about what happened in Dragon Monarch Mountain, he still felt a bit scared and didn't want to talk about it anymore. He said, "It's not something that can be explained in 2 or 3 sentences. I'll tell you in detail in the future. Now that 7th uncle and 8th uncle are severely injured, they'll definitely enter seclusion for a period of time. During this period, father's authority will reach its peak. This is also our best chance." "Okay," Xian Yu nodded. "I understand." At the same time, in the first crown prince's mansion, Xian Zhen and the 5th prince looked at each other as thoughts flashed through their minds. "Brother, we have to get rid of 13th brother as soon as possible," the 5th prince said in a deep voice. Because of Xian Yu, the first crown prince's mansion couldn't form an alliance with 13th brother. Those who couldn't be used by them had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Xian Zhen sat quietly on the throne. After a long while, he nodded and said, "Let Battle King prepare." Just as the 2 crown princes' mansions made their decisions, the 9th prince in blue stood there for several hours, staring at the broken soul jade on the table in front of him. 7th brother was dead. A trace of sorrow flashed through Xian Kei's eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the eastern horizon, the white of a fish belly emerged. The sky was about to brighten. The morning of the day was about to arrive. Xian Kei came back to his senses and said, "Men, prepare the invitation." Now, it was time for him to make a decision again. Chapter 1073. In the backyard of the 9th Serenity King Manor, Ning Qin had been standing there the whole night. He had not gone to his room to rest. The Heavenly Devil Imperial City was fraught with danger. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Ning Chen was seriously considering every step in the future. He did not dare to be careless. "Your Highness, the 9th Prince has sent an invitation." At this moment, outside the backyard, a King Manor guard quickly walked in and reported respectfully, "Got it. You can leave." Ning Chen came back to his senses and said, "Yes." The guard accepted the order and left. Ning Chen walked out of the backyard and walked towards the front hall. In the King Manor, The invitation was placed on the table. Ning Qin picked it up and frowned after reading it. The 9th prince was coming? Why did Xian Ke come at this time? Ning Chen's thoughts flashed through his mind. The 9th prince, Xian Ke, was undoubtedly the biggest loser. Without Xianling's protection, Xian Ke's forces would be hard to defend. Now that Xian Ke had come, his purpose was worth thinking about. While he was thinking, outside the 9th Serenity King Manor, a young man in blue walked in. His slightly sinister face became much calmer. Xian Ke arrived. In front of the manor, 2 guards immediately saluted. "Your Highness, the 9th prince." "Get up, go and report," Xian Ke said. Yes. One of the guards accepted the order and quickly went into the manor to report. In front of the King Manor, the guard stopped and saluted respectfully. "Your Highness, the 9th prince requests an audience." "Let him in." Inside the manor, Ning Qin said calmly. The guard accepted the order and walked towards the manor. Not long after, Xian Ke's figure appeared outside the King Manor and walked in. Ning Chen walked out of the King Manor and greeted politely, "Greetings, 9th brother." "13th brother, no need to be so polite." Xian Ke took 2 steps forward and helped Ning Chen up. He said, "I am here today to apologize to 13th brother." "Oh." Ning Chen was puzzled and said, "9th brother, what do you mean?" "Your Highness, please have a chat." Xian Ke nodded and followed Ning Qin into the King Manor. "9th brother, please sit," Ning Qin said. "Thank you." Xian Ke spoke courteously, and then he walked to his seat and sat down. "Xiu, serve tea." Ning Qin looked at the woman standing not far away and said, "Yes." Xiu accepted the order and quickly walked towards the back of the palace. "9th Imperial brother, what do you mean by what you said just now?" "I'm stupid. I don't understand what you mean." Ning Chen walked to the opposite side of Xian Ke and asked softly, "It's not a big deal, but 9th Imperial brother still thinks that it's better to be honest with 13th Imperial brother." Xian Ke sighed softly. He looked at Xiu, who was walking over from the back of the palace, and said, "Xiu, I have already set your family members free. You can see them at any time." When Xiu heard this, her body trembled, and the tea tray in her hand almost fell. A little of the tea spilled out, scalding Xiu's hands. Xiu forced herself to endure, stepping forward to put down the tea tray. "Be careful. Don't always be so reckless." Ning Chen said faintly, "Go down and apply some ointment for burns." "Yes." Xiu lowered her head and accepted the order. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked out of the hall. "9th Imperial brother, please don't blame me. It's my fault for not being strict enough and lacking in manners." Ning Chen looked ahead and said with a smile, "13th Imperial brother, you're too polite." Xian Ke sighed softly. "It's not that Xiu was lacking in manners. It's just that what I said just now made her too excited." "9th Imperial brother, what do you mean?" Ning Qin picked up a teacup, poured tea, and pushed it in front of Xian, Quebec, Xiu, searching. "They are spies that I deliberately placed in 13th Imperial brother's residence. I don't have any hostility. I'm just following your 7th Imperial brother's request. After all, 13th Imperial brother's identity is special. If we want to win 13th Imperial brother over, we must know your preferences." Xian Ke said with a hint of apology in his tone. "I see." Ning Chen's face showed a look of understanding. He immediately smiled and said, "9th Imperial brother, you're too serious. If you just want to find out how Imperial brother is doing, these 2 girls can't be considered spies. You can just ask anyone in the palace and you'll know." "It's good that 13th Imperial brother doesn't blame me." Xian Ke breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, "13th Imperial brother, something happened to 7th Imperial brother. You should already know about this." "Yes." Ning Chen's eyes flashed with regret. He said, "Something happened in the Dragon Emperor Mountain. seventh imperial brother, couldn't avoid this disaster. It's really sad. Seventh imperial brother is kind. I didn't expect that he would encounter such a disaster. Xian Ke sighed. The dead are gone. We still have to look forward. 13th imperial brother, you should know about the current situation in the imperial city. 7th imperial brother's accident has broken the balance. In the future, we may all be involved in this huge whirlpool of imperial power. As long as we don't get tempted by power and insist on staying out of it, what's there to be afraid of? Ning Chen said softly. 13th imperial brother, you're thinking too simply. Xian Ke said solemnly, the current situation in the imperial city will soon be clear. The battle between the two crown princes will come out from the dark. Even if we want to stay out of it, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be involved. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned and said, according to ninth imperial brother, what should we do? Ally, advance and retreat together. Xian Ke said seriously, I still have some bargaining chips in my hands. Adding on 13th imperial brother status. Even the two crown princes won't dare to underestimate you. In the future, whether we advance or retreat, the initiative will be in our hands. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a long while, he nodded and said, Ninth imperial brother's words are indeed reasonable. At this time, only by strengthening ourselves can we better protect ourselves. Ninth imperial brother is in charge of the imperial city's laws and has a deep foundation. I still need to rely on ninth imperial brother's care. We're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Xian Ke smiled. So, 13th imperial brother agrees? Ninth imperial brother thinks highly of me. I can't not know what's good for me. Ning Chen said softly. Good. Xian Ke stood up and picked up the teacup. He looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, I'll replace wine with tea and propose a toast to 13th imperial brother. From today onwards, you and I are officially allies. We'll share honor and disgrace, advance and retreat together. Ning Chen stood up and raised the teacup. He said calmly, It's my honor. The teacups clinked and the two drank the tea at the same time. Then they smiled at each other and sat down again. 13th imperial brother, I heard that you went to visit the imperial army's grand commander a few days ago. How was it? Xian Ke asked curiously. We just drank some wine, Ning Chen explained. Grand Commander Xian Mo is an upright person. Even if you want to rope him in, you can't do it. Xian Ke nodded and said, This person is indeed unmoved by force or persuasion. He's always been neutral. Otherwise, the three demon emperors wouldn't be at ease to entrust the heavy responsibility of guarding the imperial city to him. The two talked from early morning until noon. They seemed to be drinking and chatting happily. At noon, Xian Ke stood up and said goodbye. He left reluctantly. In the imperial palace, Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned cold as he watched the former leave. It had been a long time since he felt that someone was as shameless as him. The ninth imperial prince, Xian Quebec. He had underestimated him in the past. Chapter 1074. Ever since the four emperors returned from the Dragon Monarch Mountain, all the races in the world had their eyes on the primeval demon domain, waiting for the next move of the celestial demon clan. The four demon emperors attacked the Dragon Monarch Mountain for something big. It was impossible for them to calm down. However, to everyone's surprise, since the four demon emperors returned from the Dragon Monarch Mountain, they remained silent and didn't do anything. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread in the primeval demon domain, shocking the entire primeval demon domain. The seventh prince of the celestial demon royal family, Xianling, was severely injured and died in the Dragon Monarch Mountain. The fall of the celestial demon crown prince shocked the world. Within a few days, it spread to every corner of the primeval demon realm. The celestial demon clan was the overlord of the primeval demon domain, and its royal family was the most respected in the world. Therefore, the crown prince of the celestial demon royal family had a supreme position in the entire primeval demon domain. No one had thought that a celestial demon crown prince would die in the Dragon Monarch Mountain. For demon emperors attacked together and a crown prince died. This meant that the danger in the Dragon Monarch Mountain was beyond everyone's imagination. For a time, guesses about whether the Dragon Monarch's sword had fallen into the hands of the celestial demon royal family were spread everywhere. In the 9th Underworld King's mansion in the 3 Imperial City, Ning Chen looked at the secret reports sent from the 9th Prince's mansion. His fingers tapped on the table as he pondered. The 9th Prince was in charge of the criminal law of the Imperial City. The intelligence network in his hands was what he needed the most. Although the celestial demon royal family's successor had nothing to do with him, he would be very interested if he could use this opportunity to stir up trouble in the 3 Imperial City and severely injure the celestial demon royal family. Coincidentally, he wasn't best at martial arts. Instead, he was best at stirring up trouble in this sinister hell. "Your Highness." She walked over and served him tea. She said softly, "The mansion bestowed by the Demon Emperor needs to be cleaned. Should Shi and I go over first?" Ning Chen took a sip of tea and nodded. He said, "Bring your family over too. The mansion is short of people." Shi was excited. She took 2 steps back and knelt down. She said gratefully, "Shi and Shi, thank your Highness for your kindness." "Your Highness, I don't like people who kneel, and I don't like others kneeling to me." Ning Chen looked at the woman kneeling on the ground and said calmly, "Get up and talk." "Yes." Shi stood up and said, "Shi and I will remember your Highness's great kindness in our hearts. We will repay your Highness's kindness even if we have to work like an ox or a horse in this lifetime. I don't need you to work like a cow or a horse. Just do your job properly. You may leave." This servant will take her leave. Shiyu, palace's palace. At this moment, in the imperial palace, the void swirled and an illusory figure surrounded by demonic chi appeared. He looked at the young man in front of him and spoke. Heaven, underworld, demon mansion. Was heaven emperor, demon emperor? Xianjio nodded and said, "With your current status, it is indeed not suitable for you to stay here. After you establish your own residence, you must be more careful. In this imperial city, there are many people who want to get rid of you." Ning Chen replied, "I'll take Shiyu and Shi with me. There are many things I still need them to do." Xian of this. He looked at the disciple in front of him and said, "Ning Chen, tell me the truth. Are you going to get involved in the battle for the throne?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, "Master ought to be aware that even if I intend to stay out of this matter, Crown Prince Xianzhen and Crown Prince Xianqing would not agree to it. Since it's like this, why don't I take the initiative to make a move and take the initiative in my own hands?" Xianjio was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "I originally didn't want you to get involved in the battle for the throne, but since you've already decided, I won't force you. However, no matter what the result is, don't let yourself regret it." "Master, don't worry." A wisp of a smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he said, "Master, you should be able to discern that even though my natural talent in cultivation is insufficient and can't compare to the prince's, but if it's in terms of scheming, then I alone am sufficient to match all of them. You should understand that too much is easy to break. There will always be times when one is careless. The most important thing is to improve one's strength. That's the right path." Xianjio said seriously, "I understand." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. I'm no longer a little kid that's inexperienced, and I know who's more important." Xianjio sighed softly and said, "Master is getting old and has become a little long-winded." "Master, you're in your prime. Who dares to say that you're old?" Ning Chen pretended to be confused. "Huh." Xianjio chuckled and said, "You're the best at flattery. All right, I'm going to continue recuperating in seclusion. If there's anything you can't solve, you must wait for me to come out of seclusion. I understand. Goodbye, master. Ning Qin bowed respectfully. Inside the palace, the demonic qi disappeared. Ripples appeared in the air. In a flash, the emperor's figure faded and disappeared. Ning Qin looked out of the palace. The morning sun shone on the ground. It was so warm. It was a good day to go out. After thinking for a while, Ning Qin gathered his thoughts and walked out of the palace. In the western part of the city, in the Imperial Army camp, 2 Imperial Army instructors were sparring on a black demon ceiling stone sparring stage. The sounds of punches and kicks compressing space filled the air, and the several hundred soldiers below were seething with excitement. Outside the Imperial Army's camp, Ning Qin walked in. In front of the camp, 2 soldiers reached out to stop him. Ning Qin took out a token from his waist and showed it to the 2. Greetings, 13th Prince. The 2 Imperial Army soldiers immediately half knelt and bowed. Rise. Ning Qin smiled and said, Is Commander Xian Mo here? Your Highness, the commander is receiving an important guest inside, one of the Imperial Army soldiers said. Important guest. Hearing this, Ning Qin's eyes flashed. Who is it? 6th Prince. The Imperial Army soldier replied. 6th Prince Xianyu? Ning Qin heard this name before and was slightly surprised. Why is he here? Xianyu was one of the 12 princes and princesses who kept a low profile. He seemed to be in the crown prince's camp and rarely showed himself. Please help me inform him, Ning Qin said. 13th Prince, please wait. The Imperial Army soldier replied and quickly walked toward the camp. After a few minutes, the Imperial Army general who went to inform Ning Qin came back. Looking at the young figure in front of the camp, he said respectfully, 13th Prince, the commander invites you in. Thank you. Ning Qin replied and walked into the barracks. In the Imperial Army camp, the Imperial Army soldiers were training step by step. The most eye-catching was the intense battle on the sparring stage. Hundreds of people were watching, and it was very lively. In front of the sparring stage, 2 figures stood side by side. One was wearing heavy armor and looked very steady. The other was wearing black and looked very feminine. Grand Commander, 6th brother. Ning Qin walked forward and clasped his fists. It's 13th brother. Seeing who it was, Xianyu smiled and said, 13th brother, how come you have time to visit the Imperial Army camp today? Ning Qin smiled and replied, I was bored in the mansion, so I came out for a walk. I didn't expect to come here, so I came in to take a look. Hearing this, Xianyu sneered in his heart. What a load of nonsense. The 9th Underworld King's mansion was more than 100 miles away. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. Where is 6th brother? Why are you here? Ning Qin asked. Just like 13th brother, I came to take a look. Xianyu collected his thoughts and smiled. On the side, Xianyu quietly watched the confrontation between the 2. She felt helpless in her heart. The children of the imperial family were born with shrewdness that ordinary people could not compare to. This 6th prince was undoubtedly one of the best. She had to be on guard against him. As for this disciple of the 9th Underworld King, after the drinking competition last time, his impression of him had changed a lot. Seeing him again today, this disciple showed him a different side. Ingenuity, cunning, or sincerity, he couldn't tell at the moment. Boom! On the sparring stage, an Imperial Army instructor shouted and sent his opponent flying 100 steps away with a punch. His abnormally strong physical body was very eye-catching. Ning Qin shifted his gaze and looked at the Imperial Army instructor on the battle stage. His face was full of admiration as he said, Expert, I heard that 13th brother's strength is amazing. Why don't you go up and spar? Xianyu said. Ning Qin looked sideways and said, Sure, but how about adding some stakes? Xianyu narrowed his eyes and said, 13th brother, what stakes do you want? I've always heard that there is a black prison mountain in 6th brother's treasury. It has amazing magnetism, and 13th brother is very interested in it. I just don't know if 6th brother is willing to take it out, Ningqin said. Xian Yu's heart sank when he heard this. This disciple had only been in the imperial family for a few days, but he already knew so much about the items in his residence. It seemed that 13th brother wasn't as aloof as he seemed. It's not impossible to take out the Black Prison Mountain as a stake, but there is a reciprocal. 13th brother should show some sincerity, Xian Yu said calmly. My sincerity is very simple. If 6th brother wins, I will never step into the 3rd prince's residence, Ning Chen said with a smile. Xian Yu's eyes flashed when he heard Ning Chen's message. This stake was indeed not small. Everyone knew the current situation in the imperial family. The 2 crown princes were fighting for the throne, and everyone was choosing their side. 13th brother's action was blocking his only way out. With such a huge bet, was he really that confident in himself? Ning Chen looked at the 6th prince, and a faint sneer appeared on his face. He had never intended to side with the 3rd prince, so this stake was worthless. He had come here to rope in Xian Mo, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Army. If he could win Xian Yu's Black Prison Mountain, it would be a pleasant surprise. Xian Yu is at the King Realm. Xian Mo, who hadn't spoken until now, reminded Ningqin. I know. Ningqin looked at the demon sealing stone and smiled. I only dare to make such a choice because I'm with big brother Xian Mo with the demon sealing stone. Xian Yu's cultivation wouldn't be suppressed. If he still couldn't win, then he wouldn't have the face to see his monstrous friends. Chapter 1075. Within the Imperial Army camp, the 2 princes stared at each other on a sparring stage made of demon sealing stone. The situation was tense, and a battle could erupt at any moment. Around the sparring platform, the hundreds of Imperial Army soldiers looked at the 2 people with blazing eyes. None of the princes and princesses of the imperial family were weak. They also wanted to see just how powerful a prince with the imperial family's bloodline could be. Please. After facing each other for a while, the 2 moved at the same time. Even though their cultivation techniques were restricted, their powerful physical bodies allowed them to be shockingly fast. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided. With a boom, the 2 fists collided and the space exploded. The 2 were so close to each other that their fists and feet collided. Rumbling sounds continued to spread out. The physical bodies of the 2 were extremely powerful, and every move they made caused the wind to howl. After a dozen more moves, the fists and palms collided, and the battle became more and more intense. Below, hundreds of Imperial Army soldiers kept cheering for the 2, each supporting the one they thought was good. Yun Hong, who do you think will win? Xian Mo asked as she looked at the 2 on the sparring stage. It's hard to tell. The Imperial Army instructor, who had won earlier, had a serious expression. Although His Highness 6th Highness is a king and has a stronger physical body, His Highness 13th Highness isn't any weaker than His Highness 6th Highness in terms of movement techniques and techniques. The winner of this battle should be 50-50. Speaking up to there, Yun Hong looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said seriously, Commander, you should know why His Highness 6th Highness and His Highness 13th Highness came, right? Yes. Xian Mo nodded and said, something happened to the 7th Crown Prince, and the battle for the throne has reached its climax. Even His Highness 6th Highness, who rarely shows himself, has personally come. It seems like 1st Crown Prince is really anxious. Commander, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask, Yun Hong said in a deep voice. Speak. Xian Mo said calmly. Everyone says that His Highness 6th Highness is 1st Crown Prince's man, but from his conversation with Commander today, he hasn't mentioned 1st Crown Prince even once. Yun Hong said seriously. Are you doubting His Highness 6th Highness' true position? Xian Mo asked with a frown. Yun Hong nodded and said, although it's just a guess, there's no harm in Grand Commander thinking about it carefully. If it weren't for the preconceived notion, no one would be able to tell that the sixth prince was really recruiting soldiers for the first prince. Xian Emo fell silent. She believed in Yun Hong's judgment. In the imperial army, Yun Hong's martial prowess and intelligence were unmatched. If he said that there was a problem with the sixth prince, then there really was a problem with the sixth prince. As the two of them conversed, the battle on the arena grew more and more intense, and it shook the heavens and the earth to the point the surrounding space shook. With a rumbling sound, the fist energy brushed past Ning Chen's body and shattered the flagpole in the distance. Ning Chen's fists turned into palms, pulling, guiding, shifting. Using a technique never seen before, he instantly dispelled the power of the former's move. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Ning Chen took half a step forward and pushed his right shoulder forward, knocking his opponent away. 10 zhang away. Xian Yu stopped. His eyes were filled with shock. What kind of battle technique was that? Why had he never seen it before? In front of the battle arena, Xian Emo and Yun Hong saw the changes in the battle situation, and their expressions flashed with surprise. The 13th prince's move just now was very strange. It seemed slow, but when he attacked at the end, it was as fast as lightning. It was hard to see, clearly. The two of them once again clashed on the arena, facing a battle technique he had never seen before. Xian Yu's attacks were filled with fear. Gradually, he fell into a disadvantage. Sixth brother, I'll be taking your Black Prison Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the former's arm. Then he borrowed the momentum to step forward and punch out. The moment the punch landed, Xian Yu's body flew dozens of zhang away and fell off the arena. The sudden change made everyone unable to recover from their shock. The hundreds of Imperial Army soldiers were all stunned. No one understood what had just happened. Below the sparring arena, a look of thought flashed across Yun Hong's eyes as he said, "Grand Commander, it seems that we need to change our views." Yes. Xian Emo nodded. This battle had indeed given them a huge shock. It turned out that strength wasn't all about speed and toughness. On the other side, Xian Yu recovered from his shock and looked at the young man on the arena. After a long while, he said, "If you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. From today onwards, the Black Prison Mountain is yours." After saying that, Xian Yu flipped his right hand, and a palm-sized black magnetic mountain flew forward. When the Black Prison Mountain appeared, all the weapons in the Imperial Army camp began to tremble. In the next moment, they all flew toward the Black Magnetic Mountain. On the battle stage, Ning Chen caught the flying Black Prison Mountain and put it away with a flip of his palm. Shortly after, he waved his right hand and sent all the divine weapons flying towards him back. "Thank you, sixth brother." Ning Chen looked at the figure below the arena and smiled. "No need. This is what you deserve. I still have matters to attend to at my residence, so I won't accompany you any longer. Goodbye." After saying that, Xian Yu didn't stay any longer and left. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched the sixth prince leave. Was the sixth prince's shrewdness so shallow, or did the sixth prince do it on purpose? In the third prince's residence, Xian Qing sat on the throne and looked at the black-clothed figure walking toward him. "How is it? Xian Emo is too difficult to rope in. I suggest we give up for now," Xian Yu said softly. "However, there was a pleasant surprise today. Why don't you take a guess?" Xian Qing frowned and said, "You went to the Imperial Army camp. Other than Xian Emo, what else is there?" Xian Yu smiled faintly and said, "I met 13th brother." 13th brother? Xian Qing looked surprised and said, "He went there too?" "Yes." Xian Yu nodded and said helplessly, "He also lost my Black Prison Mountain to him." "Oh." Xian Qing's eyes were filled with interest. "What do you mean?" "It's like this." Xian Yu told Xian Qing everything that happened in the Imperial Army camp, especially the details of his battle with 13th brother. 13th brother is so strong, Xianqing said in surprise. I wanted to lose to him on purpose, but I didn't expect to lose to him in the end, Xianyu said with a bitter smile. It's fine if you lose. Xianqing smiled and said, If 13th brother can come to our side with Black Prison Mountain, it's worth it. I hope so. Xianyu nodded and said, Third brother, I can't stay here for long. I have to go. Okay. Xianqing nodded and said, You have to be careful around first brother. Don't reveal any flaws. Understood. Xianyu replied softly. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left. Chapter 1076. In the Imperial Army camp, Xianyu left after a probing contest, looking very displeased. The emotions that he should not have shown made Ning Qin suspicious. The 12 princes and princesses of the Sky Devil royal family were not simple people. The tolerance that the 6th prince showed was not in line with his identity. Everything went too far. Xianyu's behavior made Ning Qin suspicious. After thinking for a while, Ning Qin collected his thoughts and walked down the stage. Looking at the middle-aged man below, he smiled and said, Brother Xianmo, I embarrassed myself just now. Your Highness, you are too humble. Your performance really opened our eyes, Xianmo said with emotion. I learned a martial art in the past, but it was difficult to integrate it into battle. Thanks to Master's Flying Swan formula, I had the chance to try it. Ning Qin smiled and continued, However, it is my first time using it, so I am a little rusty. Although the Flying Swan formula can integrate martial arts in the world, it requires too much talent, which happens to be my weakness. Diligence makes up for stupidity. Your Highness, you have surpassed everyone in your generation. Talent is not important, Xianmo looked at the man in front of him and said seriously, Huh. Beside him, Yunhong chuckled and said, Commander, why do I feel that you are praising yourself? Brother Yin, you must be joking. I'm just stating facts. Your Highness' attainments in martial arts have indeed surpassed all the geniuses of the younger generation. Even when compared to old monsters like us, you're not inferior at all, Xianmo said with a serious expression. You're too rigid. I was just joking. Yunhong shook his head helplessly and said, Everyone in the primordial demon region knows about your Highness's strength. Do we need to talk about it? Who is this brother? Ning Qin looked at the man beside Xianmo and asked. Yunhong, the fist technique instructor of the Imperial Army camp. Xianmo introduced him formally. Brother Yunhong, I have heard a lot about you. Ning Qin cupped his fists and said politely, Your Highness, you are too polite. Yunhong smiled and said, I have heard a lot about your Highness, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Seeing you today, your Highness is indeed extraordinary. Are you two hypocrites? Xianmo said lightly. Huh. Yunhong laughed and said, What is a blockhead like you know? This is the most basic form of courtesy. Only a blockhead like you would find it hypocritical. Ning Qin also smiled and said, Brother Xianmo is an upright person. Of course, he is not used to it. Unlike me, I have almost forgotten what is sincerity after so many years. I talk to whoever I meet and talk nonsense. Xianmo didn't continue on this topic and asked, Your Highness, what brings you here today? It's not a big deal. It's just that I'll be moving to a new residence soon. When the time comes, I'd like to invite Brother Xianmo over for a visit. Ning Qin said seriously. Create momentum? Xianmo directly asked. Ning Qin wasn't hypocritical and said honestly, Besides my master, I don't have any foundation in the 3 Emperors' city. If Brother Xianmo can go there, you can certainly intimidate many people. Beside him, Yunhong's eyes flashed. This 13th prince was really bold. He had not expected him to state his intentions so directly. Everyone knew that Commander Xianmo didn't participate in the fight for the throne. Back then, the 3 crown princes had tried to rope her in more than once. In the end, none of them succeeded. He more or less understood the commander's temper. She wouldn't compromise if she didn't want to do it. Sure. Just then, Xian Mo nodded and said, when the time comes, just send someone to inform me. Commander Yu? On the side, Yun Hong's face was filled with shock. The commander agreed. Did he hear it wrong? I'm just going there for a visit. What's there to be surprised about? Xian Mo said indifferently. It's nothing for others, but the commander is different. Yun Hong came back to his senses and said with a smile, after so many years, I've never seen the commander go to any prince's residence for a visit. When did you become so long-winded? Xian Mo said indifferently. Huh. Yun Hong chuckled and said, I won't say any more. 13th Prince, when the time comes, can I also get a cup of wine to drink? Brother Yun Hong, if you can do me the honor, I can't ask for more. Ning Qin said seriously. Hong Yun smiled and didn't say anything else. He didn't know much about the 13th Prince and didn't think highly of him compared to the other princes. However, he believed in the first commander's judgment. A person who could make the first commander look at him in a different light was definitely not someone ordinary. In the next half-day, Ning Chen followed the two to visit the Imperial Army camp. The weakest of the Imperial Army's elite troops was at the treading immortal realm. The Imperial Army had more than 10,000 soldiers and was invincible. When the sun was about to set, Ning Chen left the camp and walked towards the 9th Underworld King's residence. On the street, the sky was getting dark and the lanterns were being lit. The bustling imperial city also began to quiet down at night. Ning Chen walked on the street, thinking about something as he walked. His pace wasn't fast. He still hadn't returned to his residence when the sky was completely dark. 13. Just then, an extremely heavy demonic aura descended from the sky without any warning. It shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hearing the voice of the first demon emperor, Ning Chen was shocked. He looked at the void in front of him and his heart was in turmoil. He didn't notice it at all. Was the demon emperor so much more powerful than him? After a moment of shock, Ning Chen quickly collected his thoughts and suppressed the shock in his heart. He bowed respectfully and said, Demon Emperor, you may rise. The first Demon Emperor said calmly. Thank you, Demon Emperor. Ning Chen straightened his body and looked forward. Demon Emperor, do you have any orders for me? I'm here to give you a task. You must complete it on the day of the opening ceremony. The first Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. Ning Chen frowned hearing this and said, What is it? Eliminate the Howling Moon royal family. The first Demon Emperor said coldly. Ning Chen was stunned. The Howling Moon royal family? That enormous existence that was comparable to the royal family? As for the specifics, someone will inform you very soon. What you need to do is to act according to orders and eliminate them. Remember, I don't want any survivors. I don't want any of them. The first Kuin Demon Emperor said coldly. Soon after, his figure faded and gradually disappeared. Don't tell your master about this. At least, don't let him know before the mission is completed. The first Demon Emperor left. His last words echoed in the heavens and earth for a long time. Ning Chen's expression darkened. What exactly was this number 1 Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan planning? How could a colossus like the Howling Moon Royal Clan be destroyed so easily? How was the celestial demonic imperial clan going to deal with the endless gossip of the world? Although the heavenly demon royal family was powerful, it was impossible for them to go against the entire primordial demon realm. In front of the 9 Nether King residents, Ning Chen recovered from his thoughts. He looked at the palace in front of him and hesitated. Should I tell my master about this? Chapter 1077. The night was chilly in the 9th Underworld King's mansion. Ning Chen returned and stood in front of the king's palace, thinking carefully about the order given by the first Underworld Demon King. The order to exterminate a clan was terrifying, especially when the target was a powerful royal family. The Howl Moon royal clan had always kept a low profile, and there was very little information about this clan in the world. However, no one could deny that the Howl Moon royal clan was formidable, especially the current Howl Moon King. Supposedly, he was already halfway through the monarch realm, and he was extremely terrifying. He didn't understand why the celestial devil imperial family would make such a decision. The 3 demon sovereigns should have understood this logic. Why is His Highness so troubled every day? I have never seen His Highness rest since he came to the king's mansion. Outside the king's palace, Shurching looked at the white-haired figure in front of the king's palace and asked, "Everyone has their own troubles. His Highness is not a direct descendant of the royal family. It is definitely not just luck that allowed him to come this far." Shiyu sighed. These days, basically all the members of the royal family in the imperial city have come to visit. Even several princes have come. They undoubtedly want to borrow the power of your Highness. The situation in the imperial city is complicated. Even your Highness has to deal with it carefully. With the 9th underworld king around, who dares to make things difficult for His Highness, Shurching was puzzled. The 9th underworld king is indeed powerful, but he is not the only demon king in the 3 imperial city. While speaking, Shuryu looked at the 3 imperial palace in the distance. The 3 demon kings were the real masters of the heavenly demon clan. The 9th underworld king had not been involved in worldly affairs for many years. His influence on the heavenly demon clan was far less than the 3 demon kings. Shurching listened to her elder sister's words, but she did not fully understand. "All right, let's go back. Don't disturb His Highness," Shuryu said calmly, then turned and walked towards the backyard. Shurching took one last look at the figure in front of the king's palace and followed her with a puzzled expression. 5 days later, in the west of the 3 imperial city, a luxurious mansion was newly opened 100 miles away from the 9th underworld king's mansion. Many royal family members came to congratulate them. As the owner of the new mansion, Ning Qin was busy entertaining guests for the entire day. More than half of the 12 princes and princesses came. Even the first crown prince and third crown prince chose to come in person at this important moment. The 7 luminaries Devil Emperor and the 8 desolations Devil Emperor both sent people over to celebrate. "Big Brother Xian Mo, Big Brother Yunhong, you're finally here." When all the guests arrived, 2 silhouettes walked over. Ning Chen immediately went up to greet them. "It's just a small gift. Please accept it." Yunhong took out a jade box and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Yunhong." Ning Qin took the jade box and handed it to Shurching, who was beside him. Then he led the way for the 2 of them. In the mansion, the members of the royal family and several princes and princesses from various forces were shocked when they saw the newcomer. Great Commander Xian Mo had actually come in person. First Crown Prince Xian Zhen and Third Crown Prince Xian Qing's expressions turned heavy. The 13th prince had actually invited Xian Mo. Just as the banquet was about to begin, demonic qi surged in the void and a black-robed figure appeared. His face was covered with a striped mask, and his powerful demonic qi attracted everyone's attention. "Messenger? Demon Emperor Kun Yi has decreed the 13th prince as the 4th crown prince of the imperial family." After saying that, a black gold token surrounded by demonic qi appeared in the black-robed figure's hand and flew forward. In front of everyone, Ning Chun reached out and took the token. Instantly, a powerful force entered his body and cleansed his demonic body. "Thank you, Demon Emperor." Ning Chun bowed respectfully and accepted the order. At the banquet, all the princes and members of the royal family recovered from their shock and had complicated expressions. Although they had already guessed that this day would come, they still found it hard to believe that the 13th prince had been conferred the title with their own eyes. In the void, the messenger didn't say anything after completing his task. Demonic qi surged, and he disappeared. "Congratulations, 13th prince." At the banquet, all the members of the royal family stood up and congratulated him. "Thank you." Ningchen smiled and returned the greeting. At the head of the banquet, Xian Zhen and Xian Qing looked at everyone silently and felt confused. They knew that the 13th prince couldn't inherit the throne, but they still felt uncomfortable when they saw the 13th prince being conferred the title of crown prince and sitting on the same level as them. After sitting for a while, Xian Qing suppressed his emotions and stood up. He looked at the figure in plain clothes and said, "Congratulations, 13th brother." "Thank you, 3rd brother," Ningchen said with a smile. Xian Zhen also stood up beside Xian Qing and picked up a cup of wine. He looked responsible and said, "13th brother, here's to you." "Thank you, 1st brother." Ningchen picked up the cup and returned the greeting. The wine was soft and fragrant. It wasn't as strong as the military wine, but it was sweeter. After drinking the wine, Xian Zhen sat down and didn't say anything else. The banquet officially started. All the princes, especially the 3 crown princes, became the focus of everyone. From dawn to dusk, Xiu and Shiqing were so busy that they didn't even have time to rest. After the banquet ended, Ningchen said goodbye to the guests one by one. The smile on his face didn't change at all. After everyone left, Xian Mo and Yun Hong got up and left together. "Are you tired of pretending?" Xian Mo looked at the young man beside her and asked lightly. "I'm used to it." The smile on Ning Chen's face gradually faded. He said seriously, "Brother Xian Mo, thank you for today." "It's nothing." Xian Mo replied calmly, and then she strode away. Yun Hong smiled at the young man in front of him and followed. After everyone left, Ningchen closed his eyes tiredly. After 3 breaths, he opened them again and looked like he had recovered. Now it was time to get down to business. 13th prince, let's go. At this moment, demonic qi surged in the air. The messenger who left returned. His aura was as strong as Xian Mo's. "Okay." Ningchen nodded. He looked at the 2 girls behind him and said calmly, "Stay in the palace. Don't go out." Xiu and Shiqing came back to their senses and immediately bowed. "Yes." Ningchen looked away and walked out of the palace. The messenger disappeared and left the crown prince's palace together. 15 minutes later, 100 miles away from the 3 imperial city, 2 figures appeared. At this moment, in the air, thousands of figures appeared out of nowhere. Their powerful qi was even more terrifying than that of the imperial city's imperial army, the underworld army. Ningchen looked at the thousands of figures, and his heart sank. This was a name that he had only learned today. The Celestial Devil Imperial family had specially trained the punitive expedition army with the goal of exterminating the rebels of the 100 races. "Greetings, your highness." The 1,000 underworld army half knelt and bowed. "Get up," Ningchen said. He looked towards the southeast and said, "Let's go." Yes, the 1,000 underworld army took the order and headed towards the southeast. Chapter 1078. The night was low, the clouds were steaming, and the cold moon reflected the chilliness of the killing intent. Moonwolf Mountain stretched for thousands of miles. It was where the legendary Howling Moon royal family was located. The mountain range was tall and steep. In the king's domain, the people of the Howling Moon clan were taking in the moonlight as usual. At this moment, dark clouds blocked the moon in the sky above the king's domain. Demonic qi covered the entire Moonwolf Mountain. What's going on? In the king's domain, the people of the Howling Moon clan were shocked. They looked at the sky in confusion. In front of the Howling Moon royal palace, Tsangming walked out. He looked at the sky with a dark expression. "Howling Moon army, the enemy is attacking. Get ready to fight." Tsangming said in a deep voice. In the west of the king's domain, 3 figures walked out of the Howling Moon army's camp and said, respectfully, "Yes." As soon as they said that, black demonic figures appeared in the sky. They descended from the sky, and their demonic aura shocked everyone in the king's domain. The underworld army. In front of the king's domain, Songming's calm expression changed. It was the underworld army. In the sky, thousands of demonic figures formed hand seals together. Thousands of demonic runes appeared and turned into a demonic net that covered the sky above the king's domain. In an instant, all the spirit chi and moonlight in the entire Moonwolf Mountain were sucked away. Demonic chi surged and filled every corner. Demonic artifact, heaven-devouring flask. Songming could no longer hide the shock on his face when he saw the demonic net. An ancient demonic artifact appeared on the demonic net. The black body of the flask kept absorbing the energy from the Moonwolf Mountain. As soon as the demonic artifact appeared, the protective formation of Moonwolf Mountain began to shake violently. The spirit chi was sucked away and dissipated quickly. Kill them all. In the sky, the white-clothed figure walked out and said coldly as she looked down at the pure land that was exposed, "Yes." Behind him, the 1,000 soldiers of the underworld army received their orders. Their figures flashed as they swiftly descended. In the next moment, the sound of killing was heard. Blood filled the sky. The thousands of underworld army soldiers took innocent lives mercilessly with their black, demonic sabers. "Your Highness." Beside Ningqin, a messenger who was dressed in black and had black runes on his face stepped forward and said, "I'll leave young Lord Xiaoyu to you." "Okay." Ningqin nodded silently. He clenched his right hand and the berserk bone materialized. It was a black saber with surging demonic chi. Taking a step forward, Ningqin's figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Howling Moon Royal Hall. The berserk bone sword slashed down, filling the eyes with black streaks. The merciless sword was filled with boundless killing intent, yet it was so empty. Ningqin held the saber in his hand, and his calm eyes turned unusually cold. He was not willing to use his sword to protect Xiaoqin. Songming raised his hand to catch the blade light. He looked at his clansmen falling one after another in the king's domain and asked with a gloomy expression, "Why?" "Because you can't live," Ningqin replied coldly. He increased the strength of the violent bone in his hand by 30%. With the momentum of 1,000 caddies, he was able to break through 10,000 soldiers. Aiding a tyrant is an unforgivable crime. Howling Moon holy technique. Songming was enraged and his true chi surged. His true chi surged and his true chi exploded. Green waves swept out and the chaotic force shook the starry sky. The Howling Moon young master, who couldn't restrain his rage, revealed his most terrifying cultivation, and he broke through his shackles and stepped foot into the king realm. Ningqin's eyes narrowed as he flipped his palm. Dense, demonic yuan circled around his palm as he faced the king's attack head-on. Boom! The two attacks collided. Ningqin took 10 steps back, and his violent bone sword stabbed into the ground to stop himself from retreating. The king realm was invincible. The messenger looked down at the 13th prince, who was at a disadvantage. A strange light flashed through his eyes under the mask. The young master of the Howling Moon clan was indeed holding back. It was amazing for such a prodigy to appear in the younger generation. Unfortunately, no matter how amazing a prodigy was, it was useless if he couldn't grow. In front of the Howling Moon Palace, demonic chi and moonlight clashed continuously. The Howling Moon young master, who had gathered all his true chi, unleashed a powerful attack that shook the heavens. After exchanging a few blows, Ningqin couldn't gain the upper hand. He glanced at the messenger who was overlooking the battle and sighed in his heart. He no longer held back. With a shout, demonic flames rose and Ningqin used the 9 underworlds battle technique. The power of his violent bone sword instantly increased by a few folds. The power of heaven, severing, slashed through the air and fell mercilessly. Songming raised his hand to block the black blade, but the aftershock couldn't be dissipated. Rays of blade light slashed through the air and crashed into the Howling Moon Palace behind him. Shockingly, The palace couldn't withstand the aftershock of the battle and collapsed under the destruction of the blade light. In front of the palace, Song-Ming pushed Violent Bone's sword away with a flip of his palm and used his right hand to counterattack. Instead of retreating, Ning Chen clenched his left hand into a fist and took the attack head-on. With a rumbling sound, the extreme powers collided again. Raging waves swept out continuously. In the battle, the two figures separated, but in an instant they collided again. Fist after fist, blade after blade. The two were so close to each other. Their fists collided and the blade light pierced through the air, showing no mercy. When the two were fighting, the massacre took place in every corner of the Moonwolf Mountain. The demonic weapon absorbed the moonlight and spiritual qi, and the moon-worshipping clan's strength was severely restricted. They couldn't even fight back against the underworld army. The three commanders of the Howling Moon Army led 3,000 Howling Moon Army soldiers into the battle. The battle instantly turned white-hot as blood filled the air. In the air, the messenger looked down and frowned. The Howling Moon Royal Clan's Howling Moon Army was indeed extraordinary. They could still fight against the Heavenly Demon Clan's underworld army, even with the suppression of the sky-devouring gourd. It seemed that the 3 demon spears that the Demon King asked him to prepare were not wasted. With that thought, 3 black demon spears appeared in the messenger's hand. The shocking demonic power distorted the air and caused the entire Moonwolf Mountain to shake. Watch out! Song-Ming, who was fighting with Ning Chen in front of the palace, felt something and looked up. His eyes narrowed. Song-Ming's voice reached the ears of the 3 commanders of the Howling Moon Army. However, it was too late. In the shocking scene, the 3 demon spears broke through the boundary of time and space and instantly arrived in front of the 3 commanders of the Howling Moon Army. Ugh! The spears pierced through their bodies and blood spurted out. The 3 commanders of the Howling Moon Army flew several feet away and were nailed to the ground with a thud. "Young master, let's go!" The last words were so soft that they couldn't be heard clearly. The eyes of the 3 commanders of the Howling Moon Army gradually lost their luster as they died. In front of the palace, Song-Ming was shocked when he saw this scene. He was absent-minded and was sent flying by a palm strike. There was a loud rumble as the azure-robed figure crashed into the ruins of the palace. Blood spurted out and dyed his azure-robed figure red. Ning Chen looked at the heavily injured Howling Moon young master with a grim expression. What's going on? The Howling Moon royal clan shouldn't be so weak. Where's the Howling Moon King? Why hasn't the Howling Moon Lord, who's half a step into the monarch realm, shown himself? Just as Ning Chen was feeling puzzled, the messenger looked at the battle in front of the imperial palace from the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Your Highness, there's no need to think too much. The Howling Moon King failed to break through to the Emperor realm and died a few days ago. The current Howling Moon royal clan is so weak." Chapter 1079. On the Moonwolf Mountain, the heavenly demonic royal army of the underworld race was approaching the Howling Moon secret realm. The Howling Moon tribe tried their best to fight back, but the heaven-swallowing flask kept absorbing the spiritual qi and moonlight from the secret realm, causing the Howling Moon tribe to lose their source of power. At the critical moment, the Royal Howling Moon Army joined the battle, and the underworld race's army fell into a tough battle, not allowing the battle to go out of control. The messenger's 3 demonic spears appeared in the air, and their demonic power pierced through time and space, reaching the 3 Howling Moon commanders. The 3 Howling Moon commanders were nailed to the ground by the invincible power, and the battle changed instantly. With the death of the commanders, the Howling Moon Army was leaderless and was quickly defeated by the underworld race's army. Broken spears were stabbed into the ground, and the flames of war burned every inch of the land, sending chills down everyone's spines. In front of the Howling Moon Palace, Ning Chen sent the Howling Moon young lord flying, and his blood stained the scorched ground. The destruction of the underworld race appeared clearly in front of him, and Songming's eyes were filled with hatred, which kept attacking his body. Whoa! At this moment, a terrifying power was awakening in the depths of the Howling Moon's secret realm. It surpassed the King realm and was infinitely close to the legendary Emperor realm. King! The Howling Moon tribe felt it, and their faces were filled with joy. They all looked in the direction of the rising power, and their hearts were filled with hope. On the ruins of the palace, Songming staggered to his feet and looked back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, he saw his father pass away with his own eyes. How could his father's aura appear again? Everyone watched as a blue moon rose from the depths of the Howling Moon's secret realm. Wherever its light shone, the King Realm people's strength quickly recovered, and their combat power multiplied. Beside the blue moon, a middle-aged man appeared. His face was solemn, and his powerful aura was surging, showing signs of entering the Emperor realm. The Howling Moon King appeared, and the heavens and earth mourned. Under the pressure of his vast power, the thousands of underworld race soldiers in the Howling Moon's secret realm felt their bodies sink, and their power was restrained. The underworld race army was in danger, and casualties began to appear. Father, on the ruins of the palace, Songming looked at the figure in the sky and murmured softly. Then his eyes became determined, and he looked at the person in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The battle, just battle, doesn't count. From now on." "I couldn't ask for more," Ning Qin replied calmly. When he came back to his senses, the azure-robed figure instantly flashed over. The vast palm force and the laws of heaven and earth coiled around it, and its divine might was shocking. Ning Qin channeled his energy and activated the Flying Swan incantation. A demonic sun appeared and an immortal technique appeared. Demonic might surged. Since ancient times, no one had ever used demonic might to catalyze an immortal technique. Today was the first time an immortal and a devil had fused together. The laws of heaven and earth were instantly thrown into chaos. When the two prodigies clashed again, the scene was completely different from before. It was an even more shocking battle as it instantly flattened the entire Howling Moon Royal Hall. In the air, the Howling Moon King appeared at the most crucial moment of the battle. With his shocking ability, he dispersed the demonic might and ensured peace. The first Demon Emperor had said that the Howling Moon King was dead. Why would the Howling Moon King appear here? Back off now, and I'll spare your lives. The Howling Moon Emperor spoke in a cold tone. Howling Moon King, your era is over. Today, I'll send you to the afterlife. The messenger descended from the sky above the Moon Wolf Mountain. The heaven-devouring gourd floated above his head, and boundless demonic power swept across the land. Sky, fiend messenger. Looking at the messenger, the Howling Moon King's eyes flashed as he spoke. So the Howling Moon King knows me. I'm honored. Unfortunately, you have to die. With a flip of his palm, demonic flames swept out from the heaven-devouring gourd. The demonic might around the messenger continued to rise, engulfing everything within 10,000 miles. In the next moment, 4 figures walked out from the boundless demonic flames. Their auras were equally powerful, and none of them were weaker than the messenger. 4 messengers. Seeing the 4 figures, the Howling Moon King squinted his eyes and spoke seriously. A messenger and 4 messengers appeared at the same time. The auras of the Absolute Kings covered the sky, and the entire battle became tense. Kill! The messenger spoke. He and his palms moved, and the sound of wind and thunder accompanied them. Thunder rumbled as they killed the Howling Moon King. The 4 messengers moved at the same time, and the power of the 4 laws was activated, sealing the land and trapping the Absolute Kings. This was a shocking battle. The 5 messengers had sealed the Absolute Kings, and the Sky Fiend's #1 Emperor weapon. The Howling Moon King's eyes narrowed, and moonlight rose from his eyes. He raised his hands, and a bright moon rose. In front of the moon, the shadow of a huge sky wolf howled at the moon. The sky wolf howled at the moon, and its demonic chi filled the sky. The strongest absolute king, the howling moon king's demonic chi rose, and he punched out, clashing with the 5 messengers. The sky-shattering fist shook the world. The 5 messengers worked together to resist the absolute kings, and the 4 messengers used their techniques to nullify the absolute king's attacks. Their chi and blood went against the flow, and they suffered a backlash. After being injured in one move, they all took half a step back. The 4 messengers' lips were red, and they were injured. The moment the messengers of the 4 messengers retreated, the messenger took a step forward and punched out, causing the sky and earth to sink. As the punch landed, thousands of demons howled. The Howling Moon King also took half a step back, and his demonic chi surged, showing signs of instability. At this level of cultivation, feints were already useless. Every move was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Above the messenger, the sky, swallowing pot, spat out demonic flames. With the support of the Emperor's might, the strength of the messengers doubled, and they were forced to the same level as the Howling Moon King. In front of the ruins of the Imperial Palace, Ning Chen glanced at the battle in the sky, and his face darkened. The Sky Fiend Imperial family had so many powerful absolute kings, which was shocking. It seemed that the Howling Moon royal family's extinction was inevitable. No matter how powerful the Howling Moon King was, he could not withstand the joint attack of 5 absolute kings, not to mention the sky-swallowing pot. Thinking of this, Ning Chen yelled, and his sky fiend body was activated. Instantly, demonic waves swept across the land. The 6th level of the star-shaking realm could fight against the mortal world. Ning Chen activated the 6th level of his body, and his demonic chi climbed to the star-shaking realm. At the same time, he activated the 9 underworlds battle technique, and demonic flames surged, increasing his demonic chi by 3 times. 9 heavens, star-picking hand, rising rain. This was the first martial art of the demonic realm, and it shook the world with yin and yang. Songming could not react in time, and his body was pushed hundreds of feet away. Hundreds of feet away, Songming's body stabilized, and he lifted his hand to counter the attack. Bai Yi arrived, her palm striking out. With a loud boom, the ground between the two of them split apart, the void completely shattered. The 2 powerful absolute kings of the younger generation were almost as powerful as the absolute kings of the older generation. Every move they made could distort space and time. In this demonic Skynet, you have no chance of survival. However, the underworld forbidden spell is a gift from the heavens, and the Skynet cannot lock it down. The extinction of the Howling Moon royal family is inevitable. This is all I can do. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen added another 30% of his strength to his fist, and the space around the 2 collapsed. An endless space storm swept out, swallowing the 2 figures. Ning Chen threw out a punch, and it landed on Songming's chest. He stepped out of the space storm and watched as Songming's figure disappeared in the space storm. Chapter 1080. The battle at Moonwolf Mountain was a scene of slaughter. The appearance of the Howling Moon King had given the royal family a glimmer of hope. However, with the appearance of the 4 sect masters, their hopes were dashed once again. Seeing that the extermination of the Howling Moon royal family was inevitable, Ning Chen shattered the space with a palm strike and took the opportunity to send Songming away, leaving behind the last inheritance for the royal family. The power of the Sky Devil Imperial family was frightening. The Howling Moon young master had amazing talent and would at least become a peak king realm expert in the future. With the Howling Moon young master's hatred for the Sky Devil Imperial family, he would become a great help to the human race in the future. As Ning Chen sent the young master of the Howling Moon away, the battle between the Wu Ling and the Howling Moon Emperor intensified. The accumulation of their injuries gradually reached their limits. The Howling Moon King forcefully withstood the force of the 4 commanders' palms. His powerful palm landed on the bier of one of the commanders. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. The northern commander's body fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. One palace lord had died in battle, but the other three didn't seem to care. They didn't stop attacking like merciless killing machines. It was terrifying. The Howling Moon King's demonic chi became increasingly unstable as he forcefully endured the attacks of the four tokens. Clearly, he could not hold on for much longer. Below the battle, Ning Chen looked at the battle above with a solemn expression. There was something wrong with the Howling Moon King's condition. After receiving so many heavy blows, under normal circumstances, he would have died long ago. The Howling Moon King's situation was very similar to the Dragon Emperor's situation back then. Possessing a god weapon, even if his physical body had already perished, he was still able to forcefully maintain his combat strength. With a bang, a heavy palm landed on the Howling Moon King's body. The Howling Moon King was forced to take half a step back. His demonic aura trembled, but he did not show any signs of fear. He gathered the energy in his palm and retaliated forcefully. The sky-shattering palm was unstoppable. The huge wolf shadow rushed past, and the Western Palm Lord couldn't dodge in time. He was instantly swallowed by the sky wolf. 2 sect sovereigns had died in battle, and the 5 sect sovereigns had lost almost half of their combat strength. However, cracks began to appear on the Howling Moon King's body, and his demonic aura was leaking out. He had reached his limit. The Howling Moon King glanced at the scorched Moon Wolf Mountain as a determined look flickered in his eyes. Without saying a word, he leaped into the air with a kick. Ow! In the next moment, a shocking scene took place in the sky above the Moon Wolf Mountain. The howl of the wolf shook the sky as the Howling Moon King's body dissipated. A huge shadow of the Sky Wolf appeared and howled at the sky, shaking the earth. The heavenly wolf howled at the moon, and the stars in the sky shook. In an instant, huge stars fell from the 9 heavens, turning into a meteor shower that smashed towards the Moon Wolf Mountain. The indiscriminate destruction of jade and common stone shocked the 3 messengers. The messengers quickly came back to their senses. They released all of their devil essence and activated the heaven-devouring flask to block the falling stars. The world-destroying power smashed into the ground, destroying everything in sight. The Howling Moon King chose to destroy the Howling Moon royal family with his own hands, so that the glory of the royal family would not be tarnished by the Devil Clan. In front of the ruins of the king's palace, Ning Chen looked at the souls of the peerless kings that were dispersing in the sky. He sighed softly in his heart and decided not to stay any longer. He took a step forward, and the runes around him appeared. The yellow springs opened, and the path of life opened. Retreat! With a command, Ning Chen stepped into the void and disappeared. In the center of the meteor shower, the messengers and the 2 messengers looked at the falling stars. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The stars fell and the sky sank. It was the most terrifying scene of the apocalypse. The entire Moon Wolf Mountain collapsed, and everything within 10,000 miles was turned into ruins. A few breaths later, a white-clothed figure walked out of the Moon Wolf Mountain. She looked at the underworld army that was buried with the Moon Wolf Mountain, and her cold eyes were as deep as the abyss. Boom! At this moment, demonic chi shot into the sky from the collapsed Moon Wolf Mountain. 3 figures broke through the boulders and soared into the sky. The messengers and the 2 messengers appeared. They were wearing black clothes that were stained with blood. It was obvious that they were heavily injured. Are the 3 of you okay? Ning Chen walked up and looked at the 3 messengers coldly. Your Highness, we are fine. The messengers suppressed the demonic chi in their bodies and said respectfully. Ning Chen nodded. He glanced at the collapsed Moon Wolf Mountain and said, "The mission is complete. Let's go back." After that, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He turned and left. Yes, the 3 received the order and left with the former. Under the moon, the Saint Mountain was full of ruins. It was desolate after the battle. Not long after the four left, the space shook. A black-clothed figure walked out, surrounded by demonic chi. It was one of the two messengers that had left with Ning Chen's group. After returning to the Moon Wolf Mountain, the Eastern messenger gathered his chi. His demonic chi kept spreading, covering the entire Moon Wolf Mountain. About an hour later, the Eastern messenger's eyes flashed. He had finally found it. Demonic chi filled the sky. The Eastern messenger smashed open the collapsed Moon Wolf Mountain with a palm. His figure flashed and flew down. Under the 1,000-mile crack, the Eastern messenger appeared. Looking at the forbidden land that was sealed by heavy chains, he walked in step by step. After 100 steps, cold wind whistled. In the forbidden land of the Broken Moon royal clan, a huge blood pool appeared. Demonic chi filled the air, and its demonic nature was so strong that it was terrifying. Demon Emperor, you won't have the chance to show yourself. With a flip of his palm, the Eastern head commander sent out a powerful palm strike towards the blood pool. The demonic palm shook the world and slammed into the blood pool. However, a terrifying demonic chi exploded, scattering the demonic palm. The remaining force shook, and the Eastern messenger was immediately sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. The Demon Emperor has actually grown to such a level. The Eastern messenger's expression sank. He no longer hesitated and raised his hands. Immediately, lightning fell from the sky. The surging lightning kept rising. Demonic chi gathered and climbed. Ugh! Just as the Eastern messenger was about to use another killing move, a cold sword light suddenly appeared without any warning. It pierced through his body mercilessly. How is this possible? The Eastern messenger turned his head with difficulty and saw the most familiar face. 13th Prince, you. Are you surprised? Coldness flashed through Ning Chen's lips. He clenched his left hand, and the Moon Demon Divine artifact reappeared. He slashed at the Eastern messenger's throat. The Eastern messenger's head flew up and blood spurted into the air. The Eastern messenger's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not die in peace. Ning Chen took the Eastern messenger's head and said, "I'll leave the demonic chi and demonic souls here to you." "Thank you, Master." With that, 1,000 great demons appeared in the sky. They flew in all directions and absorbed the demonic chi and demonic souls left behind by the underworld army. The 1,000 great demons left. Only one great demon did not move. He looked at the head in his master's hand and could not hide the desire in his eyes. Ning Chen glanced to the side and looked at the great demon. He said calmly, "You want it." "Please reward me, Master," the White Shadow Great Demon said respectfully. "It's not a bad thing to be ambitious. Take it," Ning Chen said indifferently. He waved his hand and tossed the Eastern messenger's head over. The White Shadow Great Demon took the Eastern messenger's head. The light in his eyes burned brighter, but he did not lose his composure. He bowed first and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master." Ning Chen did not say anything else. He looked at the blood pool in front of him and became serious. The Demon Emperor? So the Celestial Devil Imperial family's target was it. Chapter 1081. Under the cold moon, the blood pool boiled at the foot of the Moon Wolf Mountain. Terrifying demonic chi filled the air, making one's heart palpitate. The Eastern Palace Master's palm woke up the sleeping Demon Emperor. Demonic chi rose and spread in all directions. Ning Chen frowned and said, "The Palace Master just left. The 3 Demon Emperors are watching from the heavenly demon ancestral land. If you don't want to be discovered, you'd better behave." As soon as he said that, the demonic chi above the blood pool paused and gradually disappeared. Ning Chen walked forward and looked at the bottom of the blood pool. He saw a palm-sized red heart beating continuously in the blood pool. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for people to breathe. The Demon Emperor's heart? Ning Chen's eyes flashed. It turned out that the talented Demon Emperor still had such a trick up his sleeve. The Demon Emperor was a peerless genius who once coexisted with the ninth Underworld King. Unlike the ninth Underworld King who fell because of a human woman, the Demon Emperor fought all the way and finally stepped on the blood of countless geniuses to prove his imperial path. However, fate had an end. After being invincible for almost 10,000 years, the Demon Emperor's life also came to an end and he disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew where the Demon Emperor went in the end. However, one day at dusk, demonic chi filled the sky and the sun did not set. It was as if it did not want to see the invincible Demon Emperor leave. From that day onwards, there was no more news about the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor had fallen and returned to heaven and earth. However, no one expected that the Demon Emperor would leave his heart behind and nurture it day and night, waiting for the day to come out again. Ning Chen looked at the Demon Emperor's heart under the blood pool. Demon Emperor Kuan Yi ordered the extermination of the Broken Moon clan. Without a doubt, his motive was the Demon Emperor's heart. He had to use any power that could be used against the heavenly demon imperial family. He turned his palm and condensed Yuan Qi. Cold Qi filled the air. Ice and snow gathered around Ning Chen. Endless cold Qi drowned the blood pool in front of him. As the danger approached, demonic Qi surged out from the blood pool again, resisting the cold Qi's invasion. Demonic Qi and cold Qi collided. The entire Moonwolf Mountain shook violently. In a stalemate, Ning Chen shouted. Immortal slaying and immortal trapping appeared in his hands at the same time. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of ice sealing was heard. In the blood pool, the falling snow turned into ice and gradually spread, suppressing the Emperor's demonic aura. The Demon Emperor, who had been dead for tens of thousands of years, was only left with one heart. It was difficult for him to resist the knowing destiny state in its prime. He restrained his demonic aura and protected the last 3 feet of the area. Ning Chen swung his sword. On the celestial slaying sword, the sickly king's black flames spread out, and the frozen blood pool cracked. The heart of the emperor flew out and landed in his hand. After doing all this, Ning Chen took a step forward and flew out of the great Rift Valley. In the sky, Ning Chen looked down at the Moonwolf Mountain that was filled with demonic aura and said calmly, "It's time to go." As soon as the order was given, thousands of great demons from all over the Moonwolf Mountain turned into streams of light and flew into the soul-suppressing banner on his body. After a sumptuous feast, the souls of the thousands of great demons became even more solid and powerful. The most powerful of them all, the White Shadow Great Demon, was already approaching the Red Dust Realm. After the thousands of great demons returned, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared. Dawn arrived in the eastern sky. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the Moonwolf Mountain, dispelling the coldness of the night. The Howling Moon's secret realm was devastated everywhere. It was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. A calamity of clan annihilation came so suddenly without any warning. In front of the 3 imperial city, the 4 figures who returned from the Moonwolf Mountain appeared. Just as they were about to enter the city, the eastern commander, who was beside the southern commander, suddenly grunted. The demonic aura around him leaked out violently, and his body began to disintegrate. Seeing this, the expression of the imperial commander changed. Not good. The clone was destroyed. Could something have happened to the eastern commander? What happened? Ning Chen turned around and looked at the 3 of them with his deep eyes and asked coldly, "It's all right, Your Highness. We have to report back. We'll take our leave first." The imperial commander flipped his palm and stabilized the eastern commander's clone that was about to collapse. Then he brought the other 2 and rushed towards the heavenly demon ancestor. Outside the city, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed like he had succeeded. "Demon body, you've worked hard." Not long after, a white-clothed figure walked out of the void and said to the figure in front of her. The demon body nodded and did not say anything. In the next moment, the two figures merged into one again. Ning Chen stepped into the city and walked straight to his residence. Ning Chen returned to the 13th prince's residence. In the residence, Shiyu and Shiqing saw him and immediately bowed. "Your Highness." "Get up." Ning Chen looked at the two of them and said calmly, "Don't tell anyone that I left the residence yesterday. Do you understand?" "Yes." Shiyu and Shiqing looked at each other and immediately accepted the order respectfully. "Continue with your work." Ning Chen waved his hand and said. Shiyu and Shiqing bowed again and left. Just as Ning Chen returned to his residence, 3 figures rushed over from the heavenly demon ancestors' land. They were so fast that they were fighting against the heavens. "Dongfang, hang in there." The southern commander looked at the eastern commander, who was getting more and more unstable, and said in a deep voice, "We're almost there." The imperial commander looked at the heavenly demon ancestors' land in front of him and said, "Nanfang, think of a way to stabilize his consciousness." Ugh. Before he finished speaking, the eastern commander, who had already reached his limit, grunted. His collapsed body could no longer hold on and collapsed violently. Seeing this, the southern commander and the imperial commander's expressions changed. It was too late. At this moment, an earth-shattering demonic aura awakened in the depths of the heavenly demon ancestors' land. Under the demonic aura, the eastern commander's consciousness was frozen. "Come in and report." The first demon emperor's voice sounded calmly. "Yes." The two of them respectfully accepted the order and quickly rushed toward the heavenly demon ancestors' land. In the depths of the heavenly demon ancestors' land, the two of them half knelt and reported the details of the battle last night. "That Howling Moon young master is not dead?" The first demon emperor said coldly. Demon Emperor, the 13th prince, and Howling Moon young master were evenly matched in strength. It was difficult for either of them to gain the absolute upper hand. If the spatial storm had not swallowed Howling Moon young master at the last moment, it would have been hard to say who would have won. The imperial commander explained truthfully. "Fine." The first demon emperor nodded and said, "Being swallowed by the spatial storm, there is almost no chance of him walking out alive. He has completed his mission. I did not expect the Howling Moon King, who had already died, to appear again." It seems that old man had already predicted that the heavenly demon imperial family would attack the Moon Wolf Mountain. Demon Emperor, since something happened to the eastern commander, could the heart of the demon emperor have fallen into the hands of others? The imperial commander asked seriously. "Most likely," the first demon emperor replied. Unfortunately, the eastern commander's consciousness was too weak and could not trace the source. He could not see who did it. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Knowing that the heart of the demon emperor is in the Howling Moon royal family, the sky demon imperial family is not the only force. I have miscalculated this time. At the same time, in the 13th prince's palace, runes appeared around Ning Chen's body. The yellow spring seal was activated and sealed the palace. After a while, a blood-red light shone brightly. A blood-red demon heart appeared in the dazzling light. Demon chi spread out and filled the entire palace. Chapter 1082. Inside the 13th prince's palace, a demonic aura filled every corner of the palace. After hundreds of thousands of years, the heart of the Demon King was still full of vitality, waiting for the possibility of resurrection. Blood chi flowed around the heart of the demon as it absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to nourish the heart of the demon. Ning Chen looked at the heart of the Demon King floating in front of him and pondered for a while. He raised his right hand, and the immortal tree origin in his body flowed out and entered the heart of the demon. Boundless vitality was like a divine furnace. As the origin of the tree of heaven entered, the heart of the Demon King started to tremble violently. It devoured the origin of the tree of heaven like rain after a long drought. After an hour, the origin of the tree of heaven in Ning Chen's body gradually withdrew and stopped feeding the heart of the demon. However, the heart of the demon refused to let go. A strong suction force came out and tried to snatch the origin of the tree of heaven. Ning Chen's face turned cold. Boundless cold air spread out from his right hand and froze the palace. I can feed you and I can destroy you. Don't be ungrateful. Ning Chen said coldly, and the cold air around him became stronger. Frost formed in the palace, and it turned into a world of ice and snow. Sensing the danger, the heart of the Demon King immediately withdrew its devouring force and continued to act recklessly. Ning Chen snorted and waved his hand to disperse the cold air. He looked at the heart of the demon in front of him, and thoughts flashed through his eyes. The heart of the Demon King was not to be underestimated. If he used it well, it would be a great help to him in the future. Not long after Ning Chen and the rest returned to the primordial demon region, the news of the Howling Moon royal family being annihilated spread to all the major forces like a storm. The few royal families and sovereign families were shocked. It was almost impossible to annihilate a royal family that was comparable to a sovereign family in one night. The heavenly demonic royal family. Everyone looked at the primordial demon region. In this world, only the heavenly demonic royal family had the ability to annihilate a powerful royal family without anyone knowing. In the mysterious sorcerer tribe's secret realm in the northern mainland, Sorcerer Lord Go Huang looked at the secret report from the Moon Wolf Mountain with a grave expression. The heavenly demonic royal family had started to act so quickly. Master. Behind him, the saintess of the sorcerer tribe, Tian Xan, walked over and bowed. You called me? The annihilation of the Howling Moon royal clan means that the celestial devil imperial clan has already begun to prepare for the war between the two realms. In the coming days, the Celestial Devil Imperial Clan will do their best to eliminate all potential threats in the primordial devil realm. Our Shaman clan has always been at odds with the Celestial Devil Imperial Clan, so it's very likely that we will face a great calamity. Emperor Go said in a serious tone as he looked at the powerful demonic clouds that covered half the sky in the distant central continent. Master, you're already an Imperial Dao sovereign. Would the heavenly devil imperial tribe really dare to risk universal condemnation and attack the sorcerer tribe so brazenly? Tian Xian asked solemnly. Emperor Go sighed and said, Currently the celestial devil imperial family has 4 demon emperors. They are unprecedentedly strong. Even if the other imperial families join forces, they can only barely keep them in check. Moreover, the imperial families are already suspicious of each other, and it is difficult for them to unite. As long as the celestial devil imperial family takes advantage of this, it will be easy for them to defeat the other imperial families. Hearing this, Tian Xan fell silent. After a while he said, Master, why don't we seal off the sorcerer tribe and temporarily avoid this demon calamity? We can't avoid it. Emperor Go shook his head and lamented. The 3 demon emperors are ambitious. At this sensitive time when the war between the two realms is imminent, they will not tolerate the existence of the sorcerer tribe. Speaking of this, Emperor Go looked at the disciple behind him and continued, Thunexin, I have called you here today because I have something else for you to do. Later on, go to the 3rd imperial city and look for the 13th prince. He has 2 maids from the Phoenix tribe. In the ancient times, the Phoenix tribe was subordinate to the Phoenix tribe and had a deep grudge with the Heavenly Devil clan. Since the Heavenly Devil imperial family has started to take action, the Phoenix tribe is most likely to be the next imperial family to be destroyed. Currently, the 9th Underworld King only has 1 disciple. Perhaps the 13th prince can persuade the 9th Underworld King to intervene and stop this calamity. Yes, Tian Xan accepted the order, but the worry in his eyes grew. At the same time, in the Green Hills secret region, the Fox King was reading the secret report from the Moon Wolf Mountain. He could not suppress the waves in his heart for a long time. The Howling Moon royal family has been destroyed. What is the Heavenly Devil imperial family trying to do? The Grand Elder of the Fox tribe asked. No matter what the Heavenly Devil imperial family's goal is, and the 13th prince's marriage cannot be delayed any longer. King, to prevent any accidents from happening, this matter must be settled as soon as possible, the white-haired old woman said solemnly. The Fox King nodded and said, First, Demon King Kuin has already agreed to and the 13th prince's marriage in front of the 3rd imperial palace. I will ask Xiao to go to the 3rd imperial city and settle this matter as soon as possible. Almost at the same time, the news of the Howling Moon royal family's annihilation reached the Purple Scale Abyss, the Divine Capital Mountain, the Golden Lion tribe, and the other imperial families. While they were shocked, they began to feel threatened. Things were different now. The Heavenly Devil imperial family now had 4 demon kings. They were unprecedentedly powerful and could not be compared to any other imperial family. In the Purple Scale Abyss, an extremely powerful emperor's aura was faintly discernible. The abyss was bottomless, and danger lurked everywhere. No one dared to take half a step in. First, Demon King Kuin, don't forget our agreement. A majestic voice came from the abyss. It could not be stopped even though it was separated by endless time and space. In the Heavenly Devil ancestral land, First Demon King Kuin opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Purple Scale Abyss. He said indifferently, I remember it clearly. However, the whereabouts of the Dragon Emperor sword is unknown, and the seal of the Queen Mother of the West cannot be completely broken. The war between the 2 realms can only be postponed for now. If we can't find the Dragon Emperor sword, how about the Hairpin of the West? The Scale Emperor said in a deep voice. Hearing this, First Demon King Kuin's eyes shone brightly. He said seriously, You know the whereabouts of the Hairpin of the West. There is a heavenly river in front of the Red Lawn starfield in the sky beyond heaven. It is not naturally formed, so it is very likely that it was drawn by the Hairpin of the West. I will think of a way to find it. Demon King, you also need to speed up the process. After all, we do not have much time left. We cannot delay any longer, the Scale Emperor said in a deep voice. Don't worry. First Demon King Kuin replied, I will eliminate all the unstable elements in the primordial demon realm as soon as possible. Once the seal of the Queen Mother of the West is broken, the war will begin immediately. That's good. In the Purple Scale Abyss, the last sound came out from the bottomless abyss. Soon after, the abyss returned to silence. In the 9 Underworld King Palace, the 9 Underworld King, who had been recuperating in seclusion for a long time, opened his eyes. Hearing the cries of the world, his eyes darkened. Ning Qin, come to the King Palace, the 9 Underworld King said in a deep voice. In the 13th Prince Palace, Ning Chen heard the order from the 9 Underworld King Palace and sighed in his heart. He got up and walked out of the palace. He knew that he could not hide this matter from his master for too long. An Emperor Realm expert could communicate with heaven and earth. Such a huge matter could not be hidden forever. In the 9 Underworld King Palace, Ning Chan walked out and stopped in front of the King Palace. Kneel down. The 9 Underworld King's voice came from behind the King Palace. This time, there was a hint of anger in his voice. Ning Qin silently knelt down. He was unyielding and proud. In front of this elder who had treated him so well, he was no longer arrogant. Were you involved in the destruction of the Howling Moon royal family? The 9 Underworld King asked angrily. Yes. Ning Chen said softly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying palm energy shot out from behind the King Palace and landed on the Knowing Destiny realm expert's body. PFFF! A pool of blood splattered and dyed his clothes red. Ning Chen's body flew out dozens of feet. He staggered a few steps and barely stabilized his body. Chapter 1083. In front of the 9 underworlds' royal palace, the emperor was enraged. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. Ning Qin staggered and stabilized his body. He raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth, and he remained silent without saying a word. Why? Behind the royal palace, the voice of the emperor was heard again with unconcealable anger. I dare not disobey the orders of the first Kunyi demon emperor. Ning Qin said softly, Why didn't you tell me? Xianjuyo said in a deep voice, When he gave the order, the first Kunyi demon emperor specifically told me not to tell master about this. Ning Qin looked at the royal palace and said calmly, Since the first Kunyi demon emperor has decided to attack the Howling Moon royal family, the result is unchangeable whether I go or not. It's not worth it to lose a demon emperor for this. Behind the royal palace, demonic aura surged like waves. Within the demonic aura, Xianjuyo was furious. He took a step forward and entered the royal palace. In front of the throne, Xianjuyo looked at the disciple outside the palace and said in a deep voice, Since it's a fact, I don't want to look into it anymore. I only want to ask you, are there any survivors of the Howling Moon royal family? Ning Qin fell silent. After a long time, he said, Yes, the young master of the Howling Moon royal family was sent into the turbulent flow of space by me. I'm here to ask master to save him. Xianjuyo frowned and said, You can track his whereabouts? Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said, When I fought with him, I left a consciousness mark on him. As long as master is willing to help, I'm confident that I can save him. Very well, lead the way. Xianjuyo waved his hand, and the space in the royal palace shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a giant black crack appeared. The turbulent flow of space was so cold that no one dared to approach it. Ning Qin stepped into the palace and looked at the spatial rift in front of him. Without hesitation, he stepped into it. Xianjuyo's figure flashed and followed behind. In the next moment, the spatial crack in the royal palace slowly closed and disappeared. The turbulent flow of space continued to sweep across the endless void. Danger was everywhere. Even if one entered the mortal world, one would not dare to step in. The space-time laws had always been mysterious and unfathomable. Once one lost their way in the space-time turbulence, it would be difficult to find a way out. Even if experts at the mortal dust realm or even the king realm were able to resist the terrifying tearing force of the chaotic flows of time and space, if they were unable to find a way out for a long time, then they would gradually be exhausted and die from the exhaustion of their true energy and vitality. In the void, Ning Qin looked at the turbulent spatial storm before him and used his heart to sense the whereabouts of the Howling Moon young master. Song Ming's injuries were not light, and he would not be able to hold on for much longer. He had to find Song Ming as soon as possible. Otherwise, his painstaking arrangements would be for naught. At the side, demonic qi surged around Xianjuyo's body. Sovereign Tao pressure swept away all the spatial turbulence, and nothing could touch him. After searching for a long time, Ning Qin shifted his gaze and looked into the distance. He said, I found it. It's to our left. Xianjuyo nodded. He took a step forward and led his disciple in the direction that the former had pointed out. His sovereign Tao speed surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he was already 10,000 miles away. Outside the boundless space-time, a green-robed figure covered in blood floated up and down. His eyes were tightly shut, and he had been unconscious for a long time. Demonic qi suffused the Howling Moon young master's body, and he was barely able to resist the tearing force of the chaotic flows of time and preserve his life. However, as time passed, the demonic qi around the Howling Moon young master grew weaker and weaker. Obviously, after being trapped in the void for so long, even the Howling Moon young master, who had stepped into the king realm, was gradually finding it difficult to hold on. Right at this moment, monstrous demonic qi swiftly approached from the distance. Sovereign doubt pressure suppressed the world. Two figures could be vaguely seen within the demonic chi. A short while later, Ningchen walked out. He looked at the green-robed figure within the chaotic flows of time and raised his right hand, forcefully pulling the latter over. He's too heavily injured and his true energy is exhausted. It's slightly troublesome, Ningchen said after carefully inspecting the Howling Moon young master's condition. Let's leave first, Xian Juyo said, and then he brought the two of them back the way they came. Over 2 hours later, a spatial crack opened within the Nine Hell King Palace, and two figures walked out. Ningchen helped the Howling Moon young master to sit on a chair, and a vast amount of vitality poured into the latter's body. At the side, Xian Juyo watched this scene quietly as brilliance flashed through his eyes. He could more or less guess the reason why the Howling Moon royal family was annihilated. The Demon King's heart had always been a sore point for his brother. The Demon King was indeed powerful, and even the heavenly demonic imperial family feared him. Have you found the Demon King's heart? Xian Juyo asked. The Demon King's heart? Ning Chun withdrew his hand and asked in confusion, What's the Demon King's heart? Xian Juyo frowned slightly and said, Didn't the first Demon King tell you about this? Ning Chin shook his head and said, The order I received was to annihilate the Howling Moon royal family. Apart from that, there were no other orders. At this point, Ning Chen looked at the Demon King before him and asked in confusion, What's the Demon King's heart that Master mentioned? An ancient hero, the Demon King of the demon race. Xian Juyo's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he said, That era was very similar to the current situation. There were many geniuses, and among them, a demon-like genius appeared in a small race. He stepped on the geniuses of various royal races, and even the imperial family, shocking the world. This person became the Demon King later on. Why isn't there a demon race among the 100 races now? Ning Chen asked in confusion. Because the demon race is not a race. Xian Juyo came back to his senses and explained patiently. In the ancient era, there were endless wars. After the Demon King appeared, many large and royal races chose to submit to him in order to protect themselves, and they were called the Demon Race. The name of the Demon King began to spread throughout the primordial demon realm. However, after the Demon King fell, the demon race quickly fell apart and ceased to exist. Ning Chun gradually understood after hearing this. He looked at the Howling Moon young master beside him and said, This Howling Moon young master should be the descendant of the Demon King, right? That's right. Xian Juyo nodded and said, The Howling Moon royal race is actually the true descendant of the Demon King. The Demon King's heart has always been in the Howling Moon royal race. However, only the Howling Moon Kings knew about this until the previous Howling Moon King was in danger and his soul was searched. This news was then leaked. I see. Ning Chen sighed and said, Master, the Howling Moon young master's injuries are not light. He needs time to recuperate. I'll bring him back to the residence and take care of him. When he recovers, I'll think of a way to send him out of the imperial city. That's good too. Xian Juyo nodded and said, Be careful. Don't let anyone find out. I understand. Ning Chun replied softly and walked to the front of the wooden chair. With a soft shout, demonic chi spread out from his right hand and engulfed his body. I'll take my leave. Ning Chun bowed and immediately led the Howling Moon young master out of the imperial palace. At the same time, two beautiful figures appeared in the 3 imperial city. One was devastatingly beautiful and charming, while the other was otherworldly and flawless. Heavenly Lady Xiao Xiao and Witch Tian Xan appeared in the 3 imperial city at the same time. As soon as they appeared, all the forces looked over. In front of the imperial palace, Ning Chen, who had just left the palace, stopped and frowned. Lady Xiao Xiao, why is she here? 13th Prince, how have you been? As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the heavenly lady came from another direction. It was like a clear spring that refreshed the heart. The which tribe saintess? Ning Chin turned around. Another one? Fox Lady Xiao Xiao and which Tian Xian walked over from two different directions. They were both beautiful, but had completely different auras. Lady Xiao Xiao, Lady Tian Xian. Ning Chin smiled and said, "Long time no see. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you for becoming the crown prince." "Congratulations, your highness," Tian Xian said softly. "Thank you," Ning Chen replied softly and said, "May I know why Lady Tian Xian is here?" "It's very important. May I know if I can meet the 9 underworld demonic emperor?" Tian Xian said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and looked at the heavenly lady of the Fox clan. "I believe Lady Xiao Xiao is also here to meet my master?" "Yes." Xiao Xiao nodded and said, "Follow me." Ning Chen didn't say anything else and led the way. In the 9 underworld palace, Ning Chen returned. The guard in front of the palace was surprised and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness." Ning Chen nodded and led the 2 women into the palace. In the palace, Ning Chen walked over and bowed. "Master, the heavenly lady of the Fox clan and saintess of the Witch clan are here to meet you." "What's the matter?" Demonic qi surged in the palace and Xian Jio walked out. He looked at the 2 and said, "Greetings, 9 underworld demonic emperor." Xiao Xiao and Tian Xian bowed. "No need for formalities. Just tell me why you're here." Xian Jio waved his hand and helped the 2 people up. Xiao Xiao and Tian Xian looked at each other. Since it concerned the life and death of the Luan clan, Tian Xian didn't need to be polite. She stepped forward and said respectfully, "Demonic Emperor, Tian Xian is here on my master's orders to ask the 9 underworld demonic emperor to stop the Luan clan from being exterminated." Ning Chen's expression changed. "The Luan clan? In front of the throne?" Xian Jio's eyes narrowed when he heard Tian Xian's words. He said, "Did Emperor Go predict something?" The sorcerer race was adept at divining the secrets of the heavens. This was something that everyone in the world knew. The current Emperor Go was even more adept at divining the secrets of the heavens. He was a wise Emperor Realm expert. Master only told Tian Xian that the Luan clan is in danger of being exterminated. This danger can only be solved by the 13th prince and the 9 underworld demonic emperor, Tian Xian said seriously. Xian Jio was silent. In the ancient times, the Luan clan was subordinate to the Phoenix clan and had a deep grudge with the Heavenly Demon clan. Now that his eldest brother had started to act, the Luan clan was likely to become his next target. 13th Prince, I heard that there are 2 girls from the Luan clan who were once your maids. I hope that you can stop this disaster for them, Tian Xian said seriously. Ning Chin recovered from his shock, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. This time, the heavenly demon royal family had touched his bottom line. He wouldn't tolerate it anymore. "Thank you for your reminder, Miss Tian Xian." Ning Chen bowed seriously and said, "Miss Tian Xian, please go back and tell Emperor Go that I will try my best to deal with the Luan clan. I won't sit back and do nothing." "With your promise, Tian Xian can rest assured. Now that this matter is over, Tian Xian won't stay any longer. Demonic Emperor, Tian Xian will take her leave." With that, Tian Xian bowed again to the Emperor in front of the throne and left. Chapter 1084. The heavenly demon ancestral land was filled with demonic qi, and there was silence everywhere. There had been no signs of life for countless years. 3 abnormally powerful auras floated in the depths of the ancestral land. 2 of them were weaker than before. Obviously, the 2 demon emperors had been severely injured in the battle at the Dragon Emperor Mountain and had yet to fully recover. Greetings to the 3 demon emperors. The messenger appeared, half knelt, and said respectfully, "The time has come. Do it." Demon Emperor Quinn said calmly from the depths of the ancestral land, "Yes." The messenger respectfully accepted the order. "Wait." At this moment, a similarly dignified voice came from the distant Third Imperial City. After a short while, clouds gathered in the sky above the ancestral land as an emperor descended from the heavens. His domineering aura was like 1,000 mountains pressing down, so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Greetings to the 9 underworlds, Demon Emperor. The messenger was startled when he saw who it was, but he immediately bowed respectfully. 9 underworlds, why are you here? In the depths of the ancestral land, the first Kuan Demon Emperor exclaimed in surprise, Brother, are you going to attack the Luan race? Xianjiao asked, Why not? You should know about the grudge between the Luan race and the heavenly demon race. We're already being merciful by letting them live until today, Demon Emperor Kuan said coldly. How can we let the grudge from the ancient times drag on until today? Brother, the heavenly demon race is already worshipped by hundreds of races. There's no need to show off our strength, Xianjiao advised. 9 underworlds, you haven't been involved in the affairs of the world for a long time. There are many things that you don't know. Don't worry about this. I have my own plans, Demon Emperor Kuan said. Within the ancestral land, the herald rose to his feet. Without waiting any longer, he turned and left. Xianjiao squinted his eyes. Brother, are you really going to do this? 9 underworlds. You're the emperor of the heavenly demon race. You should put the interests of the race first. There's no need to care about other things, Demon Emperor Kuan said coldly. Since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. Goodbye. Demonic chi surged in the void as Xianjiao's figure faded and disappeared in an instant. In the 9 underworlds king's palace, a figure in plain clothes stood quietly waiting for the result. Before long, demonic energy surged in front of the throne. The emperor returned and appeared in the imperial palace. When Ningchen saw the figure that appeared in front of the throne, he stepped forward and asked, Master, what's the result? Negotiation failed. Xianjiao said seriously, The Luan race's crisis is difficult to resolve. Ning Chen's expression turned cold when he heard this. He turned around and walked out of the hall. What are you trying to do? In front of the throne, Xianjiao looked at the disciples who were walking out of the hall and said in a deep voice, Since the first Kuni Demon Emperor is unwilling to stop, then I can use my own method to stop this disaster. Ning Chen paused his footsteps in front of the king's hall. He calmly uttered these words before continuing to walk forward. Xianjiao frowned. Was his disciple going to go against the sky demonic imperial tribe? Don't be rash. Before he could remind him, knowing destiny had already disappeared from the prince's mansion and was heading east. Xianjiao sighed in his heart. He took a step forward and was about to give chase. Jiuyou, I have ordered you not to leave the Jiuyou king's mansion. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens. A desolate force spread out. 3,000 small worlds opened up and swallowed the entire Jiuyou king's mansion. In the 3,000 small worlds, Xianjiao looked at the changing space around him. His expression darkened, and he said, 8th royal brother, are you trying to stop me? I would like to try. As he spoke, demonic energy surged in the void. A powerful emperor who was surrounded by the aura of time appeared and said calmly. Xianjiao's eyes were cold. He looked at the 8 desolation demon emperor in the void and said, Then I have no choice but to offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, demonic flames surged out. The Jiuyou battle technique appeared again. The majestic demonic aura shook the 3,000 small worlds. Seeing the demonic flames burning around the former, the 8 desolation demon emperor's expression turned serious. Xianjiao's strength was unfathomable. He had been ordered to stop him and could not be careless. With that thought, the 8 desolation demon emperor flipped his left hand and raised his palm. Instantly, thunder rumbled and fell from the sky. Just as the 2 demon emperors were fighting, 3,000 underworld soldiers gathered in the primordial demon realm and rushed to 3 Danger Mountain. In the lawn race's secret realm, a beautiful figure stood quietly in the Qingyu abyss. She looked at the primordial demon realm in the distance and sighed. What was supposed to come was finally coming. The Phoenix clan had been exterminated, and the Lawn clan had gone into seclusion to avoid the Heavenly Demon clan's revenge. However, they could not hide forever. She knew that the day of the Howling Moon royal clan's extermination would come soon. King, outside the Qingyu abyss, Dongyu walked over and bowed respectfully. She said, "I have sent most of the people away according to your orders." King Yuan nodded and said softly, "You guys should go too. Be careful in the future. Don't let the Heavenly Demon race find you." Dongyu was silent. After a while, she shook her head and said, "We won't go." "No." King Yuan's expression froze. Before she could finish, her expression changed. Outside the Qingyu abyss, runes circled around and a figure in plain clothes walked out. Without any warning, he appeared out of thin air, unaffected by the realm protection array of the Lawn race. "Young master." Dongyu was startled when she saw the person who had come. Soon, she recovered and was surprised. King Yuan also recovered from the shock. She looked at the young man outside the Qingyu abyss in confusion. How did he do it? Not only did the realm protection array not react, but she also did not notice it. "Greetings, Senior King Yuan." Ning Qin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Ning, you don't have to be so polite." King Yuan looked at him and said seriously, "Mr. Ning, why are you here at this time?" "I'm here to inform Senior King Yuan that the Heavenly Demon Race's underworld army is on the way. They will be here soon. Senior King Yuan, please be prepared," Ning Qin said seriously. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Ning. My race is ready. We are only waiting for the moment to destroy everything," King Yuan said in a low voice. Ning Qin frowned and said, "Senior King Yuan, why don't you give up on this place and retreat first? Where there is life, there is hope. The Heavenly Demon royal family is at their peak and they are hard to defeat. Fighting them head-on is the most unwise choice." A smile appeared on the Lawn King's face. He said, "Mr. Ning, this piece of land has borne the weight of the rise and fall of my race for countless years. No matter what, as the Lawn King, I must live and die with this pure land. Senior King Yuan, is there anything I can do?" Ning Qin asked seriously. King Yuan smiled and said, "Has Mr. Ning found the secret technique of the Phoenix race?" "Not yet." Ning Qin shook his head. "Then forget it. Since the secret technique of the Phoenix race has not been found, Mr. Ning must continue to stay with the Heavenly Demon royal family. Now is not the time to have a direct conflict with the Heavenly Demon royal family," King Yuan said softly. Ning Qin was silent. After a long time he said, "There is no need for a direct conflict. As long as Senior King Yuan allows it, I have a 90% chance of keeping the Heavenly Demon Army at 3 Danger Mountain. However, the condition is that Senior King Yuan must give up on this place." Chapter 1085. On Mount 3 Danger. Demonic clouds surged and thunder rumbled. Demonic aura filled the sky, shaking thousands of miles. From the demonic clouds in the sky, 3,000 troops of the underworld descended. The heavy demonic aura connected together, making it hard for people to breathe. In front of the 3,000 troops, the Sky Demon Messenger and the South Demon Messenger appeared. In the messenger's hand, the heaven-swallowing flask rose into the sky. The #1 demonic artifact of the royal family once again displayed its peerless power. A demonic net fell, sealing Mount 3 Danger. A powerful suction force came from the heaven-swallowing flask, forcefully devouring the spiritual energy in the Lawn race's secret realm. In front of the green rain abyss, Ning Qin looked at the situation in the sky with cold eyes. Dongyu and Xia Ji stood behind him, unable to hide the worry on their beautiful faces. Everyone knew about the demonic aura of the heaven-swallowing flask. It was the demonic artifact of the first Kuni demon emperor, and it was said that it could devour everything. If the first Kuni demon emperor used it personally, it could even refine a great world. It was extremely terrifying. "Young master," Xiaji said softly, "it's too dangerous here. You should leave quickly." Ning Chen turned around and looked at the girl behind him. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. The enemy is in the light, and I'm in the dark. What a good situation. Usually, there won't be such a good opportunity. Tonight, I'll show you what it means to bully others." As soon as he finished speaking, a broken sword that was neither stone nor jade appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The celestial trapping sword appeared with a faint red light. The sword turned, and the celestial trapping sword entered the ground. In an instant, the ground below the Red Luan race's secret realm rumbled. Endless earth energy began to be devoured, crazily rushing towards the sword. Immortal sword, celestial trapping sword. The Luan King's expression turned serious. The treasure of the 4 great immortal realms. The celestial trapping sword appeared. Black flames curled around Ning Chen's hand, and a peerless divine weapon appeared. Baleful aura filled the air, making people go crazy. The celestial trapping sword and the sickly king's reforged immortal swords were majestic. As soon as they appeared, countless sword spirits gathered in the sky, increasing the sword's power. The head of the 4 great immortal swords, the celestial slaying sword, was a peerless divine weapon that suppressed 3 ancient realms. Countless living beings were killed by it. Kill, leave no one alive. In the sky, the messenger looked down at the Luan clan's secret realm. With a single order, the slaughter began once more. With a flip of his palm, he unleashed a powerful palm strike at the Luan race's realm protecting formation. Amidst an earth-shattering tremor, the formation trembled violently and gradually collapsed. In the next moment, the 3,000 underworld army transformed into 3,000 streams of light and entered the Luan clan's secret realm. In the air, the Luan King walked out. Her long green dress fluttered in the wind. Her peerless elegance attracted the attention of many. The figures of the heavenly devil messenger and the southern head envoy descended from the sky. One in front and one behind, they sealed off the Luan King's path of retreat. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." King Wan looked at the 2 of them and said in a deep voice, "The fact that Luan King did not leave early has made me see you in a new light. However, your persistence will not change anything. After today, the Luan tribe will no longer exist in this world." The messenger said indifferently, "If you can do it, then come." The Luan King raised his hand, and the green starlight around him shone brightly. His unparalleled power was close to that of a peak stage king warrior. 1 against 2. Luan King, how many moves can you withstand? As soon as he finished speaking, the messenger's figure flashed, and a vast amount of palm energy shot out. Great Sword Realm. At this moment, an almost inaudible voice rang out. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 swords soared into the sky. Boundless sword light filled the sky, and the aura was unparalleled. Those with weaker cultivation were immediately sent flying hundreds of meters away. This is... Seeing this, the expressions of the heavenly devil messenger and the southern head envoy changed slightly. There were more experts. When the great sword realm appeared, the entire Luan clan's secret realm turned into a sword realm. The sword intent had no beginning and no end. The crisscrossing sword light continued to sweep across the sky. It was unavoidable and unstoppable. Retreat. As the great sword realm opened, a cold voice rang out. Hearing this, the Luan King did not hesitate. He stepped forward and quickly retreated. Do you think you can leave? The heavenly devil messenger and the southern head envoy moved and immediately chased after him. However, just as the 2 of them moved, beams of sword light broke through the sky. There were thousands of them, and they were extremely sharp. Their expressions darkened. They flipped their palms to block the sword light. When they came back to their senses, not far away, the space cracked open. The Lawn King walked into it and disappeared. At the same time, the space around the Lawn clan's secret realm rippled. The figures of the Lawn clan disappeared one by one. They were all sent out of Mount 3 Danger. After a few breaths, a few figures appeared outside of Mount 3 Danger. The person in the lead was dressed in plain clothes and had white hair. His true essence surged and kept rising. "Senior Lawn King, please help me," Ning Qin said, looking at the great sword realm in front of him. The Lawn King nodded. Her slender hands moved, and a green brilliance rose rapidly. She immediately condensed true essence into her palm and poured it into Ning Chen's body. With the help of the king, the heavenly book in Ning Chen's body was opened one after another. Vast and unparalleled divine might activated the world's most ferocious weapon, reproducing the might of the ancient times. With a boom, thunder rumbled in the sky. Heaven and earth felt it and started to tremble violently. In the next moment, a black, ferocious weapon appeared in the great sword realm. It was difficult to distinguish between gold and jade. Its ferocious might shook the sky. Ha! With a deep shout, wind and snow split the sky. Ning Qin forcefully activated all of his techniques. The brilliance of the divine restriction spread rapidly and filled the entire great sword realm. The immortal slaying sword moved, and the immortal trapping sword cried. In the great sword realm, red light filled the sky. The extreme sword realm crazily reaped the lives of the living. Behind him, Dong Yu and Summer Solstice saw the scene. They could not hide the shock on their faces. They more or less knew about young Master's strength, but they did not expect him to be hiding such a shocking trump card. Immemorial first restriction. Immortal slaying sword formation. Behind Ji Ming, the Lawn King's heart was in turmoil. It was hard to believe that there was someone in the human world who could reproduce this immemorial killing formation. The 3 divine restrictions, the underworld, the passage of time, and the immortal slaying sword, each had their own strengths. However, neither the underworld nor the passage of time were proficient in killing. Only the immortal slaying sword was known to kill millions and was unrivaled in the world. It was said that the true immortal slaying sword formation was mainly composed of the immortal slaying sword, the immortal trapping sword, and the immortal slashing sword. The 4 swords complemented each other. Even a golden immortal would be defeated. Even though the 4 swords were never gathered together, the immortal slaying sword alone was enough to kill an emperor and shock the world once the formation was activated. Unfortunately, since the ancient times, the 4 immortal worlds collapsed and the immortal slaying sword was lost. The legendary immemorial killing formation also disappeared from the world. Feeling the majestic power of the young man in front of him, the Lawn King could not hide the shock on his face. Who exactly was this young man? Not only did he have 2 divine swords, but he also had such shocking attainments in the 3 divine restrictions. In front of Mount Sanwei, Ning Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He used the extreme state of the sword to activate the 2 divine swords and recreated the power of the immemorial killing formation. The immortal slaying divine restriction, compared to the underworld and the passage of time, had the least changes. However, his understanding of the immortal slaying divine restriction was based on the brief encounter he had with the Eastern immortal world. Boom! Above the horizon, lightning fell. The power of the immemorial killing formation made Xian Song fearful. He raged and wanted to destroy the immemorial killing formation. Swoosh! In the sword world, the immortal slaying sword rang softly. A dazzling sword light pierced through the void, directly cutting through the lightning and rushing up to the 9 heavens. Chapter 1086. On Mount Sanwei, the immortal slaying sword formation was activated. The number 1 killing formation of the immemorial era once again shone with peerless brilliance. Endless sword lights crisscrossed with each other, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. The immortal slaying sword exuded a boundless, ominous aura. The baleful aura left behind by the immortal slaying sword that had slain countless experts since ancient times continued to linger around the immortal slaying sword. The terrifying pressure could split the heavens and earth. Within the sword formation, the casualties of the 3,000 underworld army soldiers were increasing. Amidst the countless sword lights, the 3,000 underworld army soldiers were unable to resist. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and blood dyed the entire Three-Danger Mountain red. On the ground, the Luan clan's earth veins continued to crack as the spiritual energy was devoured by the trapping immortal. The sky was filled with red light, turning the Luan clan's secret realm into a red hell. Immortal execution and immortal entrapment resonated with each other from a distance. These two immortal swords, whose names shook the ancient times, intimidated the four great immortal domains, no one daring to face their sharpness. Two of the four great celestial swords had appeared. Although they were no longer at their peak, the might of the celestial swords was something that mortal weapons could not compare to. As they clashed, the black scimitars in the hands of the 3,000 netherworld army broke one after another, unable to withstand the extreme sword might. Outside of Mount Sanwei, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by wind and snow. He opened the heavenly book one after another and forcefully controlled the two celestial swords. Behind him, King Wan supported him and poured all of his Peak King level cultivation into Ning Chen's body. With the help of a Peak King and the support of a level 1 earth vein, the sword chi within the sword formation was boundless like rain, without beginning or end, boundless and limitless. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was dyed red. In the sky above the Luan race's secret realm, the heavenly demon messenger and the southern head herald were facing the crisscrossing sword lights around them. Their expressions were grave as they unleashed their full power to block the swords of slaughter. The heaven-swallowing pots, demonic flames surged and devoured the streaks of sword light one after another. However, the endless swords couldn't devour all of them. The two messengers' expressions were abnormally solemn as they used all their strength to protect themselves. The sword chi was endless and violent. The southern commander felt the murderous intent from the fairy sword in the sky. He took a step forward and leaped into the air, intending to destroy the sword first. No. When the sky demon palm commander saw this, his expression changed. His figure flashed as he quickly chased after them. Under the immortal slaying sword, the southern commandery lord struck out with his primordial fury palm. His incomparably powerful palm force directly slapped toward the murderous weapon in the sky. With a rumble, the demonic palm struck the ominous weapon. Amidst the world-shaking tremors, the immortal extermination sword suddenly shook violently. With the addition of the palm force, cracks began to appear on the sword. The sickly king's stone could not withstand the demonic might of a king, and cracks began to appear on the sword. Outside Mount Sanwei, King Wan's expression changed when he saw this. He said, "This is bad. They want to destroy the sword." "Don't worry, they only destroyed the sickly king's stone sword that I reforged clumsily." As he spoke, Ningchen opened and closed his hands, activating the life scroll. The 4 scrolls of godless heaven and earth were opened. Strange light constantly filled the sword realm. The 2 great immortal swords felt their master's will and immediately shook violently. In the next moment, red light shot up into the sky from the celestial trapping sword. A huge red light pillar pierced through heaven and earth. The sword current flowed in the opposite direction, surging and howling. In the sky above the king's domain, the immortal slaying sword was unraveled. Countless black gravel fell from the sky. The ferocious sword revealed its true form. The body of the sword was neither stone nor jade. It was simple and majestic. Cracks crisscrossed across it, shocking everyone. Zhu Xian's sword moved. The true ominous weapon once again displayed its world-shocking power. A huge red light beam penetrated into the ominous sword, shaking the wind and clouds within 10,000 miles. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. With the help of the immortal entrapment, the immortal extermination sword's ferocious power rose sharply. A sword light of 10,000 feet appeared out of thin air and slashed down. Retreat! The sky demon messenger's expression changed greatly. Looking at the sword light slashing down from the sky, he shouted anxiously. Hearing the warning, the southern commander's figure retreated quickly. However, it was too late for him to retreat with a limitless sword. Boom! The sword light fell, and heaven and earth sank. In the sky above the king's domain, the void was cut open by the sword light. A terrifying crack spread endlessly. The southern commander turned his palm to the sky, trying to block the sword. However, the sword was endless and unstoppable. A waterfall of blood gushed into the sky. The king's arms were broken. One sword cut off the arms, but the sword power did not weaken. It directly cut through the king's body and destroyed his soul. The world-shocking sword was indescribable. As the remaining power fell, it slashed toward the sky demon messenger again. Seeing this, the sky demon messenger was furious. With a deep shout, he activated the sky demon's #1 imperial weapon to block the sword. With a loud rumble, the immortal sword and demonic weapon collided. In the ear-piercing vibration, the demonic weapon trembled. Although it blocked the immortal sword, the two weapons were of completely different levels. It was obvious who had the upper hand. The sword power was exhausted. The sky demon messenger spat out blood and fell rapidly from the sky. With a bang, dust filled the sky. On the ground, the sky demon messenger staggered to his feet. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at the sword in the sky in shock. Was this the legendary sword of slaying? It was actually so terrifying. In the king's domain, as the sword light swept across, only a few of the 3,000 soldiers of the underworld army were left. The terrifying sword of slaughter displayed its ancient power. At this moment, outside Mount Sanwei, Ning Qin groaned. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, King Wan immediately withdrew 30% of his power and said in a low voice, "Don't force it. Your body can't withstand so much power." "It's okay." Ning Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and looked at the sky demon messenger in the king's domain. He said seriously, "If we let the tiger return to the mountain, there will be endless trouble in the future. We must keep this person here forever. Only then can we bury everything that happened today." "But your body," King Wan said worriedly. "It's okay. Senior Wan, don't worry. My body is special. These injuries won't affect me too much." Ning Qin replied. His eyes shone brighter. He opened and closed his hands. The power of the 5 scrolls of the heavenly tomes was raised to the extreme, supporting the immortal sword. Behind him, King Wan sighed inwardly. He didn't say anything else. He activated his body and poured all of his vital energy into Ning Chen's body. With the two of them working together, the once peaceful pure land of the Luan clan turned into a hell of ghosts. Countless broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. It was extremely horrifying. Not a single one of the 3,000 soldiers of the underworld army was left alive. In the entire sword of slaying, there was only one person left. He was covered in blood and dazzling to the eye. In the sky and on the ground, the immortal slaying and immortal trapping swords hummed softly. Their sword aura spread to every corner of the king's domain, leaving no way out. The commander had died in battle. The commander was both shocked and furious. He activated the heaven-swallowing gourd to protect himself. He kept moving around, not daring to face the swords head-on. Just as the heavenly demon commander's life was in danger, demonic chi spread rapidly from afar. A terrifying aura shook the entire great world. 7 luminaries, demon emperor. Sensing the aura coming from afar, Ning Chen's face darkened slightly. He glanced at the Luan clan members behind him and made a prompt decision to stop fighting. Retreat! With a deep shout, Ning Chen took back the 2 immortal swords with a flip of his palm. Then he slashed open the void and led the people behind him into it. Not long after they left, demonic clouds loomed over the horizon. A black, demonic sun descended from the sky. Within the demonic sun, a figure that could shake the heavens and earth was surrounded by radiance. His imperial aura was terrifying. A shocking palm descended from the sky and shattered the remaining power of the sword formation. The 7 luminaries demon emperor looked at the commander below and said coldly, "Where are they?" The heavenly demon commander looked at the 7 luminaries demon emperor and immediately bowed. He said tiredly, "Demon Emperor, they have escaped." The 7 luminaries demon emperor's eyes flickered coldly. He unleashed his divine sense, but withdrew it a moment later and said, "Go to the soul imprisoning pool to receive your punishment after you return." The heavenly demon commander shuddered when he heard the words soul imprisoning pool. He then bowed and said, "Yes, your majesty." The 7 luminaries demon emperor harumphed coldly. He did not say anything else. He soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The heavenly demon commander glanced at the devastated battlefield. He suppressed the injuries in his body and left Mount 3 Danger. An hour after the 2 left, the void outside Mount 3 Danger rippled. A moment later, a huge crack appeared. A figure in plain clothes walked out, followed by many Luan clan members. Ning Chen staggered a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressing his injuries for so long, but the injuries in his body had finally erupted. "Master!" Dong Yu and Xie Zhi's expressions changed slightly. "I'm fine." Ning Chen steadied himself and activated the life scroll to suppress his injuries. He looked at the Luan clan members behind him with a relieved expression. Everything was worth it as long as he could protect the Luan clan. The Luan clan was only in this mess because they were subordinate to the Phoenix clan. As the successor of the Phoenix clan, he could not just sit back and do nothing. Besides, the Luan king had given him a lot of pointers when he first arrived in this realm. "Thank you for saving us, Mr. Ning." At this moment, all the Luan clan members behind the Luan king knelt down and thanked him. Ning Chen immediately helped the Luan king up and said softly, "Senior Luan king, there's no need to be so courteous. It's my duty. This place is no longer safe. Senior, please leave with your people as soon as possible." The Luan king nodded and looked at Mount Sanwei in front of him with reluctance. The Luan clan had lived here for generations. If they left today, it might be forever. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as there are people, there's still hope. The heavenly demon imperial clan is constantly making moves. The primordial demon realm will soon enter the stage of cleansing. From today onwards, Senior Luan King should bring your people to a secluded place and retire peacefully, Ning Chen said seriously. "Okay." The Luan King nodded and turned to his people behind him. "Let's go." Yes. The Luan clan members respectfully accepted the order and left with the Luan King. "Master." The departure was imminent. Xie Zhi's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at the person in front of her with reluctance. She knew that after this departure, they might not have the chance to meet again. At the side, the mature and sensible Dong Yu could not help but turn her head. Her eyes were slightly sour. "All right, it's not like we'll never meet again. Why do you have to make it seem like we're parting forever?" Ning Chen raised his hand and patted the 2 girls' heads. With a gentle expression, he said, "Follow Senior Luan Wang and cultivate well. In the future, young master might need your help. Especially Xie Zhi. Listen to your sister and don't slack off, understand?" "Yes, I will work hard to cultivate." Xie Zhi wiped away the tears on her face and nodded vigorously. "Let's go." Don't let Senior Luan King wait for too long. Ning Chen looked at the Luan King in the distance and said, Dong Yu and Xia. Ji nodded. Although they were reluctant, they still walked away. After watching them leave, the gentleness on Ning Chen's face disappeared. Now, it was time to go back and face the storm. Chapter 1087. In the 13th Crown Prince's residence, Ning Chen had been back for a few days. The entire imperial city was unusually calm, so calm that it made people panic. The Luan race had disappeared. An entire 3-danger mountain was scorched. Everyone thought that the Luan race had been exterminated, and they were even more afraid of the celestial devil imperial family. The 4 demon emperors were guarding the primordial demon region, and the world was silent. Although the 100 races were furious, they didn't dare to do anything. In the celestial devil ancestral land, the air froze. The failure of the expedition against the Luan race made the atmosphere very heavy. The kings sealed in the demon source were puzzled when they heard the news. The Luan race only had one king realm expert, the Luan King. How could they have failed with the southern commander and the southern commander? A king said, We don't know the details yet. According to the secret report, the royal family of the celestial demons suffered heavy losses in this battle. Not only did the commander of the south die, but none of the 3,000 soldiers of the underworld army survived, the second king said. That's strange. The kings were puzzled. The underworld army was the strongest army of the celestial devil imperial family, and their cultivation was at least above the celestial treading realm. There were also many red dust realm experts. Even a king realm expert would find it difficult to kill them all. There's no need to guess. An unknown expert interfered in the Luan race. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded from the depths of the ancestral land, answering the king's questions. Brother. The kings came back to their senses and said, respectfully, Old Ninth has already achieved the sovereign Tao. You guys should work hard too. When I sealed you guys into the devil source, I wanted you guys to have a longer lifespan. Once you gained enlightenment, you would be able to achieve your own Tao, said the first Kuni demon emperor. The kings fell silent. 9 Nether's talent and comprehension were rare, and he was famous in the ancient times. Everyone believed that he could attain the imperial Tao. In comparison, although they had the same imperial bloodline, their talent was far inferior to 9 Nethers. Brother, what happened in the Luan race? Without an imperial Tao expert, who could have wiped out the 3,000 underworld army of the celestial devil imperial family, the 6th king said, Immortal slaying sword formation. The first demon emperor said calmly. According to the southern commander, they entered the immortal slaying sword formation and couldn't escape. Immortal slaying sword formation? The 5th king was shocked. Isn't that the killing array that was lost in the 4 immortal realms beyond the heavens? How did this array appear in the Luan clan? Could it be that a grandmaster has come to my primordial demon realm? The 6th king asked. In the depths of the ancestral land, Demon Emperor Kun-I replied, There's only one explanation. Previously in the Dragon Monarch Mountain, there was an unknown expert who interfered in the battle between us and the Dragon Monarch. Now, another unknown expert has appeared in the Luan clan. This is no longer a coincidence. Is it an Emperor Realm expert? The 5th king asked in a deep voice. I don't think so. The first Demon Emperor replied, The Queen Mother of the West Seal hasn't been completely broken yet, so the real bodies of emperors can't pass through. If it was just a clone, it wouldn't have been able to do this. Just a king? The 6 of them frowned and asked, How can a king intervene in a battle between rulers? It's not impossible to take advantage of the situation, the first Demon Emperor said calmly. This person hasn't shown himself yet, so I don't know what his cultivation level is. However, I'm sure that this person's attainments in swordsmanship are sky high, and he has the celestial slaying sword. He's an extremely troublesome enemy. The celestial slaying sword. When the kings heard this, their hearts sank. The treasure of the Eastern celestial world, the peerless murderous weapon that could kill millions and slay immortals and demons, had actually appeared. "Brother, I have a suspect." Among the kings, the fourth king, who had been silent all this while, said, "The new disciple of Nine Nether is said to have extraordinary attainments in swordsmanship. Could this unknown expert be him?" The first demon emperor was silent for a moment, then denied it. "I also suspected this person, but the difference in their levels is too great. It's unlikely to be him." "Could it be that he's hiding something?" the fourth king asked. "It's very unlikely," the first demon emperor replied. "Even if the celestial slaying sword is in his hands, it's impossible for him to activate such a large-scale celestial slaying sword formation with his current level. Besides, if the person who attacked in the Dragon Emperor Mountain was this person, it's impossible for me not to sense it. Even so, this person's background is suspicious. Brother, it's best to test him," the fourth king suggested. The first demon emperor nodded and said, "Fourth brother, you're right. I'll find a chance to test this person." At the same time, in the divine capital mountain, one of the few royal families in the primordial demon realm, today a handsome young man walked out. His cultivation level was high, and he had already entered the king realm. The saint of the divine capital mountain appeared in a low-key manner and didn't attract anyone's attention. He rushed towards the north. Almost at the same time, the Scale Clan, the Stone Clan, and the Golden Leo constellation all took action. They accepted the invitation of the Sorcerer tribe and sent their descendants there. 3 days later, in the Sorcerer tribe's territory in the northern continent, the descendants of the 4 royal families appeared and gathered at the Sorcerer tribe's sacred ground. The Sorcerer tribe was like a primitive tribe. Many altars were lit with bonfires. In the middle of the many altars, a huge altar sat. Bonfires danced at the 4 corners of the altar, reflecting the bright moon. At this moment, a dim light rose from the altar. Many figures appeared out of thin air. They were the descendants of the 4 royal families who had entered the Sorcerer tribe's territory. The Sorcerer tribe's sacred ground is indeed different. The Golden Lion clan's descendant, Hong Yuan, looked at the ancient and majestic scene around him and praised. The Scale Clan's Jean Lin, the Stone Clan's prince, and the divine capital mountain's Saint All looked at the altars in the distance with different expressions. The Sorcerer tribe had always been mysterious. Very few people could enter the Sorcerer tribe's sacred ground. It was their first time here, so they were curious. "Greetings, princes." Just as the 4 of them were observing the Sorcerer tribe, flowing light gathered on the altar. A beautiful figure walked out. It was the witch Tian Xan. Hong Yuan, Jean Lin, and the others returned the greeting. The witch tribe saint was the only candidate for the next Sorcerer tribe's master. Her status was extraordinary. Even the royal clan's masters had to greet her when they saw her. "Lady Tianqin, why have you called us here?" Hong Yuan asked. "I didn't call you here. My master has something to ask you." As she spoke, Tian Xen looked at the Sorcerer tribe's holy palace in the distance and said calmly, "Master, everyone is here." As soon as she finished speaking, an old figure appeared in the Sorcerer tribe's holy palace. He took a step forward and disappeared from the main hall. In the next moment, time stopped on the central altar. The 4 descendants of the royal families were stunned. The flowers were not fragrant, the birds were not singing, and the world was dead. Emperor Go appeared on the altar. He looked up and said, "Everyone show yourselves." "Emperor Go, long time no see. How have you been?" As he spoke, 4 illusory figures appeared in the sky. The sovereign's aura covered the sky. The Scale Emperor, the Stone Emperor, the Holy Master of Fairy's capital mountain, and the Golden Lion tribe's clan leader appeared together. Their terrifying aura made it hard for people to breathe. "Emperor Go, you must have something to discuss with us, since you have invited us here, right?" The Holy Master of Fairy's capital mountain said calmly. Emperor Go nodded and said, "I'm sure all of you can guess why I have invited you here. There have been a lot of incidents in the primordial demon realm recently. The Howling Moon royal family and the Yuan tribe have been exterminated. Everyone knows which tribe did it. I would like to remind all of you that now that the two royal families are in trouble, any other tribe could be next. The only way for the 5 of us to protect ourselves is to form an alliance. Emperor Go, don't you think you're worrying too much? The Scale Emperor said calmly, the 5 of us are the royal families after all. Moreover, with the 5 of us here, even the other tribe would have to think twice before acting. You're underestimating the arrogance of the Sky Demonic royal family. The Stone Emperor snorted and said, there's no need to beat around the bush. Everyone knows about the Sky Demonic royal family's ambition to take over the other tribes. The Sky Demonic royal family has always wanted to start a war between the primordial demon realm and the heavens beyond. Before that happens, only by unifying the primordial demon realm can we completely solve their worries. Since the truth was out in the open, the 5 emperors no longer had any scruples. In the sky, the Golden Lion tribe leader looked at the Sorcerer tribe leader and said, Emperor Go, the Sorcerer tribe is the best at predicting the future. Did you see anything? Emperor Go nodded and said, in the near future, the primordial demon realm will start a war. Even the 5 royal families will not be spared. The Sky Demonic royal family really dares to attack us? The Holy Master of Fairies' capital mountain frowned and said, Emperor Go, what else did you see? The future is blurry, and I can't see everything clearly. Other than the moment when the royal families were attacked, the only moment I saw was the war between the 2 realms. Moreover, it was the defeat of the primordial demon realm. Emperor Go said, when the 4 emperors heard this, they were shocked. How could it be? Even in the ancient age, the number of primordial demon realm elites was much more than the realm beyond heaven. However, the Lord of the Eastern celestial world was too powerful. He went deep into the enemy camp alone and killed all the Sky Demonic royal family elites. He almost single-handedly turned the tide of the war between the 2 realms. Now that the 4 celestial worlds were destroyed and the Lord of the Eastern celestial world who had suppressed the ancient age had fallen, the realm beyond heaven was no match for the primordial demon realm. That's all I can see. As for the reason, I don't know. Emperor Go said honestly, the war between the 2 realms is a matter for later. We can't care so much now. The most important thing now is how to deal with the Sky Demonic royal family's wild ambition. If we don't do anything, the 5 of us can only wait for death. The Lord of Fairies' capital mountain said seriously, let's form an alliance. The Golden Lion tribe leader said seriously, this is the only way. The 5 of us can't fight the Sky Demonic royal family alone. Only by forming an alliance can we fight the 4 demon emperors. Just as the 5 sovereigns were discussing the alliance, the other major tribes of the primordial demon realm were also trying to find ways to protect themselves. In the Green Hill secret territory, the Fox King and the other elders were anxiously waiting for the Heavenly Maiden's return. On the 5th day outside the Green Hill, Xiao Xiao appeared and walked into the imperial territory. How did it go? The Fox King asked. The Netherworld Demonic Emperor agreed. Xiao Xiao nodded and said seriously, Chapter 1088. 3rd Imperial City, 13th Crown Prince Residence. Ning Qin stood quietly in his residence. He looked worried and troubled. The 9th Underworld King had agreed to his marriage with the Fox clan. This matter was very troublesome. He could understand why the Fox clan wanted to marry the Sky Devil royal family to protect themselves. However, he already had a wife. He could not marry another woman from the Fox clan. Wan Er was a good girl. However, she did not belong to him. Your Highness, it's cold at night. Rest early. Shi Qing mustered up her courage and stepped forward, reminding him with some lack of confidence. Ning Chen came back to his senses. He looked at the timid girl and said calmly, Shi Qing, if I let you and your sister out of the residence, will you have a place to go? Hearing this, Shi Qing was terrified. She immediately knelt down and said, Your Highness, I don't know what I did wrong. Please tell me. I will try my best to change. When he saw the former's reaction, Ning Qin frowned lightly and said, You didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not driving all of you away. But aren't all of you tired of living as slaves and servants under someone else's roof? I can see that you and Shi you are afraid of me. If I let you out of the residence, you can live a free life. Shi Qing lowered her head and said, I don't want to leave. Why? Ning Qin frowned and said, If you have a chance to regain your freedom, why do you want to live under someone else's roof? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are the high and mighty Crown Prince of the imperial family. You don't understand the helplessness of us servants. If we stay here, we still have your Highness' protection. No one dares to do anything to us. Once we leave the Crown Prince's palace, we will no longer have anyone to rely on, especially beautiful women like me and my sister. Generally, we won't have a good ending. Shi Qing raised her head and looked at the person in front of her, speaking softly. So, you would rather give up your freedom? Ning Qin said calmly. Shi Qing was silent. After a while, she said, Your Highness, I have no right to talk about freedom with my status. Sad. Ning Qin sighed in his heart. He did not try to persuade her any more. He turned around and said, You may leave. Yes. Shi Qing bowed respectfully and left. In front of the palace, Ning Qin looked at the stars in the sky. He could not hide his arrogance. His fate would not be controlled by anyone, not even the heavens. Are you still thinking about the marriage? Right at this moment, the void in front of the royal palace rippled as an illusory figure surrounded by demonic qi appeared. His powerful cultivation base shook the heavens and earth, causing the entire Crown Prince residence to tremble. Master, Ning Qin respectfully bowed when he saw the person who had arrived. Your marriage with the Fox Clan's princess was personally agreed upon by the first demon emperor. It's already a foregone conclusion. You don't have to think about it anymore. I'm here to ask you if you were the one behind what happened at Three Danger Mountain. Xian Juyo said seriously. Yes. Ning Qin nodded and answered truthfully. Hearing this, Xian Juyo frowned and said, So you were the one who attacked a Dragon Emperor mountain? Yes, Ning Qin replied. Why? Xian Juyo's expression turned serious as he said, I can understand why you helped the Luan clan. However, in the Dragon Monarch Mountain, you helped the Dragon Monarch escape. What about that? In order to prevent the 3 demon emperors from obtaining the Dragon Emperor Sword, Ning Qin didn't hide anything and answered honestly. Xian Juyo's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, The Immortal Execution Sword is an item from the sky beyond heaven. So you're from the sky beyond heaven? Yes. Ning Qin nodded. I have no intention to hide anything from you, Master. However, humans and demons are different. Even if you know, it will only make things difficult for you. Hearing his disciple's answer, Xian Juyo understood. The sky beyond heaven was the world of the human race. The strength of the primordial demon realm was a huge threat to the human race. Is the seal of the Queen Mother of the West really broken? Xian Juyo asked seriously. It should only be a part of it. Ning Qin said calmly, The strength of the sky beyond heaven is far inferior to that of the primordial demon realm. If the emperors of the primordial demon realm could enter and exit freely, the 3 demon emperors would have already sent their troops to the sky beyond heaven. The reason why the 3 demon emperors want to obtain the Dragon Emperor Sword is very likely to completely destroy the seal of the Queen Mother of the West and start a war between the 2 realms. I don't want to see the human race suffer. So the Dragon Emperor Sword must not be obtained by the 3 demon emperors. Xian Juyo nodded. Perhaps that was the truth. Master, I'm sorry. Ning Qin said apologetically. No matter what difficulties he had in his heart, he had deceived the person in front of him for a long time. This belated apology was meaningless, but it was the only thing he could do now. No need to apologize. Xian Juyo said with emotion. I can only say that I admire you for being able to turn the situation around with your own strength. The 100 tribes of the primordial demon realm and even the human race of the sky beyond heaven found it difficult to master the 3 great divine prohibitions that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It's really incredible that you have such extraordinary attainments. At this moment, he really did not know whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that his disciple was so outstanding that even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. He was sad that his disciple had shown his ability for the first time to deal with the celestial devil imperial family. Master, you flatter me. I actually don't know much about the celestial execution prohibition. I only saw it once in the Eastern celestial world and remembered some of its changes. The reason why I was able to open the formation this time was because of the help of the Luan King and the power of the spiritual veins of the 3 Danger Mountain that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Destroying the pure land of the Luan tribe and barely opening the celestial execution prohibition formation once was not a smart move, Ningchen said honestly. The divine prohibitions are unpredictable. It's already extraordinary that you were able to set up the celestial execution prohibition formation. But it's a bit too much to destroy the 3,000 soldiers of the underworld. This prohibition is too murderous and has karma on you. It's not good for your cultivation path. You'd better not open it in the future, Xianjio said seriously. I'll keep that in mind, Ningchen nodded. Xianjio looked at his disciple and said seriously, Ningchen, you're my only disciple. I understand your position. I also don't want a war between the 2 realms. So, I can pretend that I don't know what happened these days. But paper can't wrap fire. Do you understand? Especially in the Battle of the Dragon Emperor Mountain, you were also involved. The 3 demon emperors might already be suspicious of you. You must be careful in the future. I understand. Ningchen bowed respectfully to the person in front of him and said seriously, Master, there's something I hope you'll keep in mind. The war between the primeval demon realm and the heavens beyond must not start. Otherwise, not only the human race, but even the primeval demon realm will suffer. I think you don't want to see that happen. I'll do my best to stop it. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, once your identity is exposed, I won't be able to protect you. Xianjio didn't say anything else. His figure faded away and disappeared. In front of the royal palace, Ningchen looked at the disappearing demonic qi in the void and sighed softly. Being able to reveal his identity made him feel a little more relaxed. No matter what his stance was, he would always remember the 9th Underworld King's protection. A cold wind blew, and the night was slightly chilly. Ningchen looked at the surging wind and clouds in the imperial city. His expression gradually calmed down, and his eyes flashed. He had been in the primeval demon realm for many years. The more he understood this world, the more he felt powerless. The number of primeval demon realm cultivators was much higher than the heavens beyond, especially the cultivators above the 4th level. There were many levels higher than the heavens beyond. Although he had the divine prohibition, the immortal sword, and other treasures to protect himself, it would still be difficult for him to deal with cultivators above the king realm if he was unprepared. The primeval demon realm was filled with danger at every step. It was impossible for him to have time to set up formations every time. From now on, the dangers he would face would only increase. The right path was to increase his strength as soon as possible. The demon body cultivated the 9 changes of the heavenly demon and had now entered the 6th level of the star-shaking realm. It was comparable to the 4th level of the human race. However, even though the demon body already had the combat power of the red dust realm, it was still difficult for his original body to break through the 4th level. The 4th level was the dream of all cultivators. Since ancient times, most prodigies were stuck at the 4th level and could not advance. Only when he truly entered the 4th level would he be qualified to compete with the world's cultivators and not be restrained at every step. In the Crown Prince's palace, the night was getting darker. Under the cold moon, The brilliance of the divine prohibition spread out and the world gradually froze. In front of the imperial palace, Ning Chen's body was shining with divine light. The heavenly book, the divine scroll, opened. In an instant, in the forbidden land of the underworld, shadows of huge stars appeared. The peak of martial arts shocked the world. The new martial art was first performed. The stars circled around. In an instant, wind and thunder surged and filled the entire crown prince's palace. In the middle of a few huge stars, Ning Chen's figure rose into the air and stood proudly. His white hair danced in the wind. He looked extremely heroic, like a divine king descending to the world. It was shocking. The Ji family of the divine bloodline had unique martial arts that had been passed down for generations. It was so ancient that it could not be traced. It had martial arts that were comparable to the power of the gods. It had once caused half of the sky beyond heaven to crawl. Divine scroll, yin-yang separation. With a flip of his palms, the two divine lights of the black moon and the white sun rose into the sky. Yin and yang opened up, and the whole world was instantly divided into two. It was a shocking move that caused the divine prohibition space to shake violently. There were thousands of changes, but it was still difficult to support the power of yin and yang. In the divine prohibition space, the yin and yang energy in Ning Chen's hands slowly came together. He wanted to forcefully merge yin and yang. As yin and yang merged, the power of the black moon and the white sun clashed with each other. A terrifying, repulsive force came from the sun and the moon. Ning Chen let out a deep roar and activated 30% of his body to refine yin and yang. A rumbling sound was heard. The divine prohibition space that had already reached its limit finally could not withstand the terrifying power. Tens of thousands of seals collapsed. Huge cracks appeared and spread out for tens of thousands of feet. Boom! Suddenly, the black moon and the white sun above Ning Chen's hands exploded with an unparalleled force. At the moment when Ning Chen could no longer withstand it, he made a prompt decision. He activated his ultimate vitality and sent the sun and the moon into the sky. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. In the sky above the three imperial cities, the power of yin and yang clashed with each other. The entire sky was filled with wind and clouds, and the world was constantly shaking. In an instant, the forces in the three imperial cities looked at the sky with shock. It's that disciple of the 9 underworlds. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor looked at the rolling, dark clouds in the sky. They could not hide the shock in their eyes. What an incredible young man. The first demon emperor's eyes darkened as he said, coldly, Chapter 1089. In the 3rd imperial city, yin and yang shook the heavens and earth, shocking the entire city. Countless gazes looked at the yin and yang in the sky, unable to suppress the waves in their hearts. What terrifying power! The 13th prince actually had such terrifying power. 13th brother's strength isn't any weaker than a king's. Xianqing said as he looked at the storm in the 3rd prince's palace. This power is violent and chaotic. It's obvious that it's out of control. Xianyu said, 13th brother's cultivation is only at the 6th transformation of the heavenly demon realm, but he can unleash power comparable to the 7th transformation. Even first brother, and I can't do that at his level, Xianqing said seriously. 13th brother is indeed extraordinary, but he's not a direct descendant of the imperial family. Even if his master is the 9 darkness demon emperor, the future of the imperial family has nothing to do with him, Xianyu said indifferently. So, the more outstanding 13th brother is, the better for us. Compared to first brother, 13th brother is more likely to side with us, right? Xianqing said calmly with a smile. Although that's the case, first brother won't just sit there and do nothing. According to my guess, first brother will attack 13th brother, Xianyu said calmly. Hearing this, Xianqing's eyes turned serious. After a while, he nodded gently and said, "What you said makes sense. The fifth prince is a cruel and merciless person. Even if the first prince didn't say it, the fifth prince wouldn't allow a person who is dangerous to them to live. Do we need to send someone to warn him?" Xian Yu asked. Xian Qing looked at the 13th prince's palace in the distance and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, "No need. I've talked to 13th brother a few times. He's very smart and should know that first brother will do something to him. If I send someone to warn him, it won't be of any use. If I tell him too clearly, it will only make me seem narrow-minded." Xian Yu nodded lightly when he heard the former's words, and he said, "It's Imperial brother who didn't think things through. However, the shocking strength that 13th brother revealed tonight will probably strengthen eldest Imperial brother's resolve to eliminate him. It's fine for now," Xian Qing said seriously. "As long as 13th brother doesn't leave the Imperial city, he won't be in danger. What I'm worried about is that eldest brother will find a chance to kick 13th brother out of the Imperial city. At that time, it will be the real trouble." Xian Yu nodded. There were numerous experts by the Crown Prince's side, and even the Crown Prince himself was a Peak King realm expert. So, if the Crown Prince really wanted to make a move against Xian Yu, then it would be impossible to guard against him. At the same time, in the Crown Prince's residence, Xian Zhen was standing outside the Imperial Palace. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the shocking scene in the distance. This 13th brother of his had truly surprised him time and time again. "Brother, we can't delay any longer," the fifth prince said in a deep voice. The longer they delayed, the stronger the 13th prince's wings would be. At that time, it would not be so easy to get rid of him. "Don't worry, the opportunity will come soon," Xian Jin said calmly. "Elder brother, what is the opportunity you're talking about?" The fifth prince asked with a slight frown. "Wedding," Xian Zhen said calmly. The sleepless night slowly passed under the shocked gazes of everyone in the Imperial city. The next day, the sun shone from the east and chased away the coldness of the night. As the sky lit up, an imperial edict was sent to the 13th prince's residence. The demon emperor had summoned everyone to the three emperors' palace. The majestic sacred palace was located at the end of the 9,000 stone steps. The three majestic palaces were located in a triangular formation. It was majestic and magnificent. Ning Qin walked up the stone steps. His expression was calm and tranquil, without the slightest change. Ning Chen walked over from the central emperor palace. The moment he stepped into the palace, three illusory voices appeared in front of the throne. Mist floated around them and covered their appearances. "Greetings, three demon emperors." Ning Qin bowed and said respectfully, "You may rise." The first demon emperor spoke from the middle of the three demon emperors. "Thank you, demon emperor," Ning Qin said calmly as he stood up. "Do you know why I summoned you here?" The first demon emperor asked calmly. "I don't know." Ning Qin shook his head. "I summoned you here for your marriage with the Fox Clan's princess. Your master and I have already agreed with the Fox Clan. You can choose a date for your marriage with the Fox Clan's princess." The first Kuni demon emperor said calmly. Ning Chen heard this and couldn't help but frown. What was to come had finally come. Knowing that it was useless to refuse, Ning Chen didn't waste any more words. He bowed again and said respectfully, "Yes, I will discuss with your master on the day of the wedding. Before that, don't leave the Imperial city. Do you understand?" The first demon emperor said. "Yes," Ning Chan replied again. "Do you have any objections?" the first demon emperor asked calmly. "No." Ning Chin shook his head lightly. "Then go back and prepare," the first demon emperor said. "I will take my leave." Ning Chin stepped forward and bowed. Then he turned around and walked out of the palace. Ji Ming left. On the left side of the throne, the Seven Brilliance demon emperor looked at the former's back and said seriously, "It went unexpectedly well." I thought he might not agree. They had more or less learned about their 13th brother's personality. He had strong principles and wasn't someone who could be easily swayed. When the 100 races came, the princess of the Fox clan had mentioned their 13th brother's marriage with Miss One. They could tell that their 13th brother wasn't enthusiastic about the marriage. Therefore, they didn't expect their 13th brother to agree to the marriage. He's a smart man. He knows that it's useless to refuse, so he won't waste his energy. However, I won't be surprised if he leaves the imperial city during this time, the first demon emperor said calmly. I hope he won't do something stupid, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said coldly. 3 days later, in the Green Hills secret realm, the Sky Demon royal envoy arrived and delivered the demon emperor's imperial edict to the Fox clan. The Fox King looked at the imperial edict in his hand and couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The world was in chaos. The 100 races were in danger. The Fox clan wasn't as strong as the other royal tribes. Marriage was the best way to protect themselves. In a bamboo yard in front of the pond, Xiao Xiao looked at the woman in front of her and said softly, the imperial edict has been delivered. Are you still worried? Turned around and shook her head. It's not that I'm worried. I'm just wondering if it's the right thing to do. I can tell that young Master Ning doesn't agree to the marriage. It's selfish of us to force him like this. Xiao Xiao sighed and said, don't think too much about it. Since the imperial edict has been delivered, you just need to prepare to marry into the crown prince's residence. It's useless to think too much about other things. Wana nodded. She looked away and continued to look at the pond outside the yard. This was the only time she wouldn't force him to do anything he didn't want to do. Chapter 1090. It had been more than half a month since the Demon King had arranged the marriage. A prince's wedding was always a big event for the royal family, not to mention the 13th prince. The imperial family's priest calculated that the auspicious day would be 1 month later. All the powers in the 3 imperial cities were focused on the 13th prince's residence. Ever since the 13th prince had entered the imperial family, he had given them too many surprises. Although the Fox clan was a royal family, it was nothing compared to the Sky Devil royal family. However, it was rumored that the Fox clan had saved the 13th prince's life, which was why the marriage was arranged. As for the princess of the Fox clan who was going to marry the 13th prince, very few people had heard of her. Compared to the holy maiden of the Fox clan, she was almost unremarkable. This was also the reason why everyone found it strange. The 13th prince was extremely talented. Even if he had agreed to the marriage because of the Fox clan, he shouldn't have chosen such an ordinary girl. The 13th prince's palace was decorated with lanterns and banners. Shi Yu and Shi Qing came and went as they were busy preparing for the wedding. For half a month, the 2 women were so busy that they hardly had time to rest. In such a large crown prince mansion, there were pitifully few servants. Therefore, Shi Yu and Shi Qing had to intervene in all the big and small matters. In more than 10 days, the 2 women were exhausted. In the palace, Ning Chen, who usually couldn't stop, became the most leisurely person because of the first Demon King's order. He didn't even come out of the palace for many days. In the backyard of the palace, the god-forbidden space sealed off all auras. Ning Chen was in it, surrounded by wind and snow. After practicing martial arts for many days, Ning Chen wanted to use the God Scroll to reach the 4th level. However, after many days of hard work, he still couldn't break through the final barrier. A month ago, he failed to merge the yin and yang forces, which alarmed many forces. These days, he had been trying to merge the yin and yang forces again. Unfortunately, he still hadn't succeeded. The God Scroll was the most respected heavenly book, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. The Ji family had the bloodline of the gods, and they were blessed by the heavens. Over the years, very few people were able to learn all 3 moves of the God Scroll. The most important thing was that the God's scroll required one to combine the power of yin and yang in order to learn the third move. During these past few days, he'd already tried no less than 10 times. Unfortunately, every single time it ended in failure and he was unable to make any progress. Within the God-forbidden space, Ning Chen's figure soared into the sky. He raised both his hands, and the black moon and the white sun converged. Boundless divine might shook the heavens and the earth. Yin and yang were separated. Heaven and earth were divided. The second style of the divine scroll possessed boundless might. The moment the sun and moon merged, a berserk impact force surged. Time and space became chaotic, and it was difficult to withstand its might. Just as the power of yin and yang was about to go out of control again, demonic qi surged around Ning Chen's body. The demonic body materialized, and his hands tore the void apart as the 6 heavenly demon arts appeared. Eternal exile, the ultimate move of the devil style, eternal banishment. The moment the void split open, Ning Chen did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and sent black moon and white sun into the turbulent space. Rumble. Space trembled violently. In an instant, the world returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The demonic body dispersed and returned to its original form. From beginning to end, it did not say a single word. Ning Chen descended from the sky and waved his hand to disperse the divine restriction. There was a serious look in his eyes. Wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Cough, cough. At this moment, a violent cough could be heard from the room in the backyard. It was weak but clear. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He temporarily suppressed his thoughts and walked towards the room in front of him. With a creak, the door opened. Ning Chen looked at the figure in the room, who was struggling to sit up. He said calmly, "Your body is still very weak. It's best if you don't get up." Song Ming raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Why?" "No reason. I just don't want you to die for the time being." Ning Chen did not explain. He could not let too many people know about his identity, especially those whom he could not trust completely. "One day, I will make all of you pay for the annihilation of my family." Song Ming could not suppress his hatred as he said coldly, "If you want to take revenge, you'd better recover quickly. You're in such a sorry state now that I'm not interested in fighting you." Ning Chen said coldly before he turned around and walked out of the room. The door was closed with a bang. In the room, Song Ming's expression became gloomier. He did not know why this person saved him, but the person who led the army to annihilate the Howling Moon royal family was the 13th prince of the Heavenly Demon royal family. "Your Highness, the 9th prince wishes to see you." As soon as Ning Chen walked out of the room, a guard came from the backyard and said respectfully, "Let him in." Ning Chen was surprised as he replied, "Yes." The guard accepted the order and left quickly. In the front hall, Ning Chen stood quietly and waited. Soon, Xian Ke walked in. His slightly gloomy face now had a hint of calmness. "Ninth brother." Ning Chen went forward and bowed politely. "13th brother, you don't have to be so courteous. Now that your identity is different, how can you bow to an ordinary prince like me?" Xian Ke raised his hand to help the person in front of him and said, "Ninth brother, you're my elder brother. It's only right for me to bow." A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he said, "I wonder why 9th royal brother has come." "It's nothing important. 13th brother's wedding is coming soon, so I'm here to ask if the mansion is lacking anything." Xian Ke glanced at the decorations in the main hall and said, "The 3 demon emperors have given me many things, so I'm not lacking anything. Thank you for your kindness, 9th brother." Ning Chen replied. Xian Ke nodded and said, "Your wedding with the princess of the Fox clan is now the most important thing in the entire 3 royal city and even the entire primordial demon region. Countless people are watching your every move. 13th brother, You should be more careful in the next few days. Don't give people a reason to gossip. Don't worry, ninth brother. Ningchen nodded and said, The first demon emperor has forbidden me from leaving the royal city, so I won't be going anywhere for the next few days. That's good too, Xian Ke replied softly and said, Previously the Howling Moon royal family was annihilated, and rumors were spreading that this matter was related to 13th brother. I'm worried that your wedding will be affected, so I came over to remind you. Although the rumors are terrifying, my royal brother has always been upright, so please don't take them to heart. I will. Ningchen smiled and said, Thank you for your reminder, royal brother. I'm sure you've been busy these days, right? You're right. We're in troubled times right now. The Howling Moon royal family and the Phoenix royal family have both been destroyed. I don't know who's trying to frame them, but they're trying to put the blame on the Sky Devil royal family. I've been having a hard time catching the person who's spreading the rumors, Xian Ke sighed. The truth will come to light. Rumors won't last long, so don't take it to heart. Ningchen smiled. I'm relieved that you think so, 13th brother. Xian Ke said emotionally, 13th brother, prepare for your wedding in peace. I still have many things to take care of, so I won't stay any longer. I'll take my leave first. See you off, ninth brother. Ningchen said softly and went to see him off. The two of them walked out of the residence together. Ningchen stopped in front of the crown prince's residence and watched Xian Ke leave. Soon, Ningchen retracted his gaze and entered the residence. Half a month later, the day of the wedding arrived. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky above the three royal city, and the wedding procession appeared. At the front, a red horse carriage appeared. It was pulled by a wild beast, and its aura was shocking. The door of the crown prince's residence opened, and Ningchen walked out. He flew into the air and entered the horse carriage. In the next moment, the wild beast galloped and headed east. Chapter 1091. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the ground. Above the three royal city, demonic clouds surged. Within the demonic clouds, wild beasts pulled the carriage, and the bridal procession lined up behind. Ningchen appeared in front of the crown prince's residence. He took a step and flew into the carriage. After a while, the wild beasts galloped towards the east. In the primordial demon region, everyone looked towards the sky. The crown prince's bridal procession was a big event that had not happened in the heavenly demons for hundreds of years. In the carriage, Ningchen, who was dressed in a black groom's robe, sat quietly. His eyes were calm, and there were not many changes in them. In front of the carriage, three wild beasts rode on the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Behind them, the bridal procession followed. It was a grand procession, showing the majesty of the royal family. The sun rose higher and higher. The bridal procession drove past the primordial demon region, rushing towards the Green Hill. At the same time, the Green Hill's secret territory was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. The wedding of the princess was a joyous occasion for the entire Green Hill. Everyone's face was full of smiles. In the green bamboo courtyard, a girl in red makeup was putting red flowers on the mirror. The mirror reflected her beautiful face. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Beside her, Xiao Xiao looked at her younger sister. Her eyes flashed. Today, when I was getting married. Sister, do I look good? Wan turned around and looked at her elder sister behind her. She smiled sweetly. Yes, today, our Wan is the most beautiful girl in the world. Xiao Xiao came back to her senses and said with a smile, Sister, you are the most beautiful person. Wan smiled happily. Xiao Xiao gently stroked her sister's long hair and said with a smile, We are sisters. Sister is beautiful, so of course I am beautiful too. Outside the courtyard, the Fox King walked over. He stopped in front of the courtyard and looked at the two people in the room. He had mixed feelings. Perhaps this was how a mother felt when witnessing her daughter's marriage. It was both joy and sadness. Juan had always been obedient and reasonable. She did not fight for anything. That was why her two daughters had such a good relationship. It was rare to see this in the royal family. In the previous generation, the siblings had fought to the death for the position of the Fox King. Thinking about it now, it was still chilling. Mother is here. Xiao Xiao felt the gaze behind her. She turned around and looked at the people outside the courtyard. Hearing the reminder, Juana looked over. When she saw her mother outside the small courtyard, a smile appeared on her face. Mother. The Fox King smiled and walked to the bamboo house in the courtyard. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, our Juana has grown up and is about to get married. In the future, don't forget me as your mother when you have a husband. If you have time, go back to the Green Mountains more often. Mother, don't make fun of your daughter, Juana said shyly. Juana will come back often to visit mother and sister. Mother, the 13th prince should have already set off. Juana still has a lot of things to prepare. Don't cause trouble here. At the side, Xiao Xiao smiled and spoke bluntly. All right, mother won't delay you any longer. Go ahead and prepare. The Fox King didn't care. He responded with a smile and immediately left. Juana, big sister will help you comb your hair again. The Fox King left. Xiao Xiao looked at the woman beside her and said with a smile, Juana nodded and sat down in front of the mirror. Xiao Xiao picked up the wooden comb on the table and carefully combed her younger sister's long hair. The woman's waist-length hair cascaded down like a waterfall. As Xiao Xiao combed her younger sister's long hair, she felt a little reluctant. Perhaps this would be the last time she would comb her younger sister's hair. From now on, Juana would marry into the Sky Demon royal family and become the 13th prince's consort, and it would be difficult for them to see each other often. Just as the Green Hill imperial domain was filled with joy, demonic chi surged outside the domain as one figure after another walked out of thin air. Their abnormally powerful cultivation shook the world. Seal all exits. Don't let anyone slip through. The man in the lead was dressed in black. He was a pinnacle king, and his cultivation shook the world. Yes, behind him, the other four received their orders. Their figures flashed and spread out to the four corners of the imperial domain. They raised their hands and formed hand seals. Demonic chi surged into the sky as they resonated with each other. The Dragon Lock Array was activated, and the entire Green Hill secret domain fell into darkness. The blazing sun's radiance could not penetrate at all. What's going on? In the imperial domain, the Fox King's expression changed when he saw the demonic chi shrouding the horizon. What was going on? Why were there so many sky demon elites? Sister, what's wrong? In the courtyard of Green Hill, Juana looked at the person beside her and asked in confusion as the world darkened. We might be in trouble. Xiao Xiao's expression darkened as she looked outside. The situation was not right. These auras were too dark. They were not here to escort the bride. Outside the imperial domain, the Dragon Lock Array was activated. Xianzhan raised his right hand and waved it. He said, coldly, kill them all. Yes. Behind him, 3 late-stage King Realm experts moved at the same time and charged towards the imperial domain. Xianzhan flipped his palm, and demonic chi surged in the sky as he slapped forward with all his might, intending to destroy the imperial domain's array. With an earth-shattering bang, the king's domain's grand formation was broken. The 3 late-stage king's domain experts rushed in without stopping for even a moment. Prepare to meet the enemy. In the imperial domain, the Fox King looked at the changes in the sky and said in a deep voice, Yes. One after another, the Fox Elders appeared and charged into the sky, ready to meet the enemy. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky above the imperial domain. The one in the lead was dressed in black and had long hair. He held a black spear in his hand, and his demonic might was terrifying. The War King. The Fox King's expression changed when he saw who had arrived. How could it be him? He was a famous king realm expert of the Celestial Demon clan, and he had never tasted defeat in his life. Many people believed that the War King was almost on par with the legendary Ninth Underworld King, and he would definitely attain the Emperor's Tao in the future. In the sky, the Fox Elders' expressions changed when they saw the Battle King's figure. This king's reputation was simply too resounding. Everyone in the world knew who he was. Below, the Fox King's figure flashed and arrived in front of the Fox Elders. He looked at the peerless king descending from the sky and said in a deep voice, "War King, the Fox clan has no enmity with you. You should know why you made this choice. Today is the day of the marriage between the Fox clan and the Celestial Demon Imperial clan. I'm sure the 13th Prince's escort team will arrive soon. The Fox clan indeed has no enmity with me. However, someone wants the 13th Prince dead, so you can only die with him." The War King looked at them and said indifferently. Then he waved his right hand and said calmly, and this quickly, "Don't waste time." Yes. The three kings obeyed the order and rushed forward. The Fox King's face sank and killing intent appeared in his beautiful eyes. He formed Yuan with his slender hand and slapped at the three. "Your opponent is me." As he spoke, the War King appeared in front of him. His black spear pierced through the air and pierced toward the former. With a clang, the slender hand shook the demon spear, and a shocking vibration spread out. The Fox King took half a step back and was at a slight disadvantage. After gaining the upper hand in one move, the War King's figure advanced even further. His black spear contained boundless demonic might as he formed another killing move. The two kings clashed and their auras shook the sky. Not far away, the three demon race experts were fighting against the Fox clan elders. The absolute suppression of strength put the Fox clan elders in danger. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the Fox King glanced at the Fox clan elders who were in danger, and his heart sank. It seemed that the Fox clan would not be able to avoid the calamity today. "Don't fight. Take Xiao Xiao and Wan and leave." In order to protect the last of the Fox clan's bloodline, the Fox King took the attack head-on and blasted away the Battle King in front of him. His figure flashed across the battlefield and blocked the attacks of the three King Realm experts. "King!" The elders' expressions changed as they said anxiously, "King is right. Leave quickly. King, and I will hold them back." The Grand Elder of the Fox tribe stepped forward and blocked the attacks of the three kings as he shouted anxiously, "We need help here. There's no place for us in the new era. Why don't we have a final battle?" Another elder of the Fox clan rushed forward. The white-haired old woman, the second elder of the Fox clan, chose to stay behind without any hesitation. "We're old too. We won't leave." One Fox clan elder after another chose to stay. The glory of the Fox clan was not to be blasphemed. The Fox clan elder, who was ranked last among the elders, had tears in her eyes as she looked at the elders who chose to stay. She steeled her heart and left, heading toward the small courtyard where the two princesses were. The Fox clan's inheritance could not be cut off. The two princesses were the last hope of the Fox clan. She had to do everything she could to bring the two princesses out of the king's domain. In the air, the Fox King and the other 6 elders blocked the attacks of the War King and the 3 demon race kings, not allowing the demons to take half a step forward. 7th Elder, I'll leave Xiao Xiao and Wan to you. As the final instructions entered his ears, the 7th Elder of the Fox clan could not help but tear up. His figure became faster and faster as he rushed towards the small green bamboo courtyard. After a few breaths, the 7th Elder arrived at the courtyard. He stepped forward and pulled the 2 princesses out of the king's domain. 7th Elder, what's going on? Xiao Xiao looked at the battle in the sky and asked anxiously, Don't ask too much. Come with me. Don't let down the sacrifice of the king and the elders. The 7th Elder pulled the 2 princesses out of the king's domain. But, Mother, Xiao Xiao said anxiously, Your safety is the most important thing. I'll come back to help after I send you out of the king's domain." The seventh elder replied and rushed toward the forbidden grounds of the king's domain with the two princesses. The forbidden grounds were filled with Qi. When the three arrived, Xiao Xiao and Wan looked at the entire forbidden grounds in shock. It was their first time here. Only their mother and a few elders could enter the forbidden grounds of the Fox clan. Even they didn't have the right to enter. With a flip of his hand, he shattered the illusory formation in front of him. A complex spatial formation appeared in the forbidden grounds. Runes spread out in all directions. "Let's go." The seventh elder sent the two princesses into the spatial formation and said, "Don't come back. The celestial demons can't be trusted. You must take care of yourselves." Seventh elder, Xiao Xiao and Wan called out anxiously in the spatial formation. "Don't be sad. The second elder is right. There's no place for us in the new era. It's better to fight to our heart's content today." The seventh elder smiled warmly as he spoke. He looked at the two princesses disappearing into the spatial formation. Relief flashed in his eyes. It was enough that they were safe. Chapter 1092. The Battle King and three other late-stage King level Sky Devil experts charged into the Green Hill King realm. The flames of battle raged on, shocking everyone. Outside the king's domain, the Dragon Lock array was activated, sealing all the exits. The Fox King and the other elders protected each other. The seventh elder of the Fox clan left the battlefield and sent the two princesses to the teleportation array in the forbidden grounds of the Fox clan. After the two princesses were sent away, the seventh elder of the Fox clan turned around and rushed toward the battlefield without any hesitation. Broken bodies fell from the sky one after another, smashing onto the ground. Blood dyed the Green Hill King's domain red. Even though they had no chance of winning and would definitely die, none of the elders of the Fox clan retreated. They would risk their lives to protect the king's domain. Not long after, only the Fox King was left in the sky. He was bathed in blood and was abnormally dazzling. "I'll be with you in hell." With a furious roar, a gust of wind blew and the clouds changed. The Fox King's demonic essence surged crazily around him as he used the indiscriminate destruction technique. White Fox worships the moon. A bright moon rose in the sky, and a huge white fox appeared. Its 8 tails swayed as it bowed to the moon, shaking heaven and earth. The forbidden technique reappeared in the mortal world. An unprecedented power of law descended from the sky, and a terrifying tearing force was added to the 4 of them. The Battle King sensed it, and his expression changed slightly. With a deep roar, demonic essence surged around him as he resisted the forbidden technique of the Fox clan. Not far away, the 3-king realm heavenly demons grunted one after another. The weaker one directly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. "You're courting death." Seeing his subordinate die in battle, the Battle King's face was filled with anger. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Fox King. His black spear pierced through the air and pierced the latter's chest. The demonic spear entered the Fox King's body, destroying his heart meridians. The Fox King looked at the pure land of the Fox clan below with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. A moment later, his eyes gradually dimmed, and his body fell from the sky. With a thump, the king fell to the ground. All honor and disgrace returned to dust. "Kill. Leave no survivors." The Battle King glanced at the Green Hill King's domain below and said coldly, "Yes." The 2-king realm heavenly fiends received the order and released their demonic essence. Black demonic aura quickly spread and engulfed the entire Fox clan. In the next instant, cries of agony echoed within the Qingqiu royal territory. It was a naked massacre as the demonic cultivators' blades were mercilessly extended towards the Qingqiu people. In merely 15 minutes of time, the entire Qingqiu royal territory had become hell. It was deathly silent everywhere, and it didn't have the prosperity of the past any longer. The Battle King landed slowly. Looking at the west of the king's domain, he said calmly, "Get ready. The 13th prince will be here soon." Yes. The 2 king realm heavenly demons received the order and disappeared in a flash. To the east of the primordial demon realm, the celestial devil imperial families' wedding procession passed through the sky. 3 wild beasts pulled the carriage, and many attendants followed behind. It was a majestic scene. As the wedding procession drew closer and closer to the Qingqiu imperial territory, Ning Chen's expression grew more and more solemn. Something was not right. The journey had been too peaceful, so peaceful that it was strange. With his current status, there must have been people who wanted to make a move on him. If they wanted to make a move, today would be the best opportunity. However, up until now, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Unexpectedly, everything was going smoothly. "Your Highness, we're almost there." Outside the carriage, an attendant came forward and reminded him. Understood. In the carriage, Ning Chen came back to his senses and nodded. In the sky, the wedding procession entered the Qingqiu territory. Above the king's domain, 3 wild beasts pulled the carriage and descended from the sky. Ning Chen walked out of the carriage and looked at the Qingqiu imperial territory. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly stopped. Something was not right. Why was there no one coming out to welcome him? The ruler of Qingqiu would not be so impolite. "Everyone, retreat 100 miles away immediately." Sensing that something was wrong, Ning Chen did not hesitate and immediately ordered. "It's too late to leave." At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The leader was the Battle King. He held a black spear in his hand and looked at the young man in the black groom's robe. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The person that the crown prince wanted to get rid of was him. Battle King. In front of the Qingqiu imperial territory, Ning Chen looked at the figure that appeared in the sky. Since this person was here, then something might have happened to Qingqiu. With the appearance of the Battle King, 4 figures appeared in all directions and formed seals to open the dragon lock array. In an instant, demonic clouds covered the sky and turned everything within 1,000 miles into a world of darkness. In front of the king's domain, the illusion that concealed the truth dissipated. There was no trace of life in the king's domain. Corpses were everywhere. Ning Chen looked over and saw the tragic scene in the king's domain. His expression was abnormally gloomy. The Fox King and the other elders had all met with misfortune. What about Xiao Xiao and Wan'er? Ning Chen scanned with his divine sense and did not see any traces of the 2 girls. He calmed down and looked at the sky with unconcealable murderous intent. "You deserve to die 10,000 times." With the demonic weapon in his hand, Ning Chen's sword intent surged out and boundless sword pressure swept through the world. "Leave this brat to me. I'll leave the rest to you." The Battle King said coldly in the air. His figure flashed as his black, demonic spear pierced through the air. Ning Chen swung his sword to meet the demonic spear. With a clang, the ground beneath his feet cracked and dust surged as the ground caved in. Peak Kings were unparalleled. Their cultivation was more than 1 major realm higher, so this battle was unfair from the start. Ning Chen's right hand split open and blood seeped out, dyeing his black robe red. However, the sword warrior's soul burned even more fiercely. Sword chi surged and shot into the sky. "Your sword technique isn't bad, but you'll still die." The Battle King snorted coldly as he added 30% more power to his spear. At the same time, his left palm slapped toward Ning Chen. "Let's talk about who lives and who dies when we meet the King of Hell." As he spoke, the murderous intent in Ning Chen's eyes intensified. Demonic flames rose around him as the 9 underworld battle technique appeared once more. He used his peerless foundation and the flying swan technique to meet the Battle King's attack head-on. With a rumble, demonic might shook the world. Two peerless geniuses from different eras of the heavenly demon clan clashed head-on, and the terrifying shockwaves spread out 1,000 miles. While the two heavenly demons fought, another slaughter occurred not too far away. Two King Realm heavenly demons slaughtered the wedding procession. Even if they were from the same clan, they didn't show any mercy. Look at all these people. They're all dead because of you. 13th Prince, only your death will put an end to this conflict. Don't you know that? These words entered Ning Chen's ears. However, Ning Chen's resolute heart didn't waver in the slightest as he faced the storm of attacks. When he saw that Ning Chen wasn't moved, the Battle King didn't say anything else. He stomped his foot, and demonic qi surged into the sky as he gathered all his strength to kill the young man before him. He slapped his palm towards Ning Chen's chest. Ning Chen didn't dodge. The 9 transformations appeared in front of his chest and merged it with the imperial technique to block the Battle King's attack head-on. Ning Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't take even half a step back. His demonic sword light pierced through the sky as he forcefully counterattacked. Chapter 1093. In the king's territory of Qingqiao, flames of war filled the sky as the heavenly demons began their battle. The vast demonic might shook thousands of miles around. In the battle, 2 figures wrapped in demonic qi clashed continuously. The shock waves shook the world and destroyed the world. Ning Chen's 2 bodies merged together. His eyes turned completely dark as his white hair danced wildly. It was a piercing sight. The demonic sword moved the world, reversing the moon and water. Its peerless sharpness appeared once more. With a swing of the sword, the world was overturned. Clouds fell, dust rose, and everything was reversed. Xianzhan received the attack and immediately felt his body sink. He couldn't help but fall. His legs sank into the ground, and his body was restricted. However, the demonic sword tore through the air and mercilessly pressed towards him. Xianzhan snorted coldly. He raised his hand and gathered his energy. Immediately, the wind blew and clouds gathered. An earth-shattering palm smashed towards the incoming attack. The sword and palm collided. Violent waves swept out in all directions. The king's territory couldn't withstand such extreme demonic might. The ground caved in by dozens of feet as cracks spread. Xianzhan's figure flashed past in the shockwaves. His sword created 1,000 waves. The space was split open. Xianzhan stomped his foot and rose into the air, avoiding the fatal sword light. However, the demonic sword changed direction and slashed towards the sky. The sharp sword light instantly split open the space. 9 profound, mountain-breaking style. Xianzhan stomped in the air. The black, demonic spear spun and met the sword head-on. The sword and halberd clashed again. With a rumble, the unique of the sword and the king of the spear fought again. Blood splattered onto the ground. In the battle, blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. However, the demonic flames around him burned even more fiercely. Great Sword Realm, Sword Emperor. With a soft shout, Ning Chen charged into the sky. The demonic sword changed direction, and the supreme of the sword spread rapidly. The small world on the sword extended to thousands of miles away. The white-haired figure stood in the air, surrounded by demonic flames. Tens of thousands of swords lined up in the sky. At this moment, all the swords were slanted, submitting to the king of the sword. Below, Xianzhan raised his head and looked at the shocking scene in the sky. A solemn expression flashed through his eyes. What shocking sword pressure! This person's strength isn't inferior to a king's territory expert anymore. However, he wasn't an ordinary king's territory expert. Xianzhan growled. Demonic qi surged from his black spear. A giant beast head appeared, its ferocity shaking the sky. The 2 demons displayed their extreme might. In the blink of an eye, a sky full of sword radiance descended from the heavens. It possessed the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, instantly annihilating the peerless king, level figures. The rumbling shook the small world. After a moment, the ferocious beast's head broke through the tens of thousands of swords and rushed toward the knowing destiny state. In the air, Ning Chen's sword turned and pointed downwards. Suddenly, the boundless sword aura changed direction and rushed towards the head of the ferocious beast. With a loud rumble, the sword radiance tore through the void and collided with the vicious beast's head. Amidst the shockingly great vibration, the beast's head was scattered and its remaining power was completely dispersed. Below, Xianzhan narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the white-haired figure surrounded by sword intent. The lord of a small world was truly extraordinary. In this sword world, this child's attack and defense would be greatly enhanced, and his battle prowess would increase greatly. In addition, the black, demonic flames surrounding this boy should be the appearance of the legendary 9 Underworld's battle technique. With such shocking strength at such a young age, it was no wonder that the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince wanted him to fight personally. The energy of a small world was something that even King Realm experts found difficult to grasp. This child hadn't even entered the King Realm yet, but he had already grasped such power. Unfortunately, this child had encountered him today. Wraith Realm, Tian Ho. With a growl, the Wraith Realm appeared. The energy of the small world around Xianzhan spread out rapidly. In an instant, 100 ghosts appeared and evil filled the sky. The great sword world and the Wraith Realm collided with each other. Shocking forces collided, and a myriad of swords slashed 100 ghosts. Yin Qi shot into the sky. They were both lords of small worlds, but when they cultivated one type of power to the limit, they would be able to create their own world. The demonic qi around Xianzhan grew colder and colder. The entire world seemed to be frozen, and it was difficult to move. Ning Chen's face froze. He looked at the black-clothed figure before him and clenched his left hand. His profound solution materialized, and a second demonic sword appeared. Even though the 9th Hell Demon Emperor has taught you the 9th Hell battle technique and the profound Solution 9 transformations, your strength is still insufficient to contend against me. Today, the Green Hill Fox clan will be your burial ground, Xianzhan said coldly. Ghostly avatars coiled around him. Streaks of white phantoms appeared. Their gloomy aura was chilling. Ning Chen ignored them. He stepped off the ground and shot out instantly. The 2 demonic swords tore through the obstruction of the Yin Qi and slashed towards the king before him. The 2 swords clashed with the demonic spear. The 2 demons clashed once more. Ning Chen's Moon Demon God artifact unleashed its shocking power once more, controlling gravity and suppressing the Supreme King. With the same move, the king's body suddenly sank. Just as he was about to fall, 100 ghosts held below Xianzhan and lifted him up. Ning Chen immediately slashed out with the profound solution demonic sword in his left hand. It was a fatal sword that shone with a myriad of light. Xianzhan snorted coldly. He turned his black spear around and blocked the demonic sword. Swallow goes, swallow returns. Demonic qi clashed. Xianzhan yelled softly, and the demonic spear spun rapidly, sweeping through everything in its path. Seeing this, Ning Chen moved his feet and dodged the demonic spear's fatal attacks again and again within 3 feet of him. This was the most extreme battle. It seemed simple, but it was actually filled with danger. Both of them were at the peak of their abilities. Every inch was strong and every inch was dangerous. They used their divine weapons to the extreme, each displaying their peerless sharpness. As the 2 demons clashed, Sword Qi and 100 ghosts constantly clashed in the surroundings. The power of the small world shook, competing with each other. The 2 strongest people in their respective realms met at the peak today. They exchanged moves, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! The demonic weapons clashed again, and the aftershocks shook. Ning Chen's profound solution, demonic sword, took shape. Demonic threads coiled around it, and the profound solution, demonic defense, blocked the demonic might, protecting the knowing destiny stage, cultivator. Born from the scaled race's absolute defense, he displayed unparalleled ability. The aftershocks were mostly blocked by him. 9 heavens, star-picking hand, rising rain. Close at hand, Ning Chen's left hand gathered primordial energy, and a forceful palm struck out, causing waves to fill the sky. Xian Zhan's eyes narrowed. He gathered primordial energy and struck out with a palm. The demonic palms clashed, and there was a loud rumble. The battle was instantly divided, and both sides retreated. Drip. Blood dripped from Ning Chen's left arm. The difference in realms was absolute. Even with multiple powers, it was difficult to make up for this huge gap. On the opposite side, Xianzhan looked at the white-haired young man in front of him. His expression grew more and more serious. Without a doubt, the fact that the 13th prince could fight with him to this point had far exceeded his expectations. Even though the 13th prince was always at a disadvantage, it was already incredible that he could last until now. I'm willing to call you the strongest of the younger generation, but it's time to end this. Xianzhan's expression turned serious. He spun his spear in the air, and the demonic qi around him surged out like waves. Instantly, 100 ghosts howled and turned into the most primitive power, entering the demonic spear. At this critical moment, Ning Chen stepped forward and leaped into the sky. He gathered primordial energy in his left hand and spun his sword in his right. An unparalleled martial art appeared in the world for the first time. Divine scroll, yin-yang, understanding. Sword technique, nirvana. A black moon and a white sun soared into the sky, and the sword radiance crisscrossed. The magnificent martial arts power rose to the extreme. It surpassed the limit and shocked the 9 heavens. The sun and moon appeared at the same time, and the sword radiance coiled, combining the power of the heavenly book and the human sword. The sun and moon fell, and 10,000 swords split open the sky. On the other side, the peerless king also displayed his peerless ability. The demonic spear in front of him shone brightly, and a 10,000-foot-long spear shadow appeared, piercing through the sky and colliding with the incoming attack. Boom! Extreme Tao against extreme Tao, a terrifying collision that shook the world resounded. Space and time collapsed between the two of them, and the small world was unable to withstand this extreme force and began to collapse. The 10,000 swords dissipated, and the 100 ghosts howled. The aftershock hit, and the 2 small worlds disappeared at the same time. Heaven and earth returned to normal, and in an instant, it began to collapse violently. Retreat. In front of the king's domain, the 2 kings' domain sky demons saw the rapidly spreading destructive power. Their expressions changed, and they immediately retreated. However, the destructive power spread too quickly, and the 2 couldn't retreat in time. Half of their demonic bodies were immediately swallowed by the destructive power. At the same time, in front of the king's domain, the corpses of the wedding procession that had been slaughtered by the 2 sky demons were also swallowed by the terrifying destructive power and completely disappeared. Bang! Bang! After the aftershock, the sound of bodies crashing to the ground rang out. The 2 sky demons fell with heavy injuries, and their blood dyed the ground below. Cough! Cough! The 2 struggled to get up, coughing up blood continuously. They were in a sorry state. Unbelievable power. Just the aftershock alone had heavily injured the 2 of them. The 2 kings' domain sky demons looked at the center of the collision in front of them, and their expressions flashed with nervousness. They really didn't expect the 13th prince to be able to last so long against the warlord. The crown prince had given them a mission, and they absolutely couldn't fail. The 13th prince's identity was special. If he returned alive, there would be endless trouble in the future. In front of the king's domain, the dust gradually dissipated. In the void, 2 people stood facing each other. One was covered in blood, and it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. The other's hair fluttered wildly, and he was no longer as calm as before. Even the warlord, who was at the peak of the king's domain, couldn't completely withstand his strongest move. A streak of blood silently seeped out of his chest. It was so dazzling. Not far away, the two kings' domain sky demons were shocked by this scene. The warlord was actually injured. They knew the warlord's strength better than anyone else. Even if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to injure him at all. But now he was injured by a young man who was only at the 6th change of the sky demon realm. They couldn't believe it, but they had to believe it. The 13th prince of the sky demon royal family already had the power to be on par with them. In front of the king's domain, Xianzhan raised his hand to press down on the wound on his chest. He looked at the young man in front of him and said coldly, "The sword realm has been broken. Now, what else do you have to rely on? Are you ready? The last move will take your life." With that, Xianzhan waved his hand and threw the demonic spear into the distance. With a boom, the demonic spear pierced through the air and stabbed into the mountain wall. Myriad realm. With a deep shout, a terrifying power that had never appeared before spread out between heaven and earth. The power of a second small world appeared, shocking the world. A peerless king had used the power of a second small world for the first time. This was a scene that only happened once in 10,000 years, and it appeared before Ningming. Ningchen looked at the shocking scene before him, but there wasn't much fear on his face. In his life of fighting, he had already seen too many incredible existences. Even gods weren't undefeatable. Sword technique, Tai. Everything returned to its original state. Only the sword would accompany him for life. With the final move, demonic flames surged around Ning Chen's body. Half of his blood qi was instantly sucked dry. Flying Swan reached its limit, and 10 times its original power appeared. At that moment, a sword as bright as a divine sun appeared between heaven and earth. It could destroy the world. Chapter 1094. In the Battle of Green Hill, the sword shocked the gods. With the help of Flying Swan, Tai shook the world. It was an earth-shattering move. As the sword light flashed, the world collapsed. Behind it, the sword wave surged, destroying everything in its path. It was incomparably beautiful. There was only one sword in the world. Nothing else existed. Not far away, the expressions of the two-king realm heavenly demons froze. Their eyes reflected this shocking sword strike, and they could not look away. This sword only existed in the 9 heavens. How could the human world see it? Before the Green Mountain, Xianzhan stared at the extreme streak of light that had traveled through time and space. He no longer had the energy to think about anything else. Fear, discrimination, pride. Everything vanished at that moment, turning into endless battle intent. The power of the myriad realm was pushed to the limit. Demonic qi surged around Xianzhan like raging waves. He clenched his fists and roared at the sky. In an instant, his 1,000-meter-tall demonic body rose into the air and smashed down with both fists. The final sword, the final move. The final clash between the two most powerful people of the 2 eras. The collision of extreme power caused the world to dim. Boom! Amidst a world-shocking explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, raging waves swept out rapidly, and everywhere the aftershock passed, everything in the world was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Ugh! Outside the battle, the 2 kings who were affected by the destructive power were sent flying thousands of feet away. Blood flowed, dyeing their bodies red. Who won? The 2 staggered a few steps before stabilizing themselves. They looked at the battle ahead, nervously. They were very anxious. The undercurrent shook violently. In the aftermath, 2 figures stood upright. Their battle suits were stained with blood. At this moment, none of them were in good condition. Ugh! Suddenly, a beam of sword qi broke out of Xianzhan's chest, bringing with it a brilliant waterfall of blood. The flowing blood dyed his black clothes red. Xianzhan staggered. He looked ahead in disbelief. He had lost. He had won this battle, but he had lost the final move. If he gave the young man another 100 years, no, even 10 years, this move would have taken his life. Clang! The demonic sword stabbed into the ground. Half of Zhi Ming's blood had been burned away. His true essence dissipated rapidly. He couldn't allow the swordsman to fall to the ground with his last dignity. On the other side, Xianzhan suppressed his heavy injuries and walked forward with great difficulty. He looked at the person before him and said in a hoarse voice, "I won't say anything to spare your life." Even the 9 Serenities demon emperor of the past could not do such a thing, let alone the current generation. This child had long since surpassed the limits of his age and reached a terrifying level. If he left this person alive, even he wouldn't be able to suppress him in a few years. Xianzhan clenched his right hand, and the black demonic spear flew over from the distant mountain peak and entered his hand. The demonic spear condensed primordial qi and emitted a fierce light. The spear pierced towards the chest of the swordsman in front of him. Outside the battle, the 2 King Realm experts secretly heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. In the end, the 13th prince was still defeated. If it wasn't the War King who'd come here today, but another King Realm expert, then they would have probably lost. When the demonic spear entered his body, it brought forth a waterfall of dazzling blood. Fresh blood flowed down the demonic spear, blooming in a mournful manner. In your next life, do not enter the imperial family again. Xianzhan gazed at the person before him as he spoke calmly, and then he exerted 30% more strength into the spear. Right when Ning Chen's life was in danger, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly lit up with dazzling light. He raised his left hand and grabbed the demonic spear. "I've caught you!" An exhausted and furious roar resounded as an indescribably terrifying force erupted from Ning Chen's body. It surpassed any moment in the past, and an unparalleled golden radiance illuminated the dark world. This is the Imperial Tao. Xianzhan's pupils constricted as he spoke with disbelief. In the next moment, divine flames filled the heavens and the earth as a phoenix howled. An enormous phoenix appeared with a shocking aura that could suppress the ages. It was like the Lord of the Phoenix had appeared once more and descended to the world. Bang! The phoenix flapped its wings, and a bolt of golden lightning descended from the sky. It carried boundless destructive energy as it swallowed the peerless king. He didn't even have the time to resist or shout before the Imperial Tao laws descended and instantly wiped the War King from the world. At this moment, the Emperor Realm experts from all over the primal demon realm gazed at the Green Hill Foxes with shock on their faces. This aura was the Imperial Tao laws. Lord of the Phoenix, do you still have power left in the world? In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 3 demon emperors opened their eyes at the same time and looked in the direction of the Green Hill royal territory. Their expressions darkened. A few years ago, the Lord of the Phoenix's remnant soul had descended here and brought them a lot of trouble. They didn't expect the Lord of the Phoenix's power to appear in the world again today. It's the Green Hill royal territory. Why is a battle of such a level happening there? The 7 Brilliance demon emperor asked solemnly. I'm not sure, but we can't ignore the Lord of the Phoenix's power. 8 Desolation, you should go. The first Kunyi demon emperor said. Okay. The 8 Desolation demon emperor nodded and left the heavenly demon ancestral land in a flash. At the same time, a beam of light streaked across the sky from the 9th Underworld King's mansion. It was extremely fast and rushed toward the Green Hill royal territory first. Just as the 2 demon emperors of the heavenly demon royal family left, the true bodies of the emperors on the continents all woke up from their slumber. Their clones left their bodies and flew toward the Green Hill royal territory. It was an eventful time, and the situation had changed drastically. A slight move in one part would affect the situation as a whole. After the battle at the Green Hill Royal Territory, all the top experts had made their moves. They didn't want to fall behind others. In front of the Green Hill Royal Territory, Ning Qin, who had burned half of his vitality, forcibly activated the Law of Emperors that the Lord of the Phoenix had left in his body to turn the situation around. When the Law of Emperors descended, Xian Zhan, who was severely injured, had no time to dodge. He could only watch the golden lightning falling from the sky helplessly. The moment of death was so clear. Under the power of the Law of Emperors, Zhan Wang's body was quickly devoured by the Law of Emperors. He couldn't feel any pain, because death had come at the same time. Outside the battle, the two heavenly demons of the King Realm were startled. They didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately fled into the distance. "You won't be able to escape." Thousands of feet away, Ning Chen clenched his right hand. The phoenix breathed out a breath in the sky, and divine flames devoured the world. After two miserable cries, the bodies of the two heavenly demons of the King Realm were quickly devoured by the divine flames. The divine flames of the phoenix cleansed their sins and put an end to their sins. Bang! The Law of Emperors shattered the dragon-locking grand formation. 4 black-robed figures vomited blood and fell from the sky. Ning Qin looked at the 4 of them and clenched his right hand. Instantly, 4 beautiful flowers of blood exploded. Blood rained down from the sky. In the dead, silent royal territory, everyone had died in the battle. No one was left alive. Ning Qin looked at this miserable scene. Finally, his exhausted body couldn't hold on any longer. He fell straight down. Blood flowed and dyed the ground beneath him. The proud battle spirit used blood to wash away all hatred. May the thousands of resentful souls of the Green Hill Royal Territory rest in peace. Chapter 1095. The king's domain of Qingqiu was completely destroyed after the catastrophe. Everything within 10,000 miles was in ruins. Corpses were everywhere inside and outside the king's domain. Blood dyed every inch of the land red. A cold wind blew, and blood-stained dust flew into the air. At this moment, demonic qi surged in the sky. A majestic figure walked out of thin air. Looking at the miserable scene below, he was shocked. How could this be? Xian Juyo was shocked. Today was Ning Chen's wedding day. This shouldn't be happening. Xian Juyo scanned with his divine sense. He sensed his disciples' barely detectable fire of life. He stepped out and rushed down. Ning Chen. Beside the demonic sword was a blood-stained figure. His flame of life was extremely weak now. In order to fight a powerful enemy at the peak of the King Realm, he burned half of his blood and qi to perform the Flying Swan formula to its fullest and burst out an attack 10 times stronger than before. Furthermore, he forced himself to activate the sovereign law that was far beyond what he could bear. Even though he was protected by the origin of the divine tree, his knowing destiny stage body couldn't withstand it at this moment. With a deep voice, Xian Juyo guided the sovereign Tao extreme essence around him. The vigorous origin energy continuously poured into Xian Juyo's body. After a while, Xian Juyo stopped and was about to leave with Ning Qin, who was still unconscious. Juyo! At this moment, a desolate aura spread in the sky. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor walked out. Looking at the figure below, he said, "Please let me bring him back. I sense the Phoenix Master's aura here. He might have seen something. He's my disciple. I should be the one asking questions." Xian Juyo said coldly. He didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and left the king's domain. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor frowned. Looking at the two leaving, light flashed in his eyes. Juyo was too protective of his disciple. At the same time, Xian Zhen stood in front of the imperial palace in the crown prince's residence. He looked in the direction of the king's domain. Something seemed to have happened. "Brother." The 5th prince walked over. Looking at the figure outside the palace, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Something happened to Qingqiu." Xianzhen said seriously. The fifth prince frowned and said, Qingqiu is going to be exterminated anyway. What's wrong with that? I'm not talking about the Green Hill Foxes, but Xianzhan and the others. Xianzhen said in a low voice, Your cultivation is still low, so you can't feel the changes in Qingqiu. Just now, I felt a wave of emperor-level pressure. It's terrifying, even more powerful than my father. How is this possible? The fifth prince's expression changed slightly as he said in disbelief, It's impossible for the Green Hill Foxes to have an emperor-level expert. Otherwise, this clan wouldn't be in such a hurry to form a marriage alliance with our celestial demonic royal clan to protect themselves. Xianzhen nodded and said, Indeed, it's not the Green Hill Fox clan's aura, but it's also not the emperors of the other royal clans. I've never seen this aura before. It's very unfamiliar. The fifth prince frowned when he heard this, and he said, Could it be that Imperial Brother is mistaken? There are only a few Imperial Realm experts in this world, and it's impossible for there to be any other Imperial Realm experts. I hope so. Xianzhen looked away, but he still couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. He had already used the warlord as a chess piece, and if he still couldn't get rid of the 13th prince, then the loss would outweigh the gain. The fifth prince looked at his elder brother's worried expression, and he started to have a bad feeling. He knew his elder brother's personality very well, and he wouldn't say anything unless he was 90% sure. Could it be that something had really happened to the warlord? Just as the crown prince and the fifth prince felt that something was wrong, in the palace of Juyo King's mansion, time and space twisted, and Xianjuyo returned with Ningchen, who was severely injured and unconscious. Half of his blood qi had been burned, and most of his meridians had been destroyed by the backlash of the Imperial Realm power. His severe injuries were shocking. Xianjuyo flipped his palm and lifted Ning Chen's body, and blood qi spread out from his body. He used blood to replenish Ning Chen's blood, and demonic flames rose to reforge his body. The demonic blood entered Ning Chen's body, and at this moment a shocking scene occurred. A strong repulsive force came from Ning Chen's body, and it forcefully expelled the demonic blood. Xianjuyo's eyes narrowed. How could this be? This lad could integrate with the power of the heavenly demon pool. So why couldn't he contain his demonic blood? In the void, Ning Chen's body floated up and down. The powerful force that had just expelled the demonic blood turned into endless vitality, and it spread to every inch of Ning Chen's meridians, repairing his severely injured body. Xianjuyo was shocked. The power of the immortal spirit. Could it be that this lad, like him, had taken something like the elixir of immortality? In that case, this lad's body wasn't rejecting his demonic blood, but the power of the deity flower that he had taken before. The power of the immortal spirit couldn't coexist. After taking it once, it couldn't be used a second time. Otherwise, the two powers would collide with each other, and the host would explode and die. While Xianjuyo was thinking, in the void, Ning Chen's body shone with a strange light. The immortal tree of God was revived under the stimulation of the deity flower, and it automatically saved its master. Ning Chen's meridians were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his severely injured body was also recovering at a speed that was shocking. Xianjuyo couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. What had this lad taken before? Even the deity flower couldn't have such an amazing recovery ability. At this critical moment, above the 9 Nether King's mansion, the chaotic force descended, and the 8th Desolation demonic emperor appeared. He looked down at the 9 Nether King's mansion, and without saying a word, he stretched out his hand to grab the floating figure in the hall. Xianjuyo felt it, and his face turned cold. He took a step forward and stood in front of Ningchen, and with a flip of his hand, he met the 8th Desolation demonic emperor's attack. With a loud boom, the sky above the triple imperial city shook violently, even though the two sovereigns were holding back. What happened? In the triple imperial city, many people looked at the sky above the 9 Nether King's mansion in horror and their expressions changed drastically. That was the 8 Desolation demonic emperor. "Juyo, hand this lad over. I don't want to fight with you," the 8 Desolation demonic emperor said calmly. "Impossible." Xian Juyo's face turned cold, and he refused directly. This lad might know about the master of the Phoenix. As long as we ask him what we want to know, we won't hurt him. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor said in a deep voice, "I've said it before. He's my disciple, and I'll be the one asking the questions." Xian Juyo said coldly, "Juyo, this concerns the Phoenix tribe. Please don't make things difficult for us." As they spoke, demonic chi surged above the 9 Nether King's mansion, and 2 powerful figures walked out. Their auras made the heavens and the earth tremble. For the Phoenix tribe, the 2 demonic emperors, Kun-I and 7 luminaries, appeared at the same time and forced their way into the 9 Nether King's mansion. I won't say the same thing a third time. In the royal palace, Xianjiu looked at the 3 demonic emperors and said coldly, "Today no one can take my disciple away, not even you." Chapter 1096. The situation in the 9 underworld's royal palace changed as the 3 demon emperors tried to force the owner of the 9 underworld's royal palace to hand over knowing destiny. Xianjiu stood in their way and refused to back down. His peerless prowess caught everyone's attention. The situation was in a stalemate, and a battle was about to break out. The 3 demon emperors refused to back down as they wanted to know the Phoenix Master secret. They were determined to take the only survivor of the Qing Qiu royal territory. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry, royal brother," the first Kun demon emperor said as he raised his right hand. Demonic clouds surged in the sky above the royal palace as the supreme royal Tao descended. The 7 luminaries demon emperors and the 8 desolation demon emperors looked serious as they faced the peerless prodigies of the heavenly demons. "Today, I, Xianjiu, would like to challenge my 3 royal brothers." Demonic flames rose from Xianjiu's body. His powerful demonic aura shook the heavens and the earth, sinking thousands of miles into darkness. The 4 demon emperors started the battle. The array buried underground in the 3rd royal palace was activated as a rune spread across the city, protecting this immortal demon city. "Let's go somewhere else." The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor spoke as the 3,000 small worlds started to circulate and devoured the 4. Earth fire spewed out of the primitive small world as black smoke billowed. Cracks crisscrossed the ground as lava flowed through them. The primitive world seemed to have yet to evolve. It was dead silent everywhere without any signs of life. Only the flames spewing out of the sky and the music of hell could be heard. Xianjiu looked around without any change in his expression. He clenched his right hand, and a long spear surrounded by demonic flames appeared. Although it was formed by demonic aura and laws, its demonic aura wasn't any weaker than any weapon. The 7 luminaries demon emperor was the first to move. He raised his hand, and the 4 suns rose into the sky. The black sun kept circling in the sky as its dim light shone on every corner of the small world. Xianjiu stood proudly under the light of the demonic suns. The demonic flames around him blocked the tearing power of the demonic light. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor yelled as the earth fire gathered in the primitive small world and turned into giant fire dragons that tried to devour Xianjiu. This was a battle on a completely different level. With every move, the laws of heaven and earth were used. The 2 demon monarchs displayed heaven-defying abilities, shocking everyone. In the battle, the magma fire dragon was about to devour the heavens and earth. Xianjiu raised his left hand and grabbed one of the fire dragons and threw it out. At the same time, the demonic spear pierced through space and time. The demonic spear pierced through the demonic might and shattered the 2 fire dragons. The 3 fire dragons were destroyed, and the last rock fire dragon swallowed the peerless emperor with its destructive power. With a honglong sound, a world-shaking tremor sounded. Waves of flames pervaded the air and fell like rain. Amidst the rain of fire, demonic threads crisscrossed around Xian Juyo's body. It was an absolute defense that blocked the attack of the rock fire dragon. 9 underworlds battle technique. Flying swan art, imperial technique, one for offense and one for defense, unparalleled in the world. In the battle, the first demon emperor was the only one who didn't make a move. He narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. In an instant, outside the small world, above the 3 imperial city, the turbulent demonic clouds disappeared, and they returned to the primitive world. It was a shocking ability to draw the power of the large world into a small world that didn't belong to him. It was a powerful ability that no one could match, and it instantly made the small world even more terrifying. With a honglong sound, thunder rumbled above the 9 heavens. Layers of thunderbolts descended upon the mortal world and blasted toward the peerless geniuses below. Xian Juyo raised his head and punched with his right hand. He didn't dodge, and he directly punched toward the sky. The power to blast the sky shattered the void, and 80,000 miles of space and time collapsed. The entire sky above the small world instantly fell into darkness. 3 against 1, the peerless geniuses of the Heavenly Demon Clan weren't at a disadvantage at all. Their extremely powerful combat power blasted away all obstacles. The 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor and the 8 Baron Demon Emperor looked ahead, and their expressions became more solemn. They knew very well how powerful Xian Juyo was. Throughout the history of the Heavenly Demon Clan, it was difficult to find someone who was as talented as Juyo. The current Juyo not only had the powerful foundation of the Heavenly Demon 9 transformations, but also the terrifying combat power of the 9 underworlds battle technique. In terms of talent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 person in the history of the Heavenly Demon Clan. There's no need to hold back. My 3 brothers should still have some strength left. Xian Juyo glanced at the 3 of them and said calmly, "Excuse me." The 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor and the 8 Baron Demon Emperor responded and released all of their cultivation techniques. Powerful demonic chi shot into the sky, and extreme demonic power swept out in all directions. The 7 Luminaries Demon illuminated the world. 7 Luminaries Demon suns appeared in the sky at the same time, and the entire small world collapsed violently, unable to withstand the extreme imperial power. The 7 Luminaries appeared, and the 8 Baron Fire Dragons appeared at the same time, destroying the world. 8 huge fire dragons rushed out of the doomsday and attacked the peerless geniuses in front. At the same time, the first Kuan Demon Emperor also activated his peerless foundation. Chaotic demonic chi was like 1,000 waves, and the most primitive power blasted the doomsday and pressed forward. The 3 emperors worked together, and their extreme power reached the sky. In the battle, Xian Juyo roared and stomped angrily, and the ground rose into the sky. Profound solution! The call was heard, and the white-haired figure floating in the 9 underworlds' royal palace shot out beams of light toward the small world in the distance. In the collapsing small world, the profound solution 9 changes returned and turned into a long spear, which went into the hands of the former. With the demonic weapon, Xian Juyo's aura changed immediately. He and the spear became one. The spear pierced through the sky, and the forbidden space in front of the Demon Emperor was destroyed. It was an absolute domain, and time and everything disappeared. The attack of the 3 emperors clashed with the absolute domain, and the most terrifying power in the world exploded, destroying the entire small world in an instant. Ugh! The 8 Baron Demon Emperor was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His body shook and cracks appeared on his body. On the other side, the 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor was knocked back a few steps, and the blood in his body rolled violently. He was severely injured. Among the 4, Xian Juyo and the first Kuan Demon Emperor, the 2 most powerful emperors, didn't even take half a step back after bearing the brunt of the battle. Suddenly, blood gushed out from their chests. The brunt of the attack injured them at the same time. one attack for another. Jiuyo, you have no chance of winning. The first Kuan demon emperor waved his hand to stop the blood from flowing out of his chest. He looked forward and said calmly. Xian Jiuyo didn't say anything. The demonic flames around him burned even more fiercely. The flying swan appeared and strengthened the demonic weapon. While the 4 demon emperors of the heavenly demons were fighting, the white-haired figure floated in the 9 underworld's royal palace. The light around him became more and more dazzling. The origin of the undying peach tree was at the knowing destiny state. The wounds on Ning Chen's body healed at a visible speed. Even the blood he had lost was quickly recovered by the powerful life origin of the undying divine tree. Once he transformed and reached the peak, the barriers before the red dust realm started to crack. The legendary 4th realm seemed to be within his reach at this moment. The white-haired figure stood quietly in the space of consciousness. An ancient giant stone gate sat in front of him. It looked like the legendary heavenly gate of the celestial realm. It was heavy and majestic, making people feel small. Chapter 1097. In the 9th Underworld King's Mansion, knowing destiny transformed. Light lingered around the body as the origin of the divine tree nourished the host. Since ancient times, the first person to use the immortal divine tree to reforge his body would also be the last person. In the consciousness space, the immortal gate appeared. The last obstacle before the mortal realm could be broken through to become immortal. Legend had it that before ancient times, when the 4 immortal realms still existed, mortals who cultivated to the 4th realm could ascend and obtain the opportunity to become immortal. However, after ancient times, the 4 immortal realms collapsed. Mortals who cultivated to the 4th realm could not become immortals. Because of this, cultivators of the 4th realm were called mortal immortals. Being an immortal in the mortal world was both a compliment and a mockery. After that, the king realm and the monarch realm belonged to the 4th realm. Even if they were invincible, they could only become immortals in the mortal world. There was no immortal realm in the world, so there were no true immortals in the mortal world. In front of the immortal gate, the white-haired figure stood still for a long time. The familiar scene was almost exactly the same as the Eastern immortal realm that had been brought to by the immortal corpse 100 years ago. The only difference was that the immortal gate here was more complete. Becoming an immortal was the dream of every cultivator since ancient times. Because of this, many people left home at a young age to seek immortality and the Tao, all for the seemingly illusory but highly anticipated day. Ning Chen looked at the immortal gate in front of him. After a long time, he walked forward step by step. In front of the immortal gate, the moment he stepped out, the memories of 100 years surged like a tide. That year, when he first entered the Xia Palace, he was indebted to Zhang Sun. From then on, Zhang Sun treated him like his own son. That year, there was a woman named Ling Yue. She was peerless in her generation, and her wisdom overshadowed the world. She single-handedly led the world to attack Xia, and the 1,000-year foundation of Xia was almost completely destroyed. That year, Luoyue City fell, and the 3 tribulations were in the same sky. That year, everlasting night descended, and the world was in chaos. All sides joined forces to quell the flames of war. That year, Lord Hades descended to the mortal world, and the end of the divine land. The world cried, and Mu Bai proved the sword. That year, the divine sanctum appeared, and the 11th sword shocked the world. The sword Tao reached its peak again. That year, Zhongzhou slayed demons. On Locket Mountain, Qingning's soul was severed, and she lost her heart due to grief. That year, the 9 disciples of the Mahis sect became famous throughout the world. That year, scene after scene of the past replayed in his mind. Numerous loved ones, Zhang Sun, Qingning, Prince Yan, Mu Qingxue, a man, butterfly in the flower, and so on and so forth ceaselessly appeared in his mind. After that, they actually receded like the tide. All his emotions were gradually about to be completely wiped out from his memories. From this moment onwards, as a spectator, he could only look back on his life indifferently. To become an immortal and obtain the Tao, one had to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This had always been the case since ancient times. This was the price to pay for becoming an immortal, and even more so, the price to pay for long life. An illusory figure appeared in front of him. He was incomparably powerful and looked down on all living things. Even the sovereign Tao seemed insignificant in front of him. According to the legends, the Lord of the Eastern immortal world was a true paragon of the ancient era. He was an invincible existence that suppressed an era. His strength alone was enough to intimidate 100 races. His face could not be seen clearly. Only his white hair could be vaguely seen. His extremely ancient aura made it difficult for people to approach him. Are you willing to become an immortal and let go of your past? A dignified and ancient voice reverberated between heaven and earth, penetrating through space and reaching the depths of one's heart. Heaven and earth were silent. There was no reply. Under the celestial gate, the step that Ning Qing took never stopped. Becoming an immortal in one step and ascending with the clouds was the dream of everyone since ancient times. In the Tree of Immortality, the last chance to become an immortal was to ask knowing destiny. I'm not willing. With a sound of reluctance, Ning Chen took back the half-step that he had taken. From then on, the mortal world was boundless and he faced countless trials and tribulations. Behind the celestial gate, the Lord of the Eastern immortal world sighed softly. It was gratification, relief, or regret. After a while, the remnant soul Mark disappeared between heaven and earth. With a rumble, the celestial gate shook. The space of consciousness began to collapse violently. On the ancient celestial gate, huge rocks smashed down and gradually fell apart. This year, on the path to immortality, knowing destiny turned around and returned to being ordinary from then on. Young man, if you can let go of the obsession in your heart, you will be the person closest to God in this world. In the past, the words of the Buddha seemed to be right in front of him. Today, the final choice was knowing destiny. In the Juyo royal palace, the floating, white-haired figure opened his eyes. His injuries had healed, but he could no longer feel the slightest fluctuation of true qi. On the path to immortality, Ning Chen's final choice was to leave behind his memories and give up everything in his life. Stop the battle, master. I'll go back with them. The calm voice was not loud, but it spread clearly inside and outside the royal palace. In the collapsed small world, Xian Jiuyo's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed and came to the royal palace. You're awake. Xian Jiuyo asked with concern, How are you? As soon as he said that, Xian Jiuyo's pupils shrank. Why did he look back? Where was his cultivation? I'm fine. Ning Qin smiled and said, Master, the 3 demon emperors just want to ask about the Phoenix Lord. They won't make things difficult for me. At this moment, demonic qi gathered in front of the royal palace. 3 majestic figures walked out. The 3 demon emperors appeared at the same time. Xian Jiuyo's face darkened. No, you've lost all your cultivation. You can't leave my side. Don't worry, master. The 3 demon emperors will send me back after asking me. Since I have a clear conscience, why should I hide? Ning Qin smiled. Jiuyo, your disciple is right. We just want to bring him back to ask him some questions. After that, we'll send him back safely. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said. Master, I'll be back soon. Ning Qin did not want to avoid trouble that he could not avoid. He bowed respectfully to the person in front of him, then turned and walked out of the royal palace. In front of the royal palace, the first demon emperor looked at the young man walking over. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Compared to before, this young man seemed to have changed a lot. Although he had lost his cultivation, his calmness were better than before. 3 demon emperors, let's go, Ning Chen said softly. The first demon emperor nodded. He took the young man and left. If anything happens to him, the heavenly demon clan will no longer have Juyo and the 3 demon emperors. Xian Juyo said from behind. His cold voice sent chills down one's spine. That day won't come. The first demon emperor's footsteps paused. In a flash, demonic chi filled the air and he disappeared. Xian Juyo looked ahead. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. His body was like a divine furnace that could explode at any time. After a few breaths, demonic chi surged in the heavenly demon clan's forbidden ground. For people walked out. 13th brother, can you tell us about the Phoenix Lord? The first demon emperor looked at the young man in front of him and asked indifferently. The Green Hill Fox clan was exterminated. 3 demon emperors. Don't you want to ask why? Ningchen looked at the 3 and asked calmly,